Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng, while the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mawela, was on extended sick leave as he had undergone an arm operation. And with me here, I'm with Brigadier Biekers from our legal service. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, and Brigadier, we welcome you here as well. Thank you very much. Are you also going to give testimony? Otherwise, we will also have to make sure that you take the oath.
Yes, I'm going to give testimony just here with the General. I was the duty brigadier for Gauteng during that week. So myself and the General were on the ground during that week. But the General will give evidence.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Major General. Who will be leading? Okay, you can please just Buang, for the purposes of the Major General and the Brigadier, introduce the evidence team, and then you can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Buang Jones. On my far left is Advocate Offense Motlasedi, and next to me is Advocate Karabo van Heerden. They will be leading the evidence today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate van Heerden.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Major General. We will try structure today's evidence in the following way. First, as an introduction, we'll have opening questions. I will then lead you, General, through your statement. After that, I'll go through various themes. I'll then hand over to my very competent colleagues to then take off from me at any point where I would have perhaps missed out on any evidence that might be helpful towards the Commission. But perhaps to start, Major General, when did you join and serve SABC?
I joined the police in 1986, April the 7th.
And how long have you been the Deputy Provincial Commissioner?
Since 2020, if I'm not mistaken, on the 15th of September until now.
That's a wealth of experience, General. And prior to holding this position, did you have which other positions did you hold within SABC?
Maybe rewinding, going backwards. Before my appointment as a Deputy Provincial Commissioner, I was the District Commissioner in Tshwane, which oversees the entire Tshwane, 36 police stations. And prior to that, I was the cluster commander, as the police station were subdivided into clusters. And I've held that position since 2011 as a Major General. And prior to that, I was the station commander of Jabulani Police Station as a brigadier, or then as a director, which I was in that position for 10 years. And prior to that, I was a station commander of Kliptown in Soweto, which I then started in 1999. And prior to that, I was the station commander of Soshangube from 1998 up until 1999. And prior to that, I was the second in charge for flying squad in Pretoria. And prior to that, I was in Mamelodi as an operational commander. And of course, I also served as a second-in-charge station commander as a lieutenant prior to the national government elections, the new dispensation. I was a lieutenant there. I think since 1992, I was there as a deputy station commander up until I got transferred to Mamelodi. So, on a nutshell, that is what I can basically reflect on my experience.
That's very extensive, General. Would you say, in your opinion, you have a thorough understanding of the inner workings of the police service and how it operates at an operational level?
I will say yes.
At the time of the unrest, General, what role or position did you hold?
The time of unrest in Gauteng, which started on the 10th up until the 14th, I was the acting provincial commissioner of Gauteng.
And in your understanding, General, what responsibilities or duties does that role demand?
In my understanding, I would say the role which I have to play, assuming the responsibility of the provincial commissioner, of which provincial commissioners are appointed in terms of Section 207 of the Constitution of the Republic. I was a person who had to lead the province relating to unrest. I had to make sure that I do coordination in line with the national office directives and put forward those directives, streamline the operational activities on the ground, I will say from the management, within the province, management within the district, and ventilate it down to the grassroots level.
Thank you, General. And that leads me neatly to your affidavit, which you had prepared for us. Commissioner, if not already, could I then label the Major General's statement as Annexure or Exhibit E, rather, for your benefit?
Thank you. Yes, it is accepted as Exhibit E.
Thank you, Commissioner. Major General, you provided the statement for us. Do you still stand by the contents of the statement?
Advocate, I do. We'll have just to check on paragraph 4 of my statement, if it's possible.
Yes, Major General.
That paragraph, which starts with the Gauteng province issued provincial joint operational intelligence. On line number 4, from Gauteng province for the period the 1st July, it should read to the 12th July 2021. So that's all what I can indicate on my statement, but I still stand with the statement.
Just so we're clear, Major General, but for the amendment at paragraph 4, which relates to amendment of the date to now read 1 July to 12 July 2021. Is this correct? You still stand by the statement?
Yes, Advocate.
Major General, do you know why there was an error on the dates
I should think I can attribute it to the typing error, because when you further go with the statement, the other documents which are referred to as an extras to the statements relate to the 12. I'll give example, an extra 4 and an extra 5. It relates to the 12th of July. This is in relations to the roadblocks which were set up in Gauteng, the 10 roadblocks.
Very well. Thank you, Major General. If there are any issues in relation to that amendment, the Commission will be in touch to see if there's a subsequent affidavit just explaining the amendment might be sought. At present purpose for today's testimony, it may not seem to be an issue.
Thank you.
Very well. Flowing back to the responsibilities of the Acting Provisional Commissioner, you mentioned in quite detail your responsibilities at the time of the unrest. Before we venture into the timeline of the unrest, General, your statement provides in some details what preoccupied your time as of the 27th of June 2021 via the President announcing the change from alert level 3 to alert level 4. That's in terms of paragraph 4, and then it may lead us very well to paragraph 5 of your statement. General, do you perhaps want to lead us on your testimony in relation to what happened from the time where we moved from alert level 3 to alert level 4, what occupied your time and what you had been doing prior to the unrest, particularly in Gauteng?
Thank you, Advocate. I will say, with reference to paragraph number 3 of my statement, as you alluded to, the announcement of the change of alert level 3 to 4 by the Honorable President for Disaster Management Regulation. Gauteng was affected in terms of the numbers. We had the increase of the numbers of people who are affected with the COVID-19. Then subsequently, on the 28th, I have drafted a correspondence directing it to the National Joint Intelligence Structure, nationally, requesting some support, as it was necessarily that we have to set up the roadblocks in Gauteng on the major routes, concentrating on the inbound, so that we can be in a position to can deal with people who were restricted to come to Gauteng.
And by means of clarity, sorry, General, these efforts were in relation to the President's directive for alert level 4, correct? And so it wasn't as yet in relation to any efforts related to the unrest, am I correct?
Correct, Advocate.
What then ensues in terms of your affidavit, if I may take you to paragraph 6. And this is now moving on from the theme for the introduction, and now we're trying to move into the inception of the July unrest. After this theme, I will then move into the theme and chronology of the events. But before I want to venture into the theme of alertness to any of the unrest rather. So moving back to paragraph 6 of the affidavit, I'm going to move right to the foot of that paragraph, which reads as follows. From 29 June to 10 July 2021, no early warnings indicating the possibility of a mass unrest were brought to my attention. General, do you want to perhaps advance on why this is so?
Yes, Advocate. As I explained on the affidavit, on that paragraph, that the PICC, which falls under the provincial joints, which inter alia comprise of the South African Police Service, Crime Intelligence, State Security Agency, if available, South African National Defence Force, they meet, and as when they meet, based on the collectors on the ground or people who are responsible or charged to collect intelligence, they will draw a report of which that report will be submitted to the Provincial Operational Command Center, which is a POCC, which gives the alert or the warning, of which in turn it will also come to me. Then the POCC will make sure that the alert is linked up with the responsible functionary. If it affects the whole province, it means it will be linked up with the entire districts, of which in Gauteng we're having 5 districts. And almost all those districts, they are commanded by a Major General, so that we can, from the ground, put a plan, and those plans has to be forwarded to the province so that we can coordinate a plan which will mitigate such. So there was no formal intelligence report which I have received.
Perhaps before I continue with my questioning, General, you mentioned that there was no formal indicators. Were there other forms of indicators?
I will say from the structures, no, but from time to time you'll get maybe this WhatsApp message, more especially during that unrest. But I did not get any formal intelligence report, which has to be a process flow, which has to be followed in terms of our process flow.
Are there instances where you have acted on informal alerts from the not so close sources such as WhatsApp and or other intel?
Maybe if you can repeat the question, Advocate.
Are there instances where you've acted based on the intel from informal sourcing? So, example, you have mentioned that you did receive WhatsApp messages to indicate that there might be some activity. Are there instances where you act on the basis of informal notice?
I will say on the 10th, when the unrest started in Gauteng, I was with the minister responsible for community safety in Gauteng during that night. The MEC, meaning the MEC, will from time to time, send me those informal notification, and one will deal with them in terms of disseminating, the workforce. So from time to time, more especially during, even the Premier will have a certain information which is sent to me. For example, for people who were allegedly linked to be instigators. Some of the information I got from the Premier of Gauteng, and then I had to link up with the intelligence so that we can operationalize that information, and it was successful. One of the information which I got from the Premier. I'll say in that respect, yes, it did happen during the unrest.
With that being said, and with reference to the point you make at paragraph 6, that from a certain period, so that's 29 June to 10 July, there were no formal indicators. Prior to that, and I know in your affidavit at paragraph 2, you state that from 14 June 2021, that's when you started acting. Prior to that, had you received these general reports, the alert reports that would otherwise be given to you?
Through our PICC, which is the intelligence SSA, I did not receive any.
Just to be correct, General, I want clarification. At no point during your tenure as acting did you receive any alert communications through your formal structures?
I did, but not necessarily during, I'll say before the 10th, and then after the incident on the 14th, there were reports which one could also make an extract in terms of those intelligence reports.
And why do you think there was no intelligence report sent to you?
I wouldn't know because the intelligence has to be gathered, as I've indicated on that paragraph 6. I should think I wouldn't know why was it not sent to me. Maybe it was the lack of the gathering by the people on the ground. But I wouldn't know why was it not sent to me, but truly it was not sent to me, prior to the public unrest.
Given the importance of the intelligence report, when you don't receive any such correspondence, do you communicate this to any individual who might assist in alleviating the pressures or the gap between yourselves and the structures? What is then done, or are you simply continue on with your work and hoping to receive intel or instructions via various other channels that might be of assistance?
The structures, as I've indicated on my affidavit, more so paragraph 5, it is outlining in there. What normally happens is that on the absence of the provincial commissioner, or in most cases, I chair the provincial joints. The provincial joints, you have the agenda. And on the agenda, what is top on the agenda is the intelligence report, the PICC report, of which either the South African Police Service, because they do collaborations, either the South African Police Service or the state security agents, as I chair those meetings, will present the stability report, or they'll present the PICC report. So those meetings do happen frequently, and I must indicate that after after we had the unrest, or after we had the incidents which were reported in Gauteng on the 10th, I was at work with the head of intelligence, who is holding a rank of a general. And he was also on standby for Gauteng as a duty general. So thereafter, we worked through the whole night because we had an operational activities. We had the Ukai Molau operation, which is a week in, week out, which I was leading together with the MEC. So when it started, we were there on the ground up until the 11th, in the early hours of the morning, I think around about 4 o'clock in the morning. So on the 12th, on Monday, then I activated the Joint Operational Coordinating Committee, which is linked to the Prof Joints. And in that meeting, because we have to hold this meeting on a daily basis, because there's a process on which we activate the JOCOM. You activate it through the Prof Joints. In those meetings on a daily basis, we have to have the intelligence report, which has to be presented into that meeting. So I would say it's not a question of saying maybe one was just seated and not get worried. Why don't one get an intelligence info? So the process is there, which we happen to get this information in terms of the structures. And on the other hand, if they generate any report, it goes through the POCC, or Provincial Operational Command Center, as I've indicated, which is linked to the NOC, which is a National Operational Command Center.
Thank you, General. And that does track some distance into what happens at the timeline of the unrest. The point of the previous question really relates to whether or not your office was prepared for the unrest before they occurred. The statement you make at paragraph 6 is that there were no early warning indicators. We want to understand why that is so.
As I indicated, that the early warning one did not receive it prior to unrest in Gauteng. And as I outlined, the structures which is in there, where we were supposed to receive, if there's any, some formal of a communication. And we have these meetings on a monthly basis, if I'm not mistaken, on the second week of the month. So if there was any, it should have been highlighted as such. And the structure which is put in place in order to source and get that information, it is there. but one really did not get the early warning in terms of the intelligence.
Just
And
clarity on that. Sorry to interrupt you. I thought you were done, but you said meetings on the second day of the month. So is that the prof joints?
it's the prof joint.
And the intelligence would have come there if there was any early warning.
Yes.
On the 2nd of July.
No, it's the second week.
Week of July.
Yeah, second week.
Second week of June, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. We normally hold those meetings on the second week of the month. So if really there was, because there's a structural report presentation which they make in terms of the stability report of the province.
General, with the benefit of hindsight, we now know through the Minister of Police's affidavit, which was Exhibit C for the benefit of the Commissioner, that any triggerance of the unrest, according to the Minister, would be triggered by what he states at paragraph 7 of his affidavit, that attacks of July 2021 were preceded by the Constitutional Court judgment and sentencing of former presidents in early July. The Minister also actively stated that it could be clearly tracked that there would be activity via social media and the occurrence of activities via social media, suggesting that prior to 10 July, there would have been intelligence available to indicate that some unrest is brewing up. Am I hearing you correctly in saying that even though the structures exist, you did not receive any warning directly or indirectly in relation to the unrest?
Commissioner and Advocate, the essence of the matter is the intelligence relating to the constitutional hearing. We, as a province, we received that, and the ruling was supposed to be made at the Concord, which we have put a plan. We established a joint operational center within that area so that we have to mitigate the issue of the announcement which has to be made. So in relations to that, we were in a position, because the other thing is that the national, through the National Joint Operational Coordinating Committee, a meeting was called, which I was in attendance, and specifically for Gauteng, we had to put a contingency relating to the appearance, or relating to the, because it was visual, relating to the pronouncement of the Concord. So that one we have planned, and we have executed it appropriately, if one may put it that way. So we planned accordingly in terms of that, and there was information relating to the Concord judgment which was presented.
Thank you, General. You said you did receive some intelligence in relation to the activities around the Concord judgment. Care to elaborate a little more on when such intelligence was received?
I cannot precisely indicate a date, but it was prior to when there has to be a pronouncement on the Concord. So we got it before that, and then we had to plan, and we had to execute that operational plan, which we focus on the Concord.
Did you share this intelligence that was received? And if so, with whom did you share it with?
When we receive this kind of information, then a directive will be issued to the district through the Provincial Operational Command Center, and to flag, to say if maybe we happen to have other districts affected. But the district which was directly affected, it was Johannesburg district. So the plan was put surrounding the Concord.
Thank you, General. I now want to venture into the timelines of the July unrest. You, General, would be forewarned of any unrest given the fact that activities of this nature had first ensued in KZN. But perhaps, General, my question to you is, when were you first alerted to the unrest, both in relation to KZN, if any, and secondly, when were you aware that there is actual activity in Gauteng which might be linked to KZN?
As we indicated that on the 28th of June, I issued the directives which is linked to the alert level 4 in terms of the roadblocks which we have to mend, which is 10, making sure that we don't have people who have to come to Gauteng based on the restrictions on the alert level 4. So in Gauteng, we were already operating, looking on the issue of saying that if we have maybe a flare which maybe might come towards Gauteng, we will be in a position to can be alerted by people on the ground. But in Gauteng, the flare started on the 10th of July up until the 14th, which is outlined on paragraph 8 of my affidavit.
Thank you, General. I now want to do the elaborate exercise of going through the timeline of the unrest specifically relating to Gauteng, and that you do from paragraphs 8 right through to what could be paragraph 14 of your affidavit. Can you please give the commissioners a detailed account of the activities in Gauteng for those periods?
Through you, Commissioner Advocate, you say it's from paragraph 8 up until where?
It then goes to paragraph 14.
14.
Yes, General.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Advocate. On the unrest in Gauteng, we experienced the unrest in Gauteng from the 10th to the 14th. The first incident which we encountered in Gauteng, it was on the 10th in Johannesburg district, which have affected Jeepies Town, the M2 freeway, Alexander Mall and Pan-African Mall. When I got the report, it was around about 2,200 hours, taking into consideration that I was operational at work at Thokoza with Operation Ukaimulao with the MEC. The incident, when it started on M2 freeway, it was characterized by shooting on the highway using the rifles, which we, of course, responded thereof. It was also linked to George Koch hostels. As the affected area, it was in Johannesburg district, as I indicated that Gauteng is subdivided into 5 districts. I then linked with Johannesburg and our public order policing. The public order commander, he was also on duty, Brigadier Spiers. So we activated, or I ensured that we put the resources to assist Johannesburg district, of which we had a total of over 80 members. Those who were activated to go and assist in that space, which include public order policing, and of course, the hardtop vehicles, which was 3. We also linked with the MEC to link up with Johannesburg Metro Police because they're having a capability of a public order policy. We linked with the director there to assist in mobilizing the resources in ensuring that we assist Johannesburg. We were in a position, to a certain extent, disperse the protesters, but we had from time to time these pockets of regrouping of splinter groups who began to loot, one will say, despite the contingency we have put, because the numbers were quite high in terms of this member of community, those who were linked to the looting. During this process, I also got a call there around Alexander from the station commander, of which during that process of defending or trying to protect the looters not to loot, even in Alex, the firearms were used, live rounds were used, of which one of our members was shot on the left thigh. And the 2 other members also sustained some injuries, of which they were taken for medical treatment. And I must indicate that during this process, we were in a position to deal with people who were there. We managed to arrest not less than 16 people for public violence in the surroundings of Alexander. GP, as well as it was affected, we managed to arrest not less than 8 people for public violence and possession of these stolen properties. As this incident occurred of a protest, it escalated into looting and destruction of properties, mainly at the malls and shopping centers, of which it also threatens the national key points across the province. Then I then issued the supplementary instruction 1 for the Prof Joint Instruction 6 of 2021. Why Prof Joint Instruction? Because the Prof Joint, it includes law enforcement, it includes also other government departments, so that we have to work together towards quelling the unrest incident. And I further issued, because our roadblocks were in place, I further issued I issued that supplementary instruction, which further give directives to say we have to have vehicles patrolling with a blue light within the radius of 2 kilometers, so that if there's any activities, we have to be in a position to can pick it up. And subsequently, another supplementary instruction for Prof Joints was issued as an Extra 5. That other one is an Extra 4. We issued another supplementary instruction 6, which is annexed as an Extra 5, dated the 11th, whereupon we've realized that we have to extend the roadblocks in Gauteng from the date of the 12th, because those roadblocks were supposed to come to an end. And the instruction also flagged that we have to really have an integrated law enforcement which has to proactively address all the threat of disobedience in Gauteng, of which we annexed that Annexure 6. Then, on the 10th to the 11th, I've already indicated that I was on duty up until, I think, around about 4 o'clock in the morning, because myself and the MEC for Community Safety were trying to ensure that we support these members on the ground as we were on duty, and characterized by these incidents which happened in GP and Alexander. Then on Sunday, which one woke up until Sunday in the morning, then I directed on a Sunday, because I was with the Provincial Commander for Operational Response Services, the Brigadier, that he had to get the role players so that they can also meet and ensure that we strengthen our effort in terms of mitigating the possible further outbreak at the Mai as we get, it was a sound clip which indicate that a certain journalist will be there, will be addressing, the community there at Mai, of which this certain journalist is amongst those people whom we ultimately arrested as one of our instigators. And this, or would I say journalist, or the person who works, for media platform, if maybe I put it correct, of which this person was ultimately arrested. because the person broke the alert level 4, was from KwaZulu-Natal, came this side. And when we follow through, we realized that he was somewhere in the hotel, and the alert level 4 was restricted that people cannot come, for leisure. And of which that particular person is still going court as we speak now. So the brigadier met those people, the role players, of which we put a plan, of which that plan I ultimately sign and approve with an extra, which is an extra 7 together with the attendance register, in order to mitigate the outbreak. On the 12th, I indicated previously, I activated this JOCOM, which is activated through a prof joint, and I chaired it with the relevant role players in ensuring that we look as to say, how do we deal with this unrest in the province? It was in the morning, and during the course of the day, I moved to the area which was affected as I assess these incidents within the province. I moved to Jabulani Mall, where before my arrival, I've already spoken to the Commander for Public Order Policing as well as the district to say we have to reinforce for Jabulani Mall. I coordinated the reinforcement, of which we had not less than 49 workforce, which included the public order policing. We had the two hard tops vehicles, or the Nyalas. We also have members of Johannesburg Metro Police. So we worked there up until very late. I think I was there almost up until 10 o'clock, or 10 o'clock or past 9. While I was there in the evening, this public unrest has already escalated to the other parts of the province.
Sorry, General, just one question. You said that you did commission or deploy the services of the Public Order Police Unit.
In Jabulani?
Yes.
Yes, they were there. They were there. We were also supported by Johannesburg Metro Police. The Commander for Public Order Policing was there on the ground. He was with me at Jabulani Mall. And remember, Jabulani Mall is adjacent to the police station. So I was there physically, working on apprehending those people whom we find in possession of the items. We seized quite a number of items, fridges, a lot of items there. And we had quite a number of arrests. Before I leave, I think we had not less than 40 arrests on that particular night. Not less than that. And then as I leave, I think the arrest came in there. And the items which we managed to seize from those people who were in possession. So while I was there, I received a call, as I indicated, this public unrest also affected other districts. So in Ekurhuleni, there is at Semintuli Mall, Katlehon, next to Kwasino Hostel, as the law enforcement responding to this looting, including Ekurhuleni Metropolis. One of the law enforcement member for Ekurhuleni Metropolis was shot, both legs. They tried to rush him to the hospital, and he ultimately died while on the way to the hospital. On the 13th, in ensuring that the operational activities get supported on the ground, I called, I think it was in the morning, I called the provincial management so that we have to deal with the call-up which we receive from National. National have then sent the call-up on the 13th, of which subsequently the other call-up came on the 15th, which superseded that one on the 13th, where we were directed to collapse the shift system into two shift systems. So I had to ensure that I have the engagement of the deputy provincial commissioners, the provincial head, the district commissioners, so that I can streamline the directives, as I subsequently issued a call-up in relations to that, which puts clearly the call-up to the district, indicating clearly how should we operate, how do we put the shifts into two-shift system. Then during the course of the day, I think it was 10 o'clock, then I moved to the JOCOM, which were monitoring and coordinating this unrest. I chaired that meeting. And during the course of the day, I moved to Ndofaya Mall on the 13th, where I then meet the Premier of Gauteng and the MEC for community safety, because in that mall, there was a stampede in that mall as people were trying to get into the mall to try and get some, one would say, some food or some items within that mall. Then during the day, I then realized that the Pan-African Mall was mostly affected. Then I drove to Alexander Pan-African Mall, which is, that mall is almostly next to the court. And on my arrival there, I realized that there was a lot of people. And on that particular day is then the activation of the South African National Defence Force was on the ground, and there, with the deployment of the South African National Defence Force, I was with the Brigadier General Mahapa, who was there on the ground with me, trying to deal with the situation of the Pan-African Mall in supporting the members on the ground. I think I was there up until late when the minister called me, the Minister of Police. Then he arrived there. I had to take a brief, and we have to go through, the process so that we give a minister a proper briefing. And after that, I left because it was, I think it was 6 or past 6. During the night, I again realized that the Maponya Mall, it was affected, as well as there were community members on that, the Main Street, Old Potchefstroom Road, this Krisani Road, where the communities were trying to assist in terms of ensuring that they assist in ensuring that that mall must not be affected. But I must indicate that night, we had a contingency of the members of the South African Police Service, including the members from the National Head Office. I was there on the ground with the station commander of Kliptown and trying to interact where 4 of these people were suspected to have committed a crime. They had this interaction with the community, and we ultimately arrested those people. So this mall, Maponya Mall, is amongst one of the malls which is defended. And so to say, on that other paragraph 8, the Alexander Mall, where we had this shooting as well, it was also defended, but there's quite a number of malls which were defended. So I left there at Maponya Mall, I think around about past 11 in the evening. So on this day, because on the 13th, that paragraph number 12, we have then, because I held a meeting, we then started to say we implementing the 2-shift system in line with the call-up from National Head Office. Though they subsequently issued another directive on the 15th, of which that call-up was for a specific period. Initially, it was from the 13th to the 31st of July. And from there, it was shifted, if I'm not mistaken, to the 14th of July to the 31st, and subsequently another call-up was issued from the 1st of July to the 14th, because we had the National Support Steering Committee, which has to look on the issues of this deployment, the entire province, but we know for the fact that Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal were mostly affected, so that if there's a spread of any kind of this unrest, it has to be looked after. On this day, on the 13th, one also had, during the course of the day, we had also the virtual meeting with the, I also had a virtual meeting with the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, District Commissioner, Provincial Aid, so that we have to further deliberate on the national call-up, as I alluded to. Then paragraph number 13 is just to flag that as we activate these 2 system shifts, the members, they were subjected to work, quite a number of hours, and of which it was clearly directed to the district commissioners and the commanders on the ground that the shift system into two-shift system. It was clearly directed that the commanders has to create some rest days within the period of 8 days. One has to indicate that amongst other things, we encountered, of course, this poor lighting on the shopping complex, of which some of them are part these patrols to identify some of these people who were behind this looting. And we had quite a number of participants, which in some instances outnumbered the security forces. And the modus operandi that was followed by a large group entering into the malls, shopping centers, with sticks, crowbar, even firearms, as I've indicated. I'll give an example of this modus operandi. For example, in Jabulani Mall, there's a pickup truck which was then hijacked, and they rammed that the gate, and that gate is very, very, very strong, and ultimately people get in there, and it was quite a number of people.
Sorry
And
to
lastly,
interrupt. Sorry to interrupt before you go to your last point. Just want to engage you on point 13 of your affidavit. You list a number of challenges that you had faced at the time. You, however, would have had the benefit of having seen the occurrence of activity in Durban. Do you accept the criticism that you should have been or ought to have been better prepared, knowing full well that activities in Durban existed and portrayed the exact same modus operandi? Is the criticism that you ought to have been better prepared on this day or these days subsequent to the activities in Durban?
As I've indicated, that we had the interaction with the Deputy National Commissioner who chairs the meeting, and then to sensitize in terms of that. For Gauteng, though the criticism can be leveled against us, we tried what we could. If you can hear the way I sketch the scenarios, the deployment, we have done what we could under those circumstances, and we also tried and make sure that people who are visible, seen, or close to the police officials, those who are committing the crimes, and then they get arrested. And the collaborations which we had through the communities, taxi association, for example, the mall in Tembisa, when we move along Olfansfontein Road, I think the taxi association, assisted us. It could have been worse because, for example, in Tshwane was not that much affected, and that is the effort of the members of the South African Police Service. We had Mams Mall, which was partially looted, one will say maybe 10 to 15%. There, the police, in collaboration with the security there, they tried their level best. So you move to Tshwane Regional Mall, that mall was not even touched, despite the fact that it's next to the hostel, because most of these malls which were next to the hostel were severely affected. So you move to WF Nkomo, the mall there. They attempted to loot, but through the collaborations of those communities in there, we were in a position to be able to defend most of those malls. And of course, the security industry, because though I had the engagement with them on the 14th, with the Business Against Crime South Africa, collaborating with the security industry, your Fidelity, your Bedvest. We had a meeting which I was chairing to ensure that we stand together in ensuring that we have to ensure that we put safety forward. But the circumstances, the numbers, like for example, I was there in Pan-African Mall. Pan-African Mall, I could see over 3,000 people on the streets there. Though you put that contingency, you could see that these people were high in numbers. So I would say, under those circumstances, taking into consideration that what happened in KwaZulu-Natal, in Gauteng, we try what we could. We tried our level best in terms of ensuring that we protect what we could under that circumstances.
Thank you. I think you were going to go on to paragraph 14 before I rudely interjected.
Through Commissioner Advocate, paragraph 14. On the early hours of the morning, on the 14th, in support of the operational activities on the ground, in company of the Minister of Police. By then, the ministers were assigned to visit those affected areas, and our Minister of Police, General Bekitele, prior to the 14th, phoned me to indicate that we must be in a position can support the members on the ground, and his focus area, or the focus area, will be in Tshwane district. So we moved in the early hours of the morning. I think we started at 6 in the morning. Then we moved to Mams Mall, which I've already indicated that it was defended. 10 to 15% might have been affected, but through the collaborative of the community, the security industry. So we're in that space, interacting with the community, interacting with the security industry, and making sure that whatever we have in place, we have to strengthen it. We also moved to Tshwane Regional Mall, as I've indicated. That mall was not affected and is adjacent to the hostel. It's just a road. There's a Tsama Road. On the other side, there's a hostel, but that mall was not affected. We also went to this dominant industry or bigger industry, which is Ford, South Africa, and we went there to interact with the management and ensuring that we put those collaborations and look as to say how best can we look as to say we have to make sure that that place is defended. It must not be looted. We moved to WF Nkomo, which is I'll view it as a mall or a new mall, which have been built not so long. And at that mall, there was an attempt. There we meet organized community members, of which we interacted, and we ensured that we strengthened that relationship to ensure that we must not have that mall affected furthermore. And during the day, I connected the virtual meeting while in Tshwane there. I moved to the station commander's office there in Atteridgeville. I connected the meeting for Business Against Crime, South Africa, through the coordination of Fortune Berger. And we had the security industry, the Bidvest, the G4, almost all the security industry were in there, and trying to look as to say, how do we strengthen? Because the majority of the business, or if not all, you have security personnel, those who are within those malls. And I must indicate that this meeting bear fruits, because from there onwards, in the early hours of the morning, from Bidvest, the Chief Operations Officer, Dival, they will also supplement their chopper to fly around Gauteng to look as to say, is there areas affected? And that sound clip, I'll also share it with the Premier, I'll share it with the MEC, I'll share it with the National Commissioner, I'll share it with the Deputy National Commissioner to make sure that in Gauteng we're really having a very positive collaborations. So though we had a follow-up meeting and we're having a frequency meeting with Business Against Crime South Africa, which is scheduled on a quarterly basis, but we see the necessity of meeting because of this public unrest. Can I move to 15?
I'll take you through to 15, General. I thought maybe we should exchange the reading for a bit. And at this point, I want to get into the Operation Reclaim the Loot. And perhaps to preface this, I will read this paragraph 15 in portions. On 14 and 15 July 2021, the provincial management met and planned for the execution of Operation Reclaim the Loot, focusing on areas where the looting and civil unrest started, namely Denver, George Koch, and Pan Africa Mall next to KwaZulu-Natal Hostel. General, can you please explain to the Commission what the purpose of the Reclaim Loot operation is or was?
As we meet as the management, because there were quite a lot of malls, a lot of shops which were affected, and affected in which sense? It's the items, it's big fridges, it's the bedding, it ranges to the televisions. So we realize that in terms of a Criminal Procedure Act, I think there's the section which indicate that if a person clearly cannot give a satisfactory of what is in possession of, then we'll have to make sure that we deal with that in terms of that, maybe up until that particular person produces the receipt. So in respect to that, we had those areas which were affected, your Denver, John Koch, the Pan-African Mall next to KwaZulu-Natal Hostel, which that operation was from the 16th up until the 17th.
General, just one question in relation to this operation. What was its purpose? Was the purpose to confiscate items which in the opinion of SABC was stolen from these centers? What was the purpose of the operation?
I will say the purpose was to look on the items which highly possible stolen from the malls. As I've indicated, the quite big items like the fridges. As we got next to KwaMadala Hostel, we got big items, fridges, furniture, brand new. Some of those items were branded for specific shops.
Were some items that were confiscated or taken back food items?
To a certain extent, but we indicated that clearly we will not be in a position to can take food, the items, because food is something which people has, to eat. Some of the areas, but during the time of where I was leading the operation, we were focusing mainly on these big items, not the food, because there's one instances, if my memory serves me well, somewhere there in Kuruleni, where they had in the SAP dating store, they had food. It was questionable to say, why do you have to destroy the food, which is procedural in terms of the disposal process. If people could not come and claim the items, or if people could not show to say this is the items. But mainly on that operations which I led, because I led two. One, it was George Koch, Pan-African Mall next to KwaMadala Hostel, and another one, it was in Atteridgeville. Next, I would say these Roberts hostels or in the surroundings of the hostel. So we're not taking food, because we also had this criticism because of that other police station.
Thank you, General. The next question I then have is, you say the affected areas were Denver, George Koch, and Pan-African Mall. The operations also then moved to Atteridgeville hostels, etc. Is there any reason why you only went to these informal settlements? And is there conclusive proof that whilst most items may have been appropriated maybe in these areas, is there proof that they weren't taken to other areas, maybe suburbia areas?
The operation, it was not necessarily to the informal settlements. I think I indicated George Koch and JP in that surroundings, because I was leading that operations. Though some of the items we got, like in JP, we got also quite a number of rounds, high caliber, magazines. It was not exclusively to the informal settlement. On my statement, I indicated that on that paragraph, these operations were further rolled out to all the districts, because surely it will be practically impossible for me to be in all those districts. And as I've indicated, the districts are commanded by, I'll say almost all of them, with the exception of Tshwane, they are commanded by a Major General. So I gave directives that they have to roll over these operational activities within Gauteng.
A practical example, we make reference to Pan-African Mall, but right on the brinks of Pan-African Mall is Sandton. Are you saying that these operations also took place in those surrounding areas?
The affected areas in terms of the looting, Commissioner, Pan-African Mall, we know that it was mostly affected. Where we are currently, or Sandton, they were not, affected in terms, because we're looking on the proximity where the affected areas. So, yeah, I should think maybe if I can put it in that context, Commissioner and the Advocate.
We're now coming to the tail end of your affidavit, and quite helpful. It speaks to what, in your view, would be regarded as the threats, and in some instances, regarded to the strengths that came out from this period of unrest. And perhaps it might be helpful to start and flag this section in relation to what, in your opinion, was the strengths that come out, and perhaps briefly, General, if you can give us a highlight of what you think were the strengths in the activities of SAPS that would come out of this operation, or the incidents of the uprise. And that would begin from paragraphs 18 from your affidavits.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner, Advocate. I must just indicate that after we have looked on that there's a settle down, we came together through the Prof Joint structure. As I was chairing, we have done the debriefing. So this has came after we realized that we have settled down. Then we have dealt with that debriefing, and I was chairing that debriefing session. These are inputs, integrated inputs, and then we ended up now putting it like this because it was from a different role players, and look as to say, what is that in terms of the strength we have drawn out of this. We realized that the sound integration of various law enforcement agencies who work together, and it's a plus when if one can have, the similar incident to occur, but not limited to the issue of the community, the business against crime, which we had the project which was launched by the Minister and the National Commission in Free State in 2020, in Free State I was there, which clearly talks about the Eyes and Ears project, which is linked also to the private security industry. Rapid response to incident by law enforcement, if we have that, though in this case I've clearly indicated the numbers were quite high numbers. The issue of a law enforcement agency pool resources together to reach a common of securing the safety and security of Gauteng. The issue of the active Prof Joint structure, which enjoys the representation of the most of the government departments who can collaborate there. The immediately activation of the Provincial Joint Operation Coordinating Committee, which was supported and attended by the necessary role players. During that time, the constant flow, during that when we activated the JOCOM, the constant flow of information via the structures of senior management, the collapsing of the shifts, we took it as a plus to two-shift system. The collaboration between the Community Policing Forum, because the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, during the course of that, the the chairpersons were called in ensuring that there has to be collaborations within the province. And our provincial chairperson, Tate Masilela, also served on the national structure. So he was there. The business against crime, I think I've spoken about it, with Mr. Foshiberger with security industry, taxi organization, which I've cited one of the malls which was defended there in Tembisa, resulting in limiting the looting and damaging. Deployment of the South African National Defence Force as a force multiplier for the law enforcement. With the results of this deployment of the SNDF, we prioritize the national key points of which they deployed physically, an average of at least 10 members of the Defence Force on those national key points.
Thank you, General. Sure.
May I
Please,
ask on this
Commissioner.
note, at this point, that we take a tea and comfort break and be back at, let's say, 11:20.
Yes, Commissioner, that's appropriate.
Thank you very much. We stand down until 11:20. Thanks.
has to direct precisely exactly what is supposed to be happening. But in a practical way, you'll get, like recently, you get early warning, which we had on, which reflect to say, on the 19th and the 20th of February, you'll be having the Dudula movement, marching around Alexander, marching, or Hillbrow marching around Johannesburg. So you'll have that analysis, but further than that, you'll invite the role players, your law enforcement agency, they'll come together like what I've done on the 11th with Brigadier Spiers, who's responsible for operational response in the province. Then you put the operational plan to mitigate that much, or to mitigate the possible threat. Then you'll put the operational plan which will clearly indicate, for example, to indicate to say, after analysis, the information is that these people are going to march from point A to B. And then point A to B, you identify some key points which has to be taken care of. And taken care of in terms of deployment. And up until to the destination where they'll be maybe handing over the memorandum and so on and so forth. So before the event actually happened, you should have had that operational plan. Or I can give an example for Tshwane. Tshwane, we had 53 people who were appearing before court. They're supposed to march to Union Building from a specific point. With that, we identify, for example, a key point. It's a reserve bank, because they'll use that. It's a Tshwane house. So goes the thing. You'll also identify the Union Building itself as to say, how do you deal with that? So practically, when you get those early warnings, that is the modalities you have to work around it.
General, I appreciate that those practicalities confirm the importance of an early warning intelligence report, which dictate that we ought to have an operational plan, etc. My question is, to address the weakness that you've stated at 17.3, the lack of intelligence specifically regarding to the looting, how do you practically address that lack? How is it addressed? How are you going to ensure in future, should such an incident should such threat be imminent? How do you ensure that these systems are already in place and are effective for the purposes of your operation?
For Gauteng, I must say the systems are in place, as I previously testified, in the sense that we having a scheduled the Prof Joints meeting on the second week of the month, and the intelligence report gets tabled. And when it gets tabled, you mitigate it per points. For example, on the 23rd of August, we had an early warning to say there will be shut down across the province. We were in the meeting which you call the special Prof Joints meeting, when you get that. Then that report was tabled. We mitigated each and every point which was flagged on the intelligence. Then we requested the districts to plan accordingly. then we produce an operational plan which has to take care of the entire province with a specific attention to road security, the township security, the issue of identifying as well as the malls. And that is one of the issues which is tabulated on this witness to say, unfortunately, we had a leak. So that point also talks to that. But when you deal with it in that particular fashion. You are in a position to can deal precisely with the intelligence and make sure that you put those measures in place. So in Gauteng, in terms of the process flow, we do have it, but unfortunately we did not have that intelligence, because the question which you put through your Commissioner Advocate, it was to say, how do we make sure that that intelligence is sourced as a head of the province, as I was heading the province. So it is sourced in those structures which we are having. And if I happen to get any informal information, I can assign the intelligence to say, there's this thing, can we get a report on it? Let's say it's coming from me. But the presentation and the process flow in terms of the prof joints and the PICC, which encompasses the South African Police Service Crime Intelligence, the State Security Agency to a certain extent, the Defense Intelligence. That is how we work around this issue of the intelligence.
Finally, on this point of intelligence, we heard from the Minister yesterday that the manner in which the alerts were publicized on social media, had we had competent equipment in place, we would have been able to track not only where the perpetrators were going, but also the communication between various provinces. Do you think in your ministry that there is efficient equipment that will be able to track the use of social media as an instrument to peddle such conduct and or behavior?
I must admit the question is very much technical, and tracking, is something else. But I must indicate, Commissioner, in instances where we had the video clips, intercepting, it's another thing. That's why I'm saying it's technical. The video clips, for example, for the person who spoke related to Maponya Mall, spoke to Deep Kloof Mall, to say these malls, they are owned by certain individuals, it's not for specific race. That clip, as I indicated in my testimony, I received it from the Premier of Gauteng. So I managed to link it up with the Provincial Head for Intelligence, the General, and we managed to work on systematical and ended up tracking that individual. As I speak now, that individual is going to court. There's also a case in West Rand. That case, there was also a sound clip for voice recording. So we also managed to track it down Though the one for the one which I've been, which I got from the Premier, it has also the face on it. The one for West Rand, it did not have a face on it. It was just a voice recording. So we managed to track it, and ultimately that individual was arrested. But during the court process, or as and when we take these people to court, it's the unit which works with your technical support in the South African Police Service, which assists in terms of enhancing the pictures and try this analysis of the voice. But it is a technical question of which sometimes I will not be in a position to can give maybe a satisfactory answer.
That was satisfactory. Thank you, General. The next weakness I want to delve into is one which is at 17.6, which reads, inadequate training of SAPS members at station level as first responders to crowd management and situation. Would you like to expand on that weakness?
Yeah, this issue is in relations to the first responder or an encounter on the grassroots level. As we know for the fact that when the public order or public disorder incident does happen, the link is a public order policing because they are trained thereof. So here we're relating to the basic training which can deal with the situation up until the public order policing comes. With this one, the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for policing, General Masemola, he looked into it and filtered that there has to be a directive so that people should be trained so that they have to respond to here and there of these situations which do happen from time to time. Because sometimes to wait for public order policing, you'll find that it will be too late. And in some other instances, you'll find that the distance might hamper this, ensuring that we are in a position to can prevent some of the incidents. And it is better to deal with the incidents as and when they manifest, because you'll have maybe 10, but as time goes on, as the momentum gains, the numbers becomes bigger and bigger. So, yeah.
And finally, on my end, could we possibly expand on the weakness at 17.8, the delay of implementation of fourth industrial revolution equipment such as drones? Can we expand on that?
Yeah, I must indicate that the South African Police Service is having the national instruction governing the implementation of the fourth industrial revolutions. Should we have the drones which are at the grassroots level, we should have been in a position to can deploy the drones. And we should have been in a position to can deal with some of the incident precisely, because you could fly a drone, if it's on the back of Jabulani Mall, you could have a perspective of the number of the crowd which is moving forward. But in these instances, you have to split your workforces, though you are constrained to look in front. Though in Gauteng we having that very good collaborations in terms of the security industry, more special Fidelity. We, from time to time, we use these drones like in the areas, the mining areas, even if it's the operation during the night. I remember one of the operation Ukaimula in West Rand. We were in a position to can deploy the drones in the copy, though you fly it higher, because these people, they will attempt to hit it with stone or to hit it with something. So we're in a position also to direct the workforce, how do they approach these people, instead of approaching unknown terrain. You don't know whether the people are here or they are not there. So the national instruction is there, and you have to have the equipment, and you have to have the pilots trained. So, yeah, I think that's what we try to indicate on the industrial revolution equipment, such as drones.
Thank you very much, General. That will be it from my end. Commissioner, I will then hand over to my colleague, Mr. Jones, to continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. Good day, Major General Mtombeni.
Good day to you through the Commissioner.
Thank you. During the first sitting, we received testimony from the Provincial Commissioner of Police in Gauteng and the Provincial Commissioner of Police in KwaZulu-Natal. And they both lamented the lack of resources in the SAPS. They attributed the lack of equipment to the poor response to the unrest. To what extent, in your view, looking back at the incidents of July, has supply chain management issues within the SAPS, how have they affected the ability of the SAPS to respond to incidents of protest, unrest, and looting?
Through you, Commissioner, the lack of resources, it was equated to the number of people of which we have to police during unrest compared to the workforces we have for public order policing. For example, in Jabulani Mall, you'll have a sense that what I've testified in terms of the numbers, we should have had more if we had the members of, if we have more members of public order policing. The numbers we're having with that magnitude of unrest, unable to respond, adequately in some of the areas, more especially when you look on the capacity of the public order policing. But the other issue is that from time to time, you'll have, of course, the challenges of wear and tear for the vehicles which we have, of which some of them they have to go to the garages. But I must indicate the issue of the resources constraints. From time to time you'll have it, but with what we had, we tried our level best. In terms of supply chain management, within Gauteng province, maybe related to the rubber blades which has to be used, we did not have that constraints in terms of Gauteng, because I was at Jabulani Mall. We had our storage for supply chain, which is not far from Soweto, where we were in a position to can look as to say, how do we source the issues of the rubber blades. But in relations to the equipment, I should think that is what I can attribute relating to the issues of saying that the lack of equipment. I think is the magnitude of this public unrest, the way they unfolded. As I indicated, I was in a Pan-African mall. We deployed the defense contingency, we deployed the public order policing, but those people, there were so many. It was over 3,000. What, from the outlook or from the look of my eyes, I could see that these people, there are so many.
Yeah, thank you. Lieutenant General Mawela painted a picture of an overwhelmed South African Police Service. Would you agree that even if you had enough warm bodies, you would still wouldn't have been able to quell the unrest, given the fact that you did not have sufficient equipment? For example, you only have 2 water cannons in Gauteng, and other equipment challenges were cited during the appearance of the SAPS in November 2021.
Yeah, I think what the provincial commissioner have indicated is correct in terms of the 2 water cannons in Gauteng. And the unrest, it was, when it grows, the momentum, it was the entire province, except more especially your Eguruleni, the Johannesburg, Sidibeni, to a certain extent West Rand. Tshwane, it was mildly so, not that much. We have to take note that there's a lot of malls and shopping centers in Gauteng. So if we have to deploy, and I did not indicate your Sandtons, yeah? I did not indicate your Mall of Africa. So if we have to deploy in all those malls, and in order to try and defend, we should have not, adequately really be in a position to can defend that when you look on the workforce. But the issue of the water cannon, what you have attributed is correct.
Throughout the unrest, you chaired the Prof joints. Is that correct?
Through the unrest, I activated, through the Prof Joint, the Joint Operational Coordinating Committee, of which that structure, for example, I'll give an example, during the elections, you have a priority committee on the elections, which will normally be chaired by the provincial electoral officer, co-chairing with a brigadier from the South African Police Service. And then from there, when the JOCOM is activated, we have to ensure that 3 days before the elections, we activate the JOCOM. So there, it was just an instant event of which I activated the JOCOM, which has to be, is part and parcel of the structure of the Prof Joints. So I chaired it, I activated it from the 12th. Hence I indicated the 10th to the 11th. I was at work up until, I think, 4 o'clock in the morning.
And was the issue of resources discussed at the Prof Joints?
The issue of resources, when we develop the plan with the role players, is not necessarily the police who have to put the resources for policing an event or to police circumstances which we have. When you put a plan, as I've indicated on the 11th, Brigadier Spiers, he had that meeting. You have to include your Gauteng Traffic Police, you have to include your Metro Police, you have to include your local municipal police and other law enforcement, and of course the security. So that aspect was dealt with separately, and the issue of the resources relating to the South African Police Service. As and when we met, because on my affidavit I indicated that I had a meeting with the Deputy Provincial Commissioners, provincial heads, the district commissioners, those who commanding the district. We were in a position to can attribute the issues of the resources, and when we fuse the shifts into the 2-shift system, we also deliberated it there on on our top management meeting. But the other issue for the resources,
Major General, I just needed confirmation. Was that a consideration as we are going to deploy members? Did you consider issues of resource constraints in your planning? So you've sort of answered me.
Okay.
I want to also establish, in terms of procurement, is procurement at SAPS centralized at national level or at provincial level? Because the national commissioner cited resource challenges, the 2 provincial commissioners. So is procurement of equipment for POP members and for SAPS in general, is it centralized, or at the provincial level you can procure equipment for your members?
It will all depends what equipment you are looking at.
Water cannons, rubber bullets, the equipment you need for public order policing.
The rubber bullets through the supply chain, we're in a position to can, you know.
Who procures this? Is it the provincial SAPS or national SAPS?
We do it at the province, and then we link with the national supply chain. But the buying of vehicles we have to understand that there's these RT contracts, of which, in terms of public order policing, there will be a clear directive in terms of the assessments which has to be linked with the workforce which is there, to clearly indicate also the aging of the fleet, which ultimately will determine to say within the South African Police Service, the Nyalas, we need so many. So that particular aspect in terms of these big, like the Nyalas, is an issue which has to be facilitated also at the national level.
Thank you. In March 2021, a number of interest groups gathered outside the Constitutional Court. And some of these interest groups made veiled threats that should President Zuma be arrested, or should he be found guilty, that this will cause social instability. Wasn't this an opportunity or did you see this as an early warning, or the threats that were made outside court, to your knowledge, were not really taken into consideration?
I'll say they were taken into consideration because we developed a plan, as much as I testified previously, to say with the announcement of a concord in terms of the former president. We got that. We put integrated plan. We were in a position to set up the venue operational center or joint operational center within the Concord, and we have maintained it for quite some time in there. So that threat, as and when it came, we were in a position to plan and put the measures in place in terms of this incident which is related to.
No. Do you have someone in charge of crime intelligence in the province?
Yes, Commissioner.
And there was someone in charge of crime intelligence in the period leading up to the unrest and during the unrest?
Yes, Commissioner. As I've indicated in the testimony, there's a general who was also by then on the night of 10th to the 11th. I was with him on the ground.
Okay.
He was also on standby as a duty general for the province, as we rotate as general to be on standby.
The General Lekalakala?
You correct.
Okay. So after all these threats that were made outside court and the briefings that you give regularly to the provincial security cluster, did you receive any intelligence information, or did you at least attempt to track these people who were making these threats between the end of March up to July, before the start of the unrest?
During March, as I've indicated, the plan was put in terms of ensuring that we mitigate that, and we have executed it. And towards July, attributed to the alert level 4, which is not necessarily an intelligence information. We set up those 10 roadblocks on the major roads of the province, of which I managed to visit, I will say 90% of those roadblocks, in ensuring that we have to look on the inbound of the province. So the
And these were 24-hour roadblocks?
Indeed.
Okay. I would like to move on to the request for reinforcement or for the deployment of the South African Defence Force. The Premier of Gauteng testified that he requested the President to deploy the army on the 11th of July. And during the period of unrest, he also said he was in constant communication with you. Who advised the Premier that there was a need to deploy the army in Gauteng to reinforce police operations?
Well, the deployment of members of the South African National Defence Force, it's a process flow which has to go through the prof joints, national joints, of which as a province we requested it on the 28th on my affidavit
of which month?
of June, when we were about to set up, the roadblocks, which we clearly indicated also the support from the province, and taking into consideration when you set up the roadblocks for 24 hours, 7 days a week, there are also other requirements like ablution facilities, the lighting system, and so on and so forth. So that is a process flow which has to be followed, and of which indeed one have done that. In respect of the Premier of Gauteng, indeed, we were constantly talking, or when he was in an operational area, like in my affidavit, I indicated that at Ndofire Mall, I was with the Premier, taking into consideration that that responsibility is also enshrined in the Constitution, Section 2074, which clearly indicates the responsibility linked to the provincial government by the provincial commissioner.
Yeah.
The issue relating to the Premier speaking to the President.
Yes, who advised the Premier?
To speak to the President.
Well, to call for the deployment of the army, because it looks like he acted on information he received from the South African Police Service or from the security cluster in the province.
Yeah, I should think the assessment the Premier have made maybe necessitate him to speak to the President. But as I've clearly indicated, requesting a resource for deployment of the South African National Defence Force is a process which I have done on the 28th, of which by then, when we had an outbreak, the Defence Force was not yet deployed on the ground.
On the 11th of July, the Premier stated that you deployed 300 public order policing or police officers from Gauteng to KZN, to what extent did this deployment of public order police members affect your ability to deal with incidents of looting in Gauteng?
We, of course, deployed some members in KwaZulu-Natal, and the call-up is derived from head office. They do a call-up to say this province is having a serious challenge, and that deployment was affected, prior to the outbreak in Gauteng, which it started somewhere there on the 3rd of July, of which the call-up was not necessarily only for Gauteng. It was, across the provinces. But Gauteng, looking into the question of saying that by then there was no outbreak, there was these members who were called through the call-up to say they'll have to move to KwaZulu-Natal, as we know for the fact that to deal with a public disorder, these are trained members of the South African Police Service Public Order Policy. So we indeed dispatched some members to KwaZulu-Natal based on the national call-up.
And you can't defy any instruction from head office, correct?
Yeah, correct, because all the directives...
Even if you have misgivings about the call-up, you can't say no.
When, like for example, because we had...
just yes or no. For the sake of time, I'm about to conclude. Yeah.
To a certain extent, it will be yes and no. In which sense? Because at one stage, during our unrest, they wanted to extend the call-up, and I requested the Deputy National Commissioner to say, please, we know that Gauteng is affected. I don't think it's appropriate that Gauteng has to deploy in KwaZulu-Natal because we are affected as much as KwaZulu-Natal. That's why I'm putting it yes or no.
May I just ask, it appears to be rather yes than no, because I mean you did ask please, and if they then still say no, then it's no.
Thank you, Chairperson. The current speaker and the former Minister of Defense expressed her reservations about the deployment of the army, or the tendency of just deploying the army everywhere when there are challenges, given that the members of the South African National Defence Force are not trained to deal with public disorder. Is there a reason why we keep seeing these deployments? Is there a reason why you required the reinforcement from the Defence Force? Is it because you are overwhelmed? Or is it because you did not have enough resources, physical and human?
Commissioner, I will say no, we are not overwhelmed. As I indicated, the process flowed to request members of the South African National Defence Force, which we have done. The members of the South African National Defence Force, as and when we execute the operational activities, they form a very good strategic, operational execution in terms of wherever we operate as the outer perimeter, because they have to make sure that people who are really working, they are taken care of in terms of looking as to say, the prevention of the attacks and so on and so forth. So during the unrest, it was really necessary because we had national key points which needed that we have to reinforce the deployment. And with those deployment of the members of the South African National Defence Force, we were in a position to can do deployment on those national key points to do some typical type of reinforcement. So I will say, no, we were not overwhelmed.
The chief panelist, Commissioner Ntuli, yesterday raised this with the minister, and I would like to also raise this with you to really understand the institutional environment within the SAPS. I've looked at your the outcomes of your debriefing session. You've done your own critical appraisal of what transpired last year, and there are a number of recommendations that you do make. But what I don't see is consequence management. There were a number of failures from intelligence, from and in many other areas, which affected the ability of the police to quell and to manage the unrest. To date, have you taken any steps against any members? Do you take any responsibility as the then acting provincial commissioner for the failures in July 2021?
The consequences management has to be applied, which one has to apply the principles of labor relations. So what happened in July unrest, to say, for example, the Pan-African Mall, we have to take somebody to the disciplinary process. Meanwhile, I've outlined clearly how we operated, how I was on the ground, ensuring that the affected areas they are visited in order to support the members on the ground. It will be a problem unless if clearly somebody indicates that the members of the South African Police Service, they had a direct correlation in terms of causing the upsurge. In instances where we had members of the South African Police Service.
Major General, we saw on national television members of the South African Police Service not apprehending people who were taking or appropriating items from shops. Did you take any action? Because people who were watching this, some became emboldened, and it encouraged others to go to other malls because they could see that SABC was overwhelmed and nothing was being done.
In the areas where these malls were affected, I'll give you, for example, the Javulan Mall. I've clearly indicated that the numbers, I think I've also sketched the numbers on which we have deployed around that mall, including public order police. I think I said around 49. The numbers, those people were over 2,000-3,000. So you will not be in a position to can apprehend all those people. I was there myself, personally, on the ground, on the 12th. We arrested quite a number of people. In my testimony, I indicated that the time I was there, we processed over 42 arrests with quite a number of items which were seized. In instances where the member of South African Police Service, they are direct linked in the commission of crime, yes, we had members of the South African Police Service in Nokem Park, in that area, those who were found to be having or in possession of those items which are from the malls. They were directly arrested. They were put to the process of departmental processes in Soweto. We had the members of the South African Police Service, the reservists. We also have dealt with those.
Lastly, could you confirm how many people died during the unrest in Gauteng and how many people were arrested? If you don't have the information now, can send it through to the evidence team. Thank you, Chairperson.
We'll make, Commissioner will make a submission as to say how many, because it has to be, more especially the death, it has to be correlated and linked with what at national we presented before Parliament. Yeah. So, and the arrest.
Thank you. Chair, I'll now hand over to Advocate Motlasedi to ask a set of questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Advocate Motlasedi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Afternoon, Major General.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Advocate.
Afternoon. Major General, my colleagues have done the stellar job of taking you through the majority of your evidence as set out in your affidavit. So my limited role this afternoon is to basically take you through the minor and remaining themes. My first point is, can I direct that we turn back to page 7 of your statement and pick up from there? Are you there, Major General? Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Advocate, I'm there.
Just to provide context, this is under the heading of the weaknesses in the SAPS that you identify in your affidavit. My colleague to my right has taken you through several of these weaknesses, so I shall only focus on 3 points. Let us start with paragraph 17.9, where you say in your affidavit that there was a leakage of information prior to the outbreak of civil unrest. Would you please explain to the panel what kind of information you say was leaked?
As Commissioner Advocate, as I indicated, this debriefing was done after the unrest have subsided. This point came out clearly with, as we anticipated that we'll have the other civil unrest on the 23rd of August. And we seated down through the relevant structures, and then there was a comprehensive plan which I've indicated. It covered road security, which covers the highway. There were city security, there were township security. That operational plan leaked almost the entire country, or even internationally so, because other people who were abroad, it was leaked. That 17.9 is related to that.
Major General, if an internal SAPS operational plan is leaked, is it a fair assessment to make that there is clearly a failure on the part of the SAPS to retain confidential information?
I agree. It is the responsibility of the South African Police Service to ensure that we make sure that there has to be no leak. That document was, I was responsible to ensure that we draw that operational plan with the role players. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it has to be shared with the districts. As the districts, they have to implement specific issues on the plan, like road security, township security, taking care of the township if maybe there's a looting and other aspects. But what actually happened there, because we put an intensive investigation on this, we realized that one of the managers within the district shared the document with their role players within the district joints, and it ultimately got leaked, and we had to put the measures in place in terms of also the WhatsApp group for the prof joints, to say we have to redo it. People who are within that WhatsApp group, they have to complete certain documents for confidentiality.
Thank you, Major General. If I can then direct your attention to the next subparagraph, paragraph 17.10. And there the weakness that you identify is that there was a blatant disrespect for the rule of law by those involved in the unrest. My question to you is as follows. The Commission has heard evidence, particularly emanating from KwaZulu-Natal, that members of the SAPS, as well as their family members, were threatened, and almost, attempts were made to coerce them not to perform their professional duties. Did members of the SAPS in the Gauteng province, to your knowledge, also face intimidation or threats of this nature?
Well, to be specific in relations maybe to KwaZulu-Natal, it did not come clear out in Gauteng, but I must indicate that we had challenges, which is almost similar to that. On my evidence in chief, or my testimony, on the 10th, with the outbreak in Alex, I clearly outlined that member of the South African Police Service was shot at the thigh. With the interaction with those people, 2 members were injured. On the 12th, if I'm not mistaken, I was in Jabulani Mall, supporting the members on the ground and also on the ground working with the members. In Ekurhuleni, we have the law enforcement agency, those who were responding to this public unrest. The law enforcement official attached to Metro Police in Ekurhuleni was shot on the legs, and he was taken or transported to hospital. While on the way to the hospital, he died. So you could see that the challenge was bigger, because during that time, there were also people, those who were using firearms with live ammunition against the law enforcement.
Major General, in relation to the SAPS member who unfortunately lost his life in the line of duty, are you able to tell us about any other SAPS members who lost their lives during the period of the July unrest? Do you have a figure available?
What I know of, it's that Metro Police official attached to Ekurhuleni Metro Police, and the numbers for attacks while they were at work, it might be so many, but I flagged the 2, specifically the one in Alex, because it's where these incidents started, with 1 member shot at the leg and the 2 other members sustained injuries. So the injuries might have been more members, those who got injuries but not succumbed or died ultimately because of this unrest.
Thank you, Major General. I think on this point, building on to the question from Advocate Jones, when you present the commission with the figures of the individuals who died, could you perhaps then tease out how many of those were members of the SAPS and indicate for us how many also sustained injuries? We can expect that in due course. Turning then to my last point in respect of the weaknesses you identified. In paragraph 17.11, 17.13, your affidavit reads that people were frustrated with law enforcement and they took matters into their own hands. Major General, please clarify to the panel why, in your view, people would be frustrated with law enforcement during the July unrest.
Well, in some other instances, as I've indicated, that we had quite a number of malls, we had quite a number of shopping centers, which were unable to be there in all of them. Some of the shop owners tried to defend the territory of the shops, and ultimately where you have some sort of the interaction between the community and the owners of the businesses. So in the sense, this issue came out in that particular instances, as we are unable to be in a position to can deploy the entire malls or shopping malls, as I've indicated that it's so many of them. So I think this point came out during the briefing in that respect.
So, Major General, having then established that there was in certain instances a slow or a lack of a response from the SAPS, or that, you know, as you've stated, the SAPS was in certain instances overwhelmed, did the SAPS in Gauteng then engage third parties, such as, you know, community policing forums, etc., for assistance during the July unrest?
Yes, we did engage them, and it is also on this affidavit on the issues of the strength, where one clearly indicated, like in paragraph 18.2, paragraph 18.9, and I think there's an aspect of a community policing forum. And I even said on my testimony that the chairperson of Gauteng Community Policing Forum Board, Mr. Masilela, they were even linked with the National Commissioner, so that we have to take care of this situation, the entire South Africa, and then it's part and parcel of the National Community Policing Forum. So the engagement and linking up with the community was there. It's 18.9 with the business against crime, which I chaired the meeting. The business against crime linked with the security companies, you know, your Bedvest, your G4, you may name them. And also the taxi organization, which I indicated that one of the malls, if you're driving on Olfansfontein Road towards Olfansfontein on Tembisa, there's a very massive big mall. And in that respect, we were in a position to can salvage some of the situations.
Thank you, Major General. If at this point we can then turn our attention to basically the aftermath of the riots, and I'll ask you a few questions around the destruction that followed thereafter, the destruction that followed after the July unrest. Major General, in your evidence to date, you've detailed to some extent the regions that were affected within the province, and you spoke at length about malls that were looted, etc. Are you able to inform the panel about whether any hospitals were damaged, or whether there were any attempts to impact hospitals during the unrest?
Not of what I know or what was brought into my attention. Remember, for example, the Javelin Mall is adjacent to the police station, and next to the police station there's a hospital. Mm-hmm. So that hospital was not affected. But from time to time, we'll get maybe an information to say in terms of the national key points, because I know Chris Hani, with the deployment of the South African National Defence Force after they came into play, we were also filtering the deployment in Chris Hani Barra Hospital. So not of what I know or what came to my attention, if I can cite those the two hospitals.
May I just quickly, sorry to do this now, but I see, Mr. Jones, that the minister is scheduled for 1 o'clock. lunch was scheduled for 12 o'clock and the minister is scheduled for 1 o'clock. So I don't know if there are new arrangements about that now.
Chair, I'm informed by the team that she will be here during lunch, but she will start her testimony from 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's just be mindful that it is now 20 to 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Major General, you were taking us through the destruction that followed the aftermath of the July unrest. My final question to you under this heading is, outside of the malls, the shopping centers that you have taken the commission through, were any other commercial centers or centers of education damaged or looted during the course of the July unrest?
Well, we had an incident, if my memory serves me well, in Alexander, but it was not really, one would say, it's linked to the public unrest. I think there was an incident which was reported in Alexander, if my memory serves me well, but not necessarily like this approach of vandalizing and get into the shops to get some items which ultimately left us with the shops were vandalized.
Major General, a few moments ago you made reference to strategic infrastructure and key points. In the course of hearing evidence, the Commission has been informed by several officials that the July unrest was not limited exclusively to, looting food items, etc., but that there were attempts, seemingly intentional attempts, at stopping modes of production and attacking strategic key points. This evidence was particularly relevant in KZN. I would like to know from you whether you would say this applied as well in Gauteng.
For Gauteng, we have identified those strategic installation like a Discam, which we were, when the defense came forward, we were in a position to can deploy. But during that unrest, we did not, have effectively those strategic installations which were affected.
Thank you, Major General. So we accept there that, SABC indeed adopted a proactive position. My final question to you is one that is a follow-up to several questions put to you by Advocate Jones. Considering the weaknesses that you have identified in your affidavit, as well as the failures in the supply chain management process that have been elicited through this evidence, in respect to the issue of public order policing, as well as the failures in intelligence, what is a reform that you think is at this stage mandatory in SABC? So looking back in hindsight, what is a lesson learned from the issues that have been raised in your evidence today? Kindly share that with the Commission.
Well, the lesson learned, it's what we, as the Prof. Joint structure we have outlined, of which you indicated that the Advocate Jones have highlighted on them, but this will mean that in terms of the public order policing, as there are people who are mainly responding to the public unrest, we have to ensure that they have to be resourced in terms of the manpower. But the other thing is that the first responders on the grassroots level, on the police station, we have to make sure that they are trained for those basics, which they have to be in a position to can deal with that, or to can deal with any imaging, deal with it on the early stage, maybe before there can be so many people, but sometimes it's unavoidable, like in Javulan Mall, because these people are coming in numbers. And the issue of the intelligence, as I've indicated, that like in Gauteng, the structures is actively so in terms of the process flow of information. But we need to make sure that if there's a slightly indication of any typical type of unrest which might come, even if it's not necessarily formally so, to urgently link up with the head of the intelligence so that we can get that product in writing. And when we get it in writing, so that we can be in a position to can filter it through the process flow. I should think we will be in a position to can work better than what happened in July. Though in Gauteng, we have tried our level best, as I sketched the dates as this incident unfolded up until the 14th. One was real on the ground with the members, and the numbers of those community members in the malls, there were so too many.
Thank you, Major General. Chairperson, that is the conclusion of our questions for Major General.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tuli.
Babumtombeni, unjani?
Skona, Commissioner.
Would I be right if I called you Oduma or Makakula?
It's all right, Commissioner.
Siyabonga. Babumtombeni, the evidence team has asked a number of questions, so I won't be too long. There are just a few clarity-seeking questions and gap closers that are outstanding. The first perhaps refers to the dates. You stated that you were acting as the provincial head from the 14th of June to the 15th of August. That's correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And you have further stated that in your affidavit, you state that from 29 June to 10 July, you didn't receive any intelligence reports. Is that correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
Now, can you tell this hearing if between the 14th of June and the 29th of June, if you received any intelligence reports or the daily reports that you would get from the PICC?
From the 14th
of June
of
till
June
the 29th
to 29, in relations to what I have testified for the Concord Court announcement and what Advocate Jones have indicated during March, of which I was not there, the provincial commissioner, but during that time of the 14th, when we got the intelligence information relating to that when the pronouncement is made in a court, in the constitutional court, we have to plan for that. So in relations to that, we have dealt with that in terms of that, that we deployed and we activated on that particular day the venue operational center or the joint operational center within the Concord. So we dealt with that incident as it happened, Commissioner.
Thanks, Mr. Mtombeni. I'm going to ask you again because your response is not quite clear. Between the 14th of June and the 29th of June, did you receive any intelligence reports?
Relating to the July unrest, no.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni. Did you receive any other intelligence reports between the 14th of June to the 29th of June?
Other, I'll say yes, and that will be subject to a verification.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni. Thereafter, then you state that between the 29th of June and the 10th of July, you didn't receive any intelligence reports related to the unrest. Did you receive any intelligence reports related to any other matters in that period?
I should think I can verify that through the POCC. Yeah, one can verify through the POCC if there's any report, but relating to the July unrest, I still say no.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni. Would you furnish the commission with that verification in writing, please?
Yes, Commissioner will do that.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni. Then moving on from the dates, Mr. Mtombeni, you have spoken quite a bit about process flow. And for purposes of clarity, please help us in understanding this process flow. This is particularly important because we understand that SABC has a two-pronged operational coordinating system, one that is internal and another that is external. And we need to understand between the internal and the external coordinating systems, how did the process flow within the period under review? So in assisting us in determining this, can you perhaps let us start with the institutional structures, all the way down to where you sat at the Prov joints. Let us start at the level of the ministers. Can you confirm that at that level, we have the JCPS cluster where the ministers sit? Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I can confirm that, though I don't sit there. I think I was invited once in that meeting, which was chaired by the minister, co-chaired by the Minister of the Defense and the State Security.
Absolutely, you are quite right. That cluster is co-chaired by your minister, the Minister of SABC, the Minister of Intelligence, and the Minister of Defense. Now, below that structure, can you confirm that then there is the DG's cluster, which is the JCPS cluster, where the DGs of the relevant ministerial portfolios sit? Can you confirm if that's correct?
I can confirm, Commissioner, though I don't sit on that structure.
Absolutely. Can you also confirm that within this DG cluster is the National Joints, NICOC, and other structures such as the Border Control Coordinating Systems and the Anti-Corruption Task Team? But we are particularly, for the purposes of this engagement, interested in the National Joints as well as NICOC. Can you confirm if those sit at that level?
I can confirm again, though I don't sit on those structures. The structure which I'm sitting on, I outline it on my affidavit on paragraph 5, page 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni. We understand that you don't sit at those structures, but it's important for us to understand that when you speak about the process flow, you understand the process all the way up to the ministerial level. Now, can you also confirm that below then that DG cluster is then where you would have sat at the provincial joints?
I can confirm, Commissioner, as I set it out on paragraph 5, page 2 of my affidavit.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni. Now, can you tell the Commission the relationship between the provincial joints and the PICC, considering that the PICC also feeds intelligence reports to the national joints, and this is then where the internal and the external coordinating systems come in. It's important for the Commission to understand how that process flows between and from the PICC to the provincial joints and to the national joints and NICOC. So could you maybe just explain to the Commission how the process and the relationship works between the PICC and the provincial joints? Thanks.
As outlined in my affidavit, paragraph 5, the paragraph 5 and 6, the provincial joint is an existing structure. This is an extract from terms of reference in relation to the structures. Provincial joint is an existing structure chaired by the provincial commissioner or the deputy provincial commissioner responsible for policing. This structure is co-chaired by the South African National Defence Force and the State Security Agency. The Prof Joint meets once per month or more frequently if the need arises. The Prof Joints consist of representatives from all government departments, law enforcement agency, South African Security Agency, South African National Defence Force, and parastatals such as ISCOM. Just highlighted one, but NPAs also sits in there. Upon receiving the National Joints instruction, the Prof Joints will either issue a Prof Joints instruction or supplementary instruction for implementation by the law enforcement agency. The Prof Joints also has a number of priority committees whose chairpersons are members of the joints.
If I can just pause you there. We do have copies of your affidavit or your statement, and we understand it as it is written here. The question seeks further clarity in addition to what you have written here. For example, you indicate that the provincial joints sits once a month and it receives instructions from the national joints in order for it to take action. This is in your paragraph 5. Now, further to that, on paragraph 6, you state that the PICC generates daily early warning reports. And these early warning reports, it sometimes feeds into the provincial joints. You state, and I quote, they also support the provincial joints and its priority committees to provide intelligence reports. This is then where the clarity is sought. While the provincial joints receives instructions from the national joints, you also simultaneously are supported by the PICC. the PICC also simultaneously reports to NICOC. Now, the clarity we seek is when you speak about the process flow, we want to understand, because you sit once a month, the information that you received in order to act during the July unrest came from both the national joints and the PICC, or if it came from one structure. We understand that the following paragraph 7, indicates that on the 2nd of July, for example, then the national joints called an urgent virtual meeting. But it's important for the committee or the commission to understand how the process flowed between the provincial joints and the PICC, as well as between the national joints and the provincial joints. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. The PICC is an abbreviation for Provincial Intelligence Coordinating Committee, which reports to the Prof Joints. So the coordination of the intelligence it will be meant for the Prof Joints. Then at national, you have the NICC, which generates that information. The information, of course, it will be generated linking up with the person who is responsible for the intelligence within the provinces. So the PICC is linked to the Prof Joint.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni. So are you confirming that the PICC feeds information to both the provincial joints as well as the national NICC?
The PICC feeds the information to the Prof Joints because it's a provincial structure. The link of intelligence within national, it's the national structure, which is NICC. But at the end of the day, to source in the information from national, it necessitates that they have to link up with the province in order to get the information. In a way, I'll say yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni. Then we are on the same page. Can you then further clarify the instruction that is given by national joints to provincial joints? Is it determined by the information that is fed by the PICC to both the provincial joints as well as the NICC?
I will say, as I indicated, the PICC reports to the Prof Joint. The the national joint instruction, as and when the meeting is held and the presentation is dealt with on the national level. In this case, when you're having the national joints, if one happens to attend that meeting, I think Colonel Speakers, he presents that report. So out of that report, then it can be ventilated down into the grassroots level.
Mr. Mtombeni, let's make it a bit simpler. Once a month, the national joints receives a presentation from the provincial joints. That presentation is the information given by the provincial joints to the national joints in the meeting once a month. Is that from which the instruction comes? For example, instruction 6 of 2021, which came to you on the 28th of June. Does the instruction emanate from the presentation given to the national joints by the provincial joints?
The provincial joint instruction, let's say it's a presentation by the PICC. The PICC will flag to say within the province we're going to have public maybe unrest. So from the provincial joints will then issue directives to all people who are within the prof joints to say we have to operationalize this. For example, in that provincial instruction, the provincial instruction or the provincial joint instruction is issued for the province which affects the 5 districts, the law enforcement agency, and also other role players. And when we check on the addresses or the addressee, it does not include national. It includes people who have to be given directives to operate. If we get a national joint instruction, it means that national joint instruction, we have to ventilate it, or we have to implement it to the grassroots level in different provinces. I hope I tried my level best to explain it.
No, you have done well, Mr. Mtombeni. You see, at the level of the national joints, sits DGs who feed that information to ministers. Your minister did not receive any intelligence reports up until this year or after the 3rd of December to confirm or to be correct. Now, this question is of importance because of that background. We need to understand when you say that the PICC gives information to the provincial joints on a daily basis, we need to understand how frequently the PICC feeds the same information to the level of that DG cluster where the national joints as well as the NICC sits, because it's at that level that ministers are then briefed therein. So I'm going to ask you again to please elaborate, sir, and be patient with us. For purposes of clarity, we need to understand the PICC. When you say that the PICC feeds information to the provincial joints, and from then on the provincial joints further distributes then operational instructions to the grassroots. That process excludes the national joints. You understand? Where the national joints comes in is then the once a month, when it meets with you once a month and gives you the instructions. We need to understand, where do the instructions, where does the information that informs the instruction come from, if not the PICC? Does the PICC give information to the provincial joints simultaneously as it does the national joints, or is there a completely different process flow through which the PICC feeds information to the national joints?
It's quite a different process. The PICC, as I've indicated, is the structure within the prof joints. And the NICC is the structure within the national joints. So the issue of getting an information generated by the NICC, it's what the NICC will request from the provincial head of intelligence. Not necessarily all the aspects which will be flagged on the PICC, because the PICC reports to the prof joints.
Now, coming back to the two-pronged coordinating system that is both internal and external within SABS, the PICC will give information to the prof joints. Does the prof joints simultaneously brief the minister, or does the prof joints just distribute the information for operational purposes to the grassroots and await the PICC, await the minister to be briefed via the route that says that the PICC gives the information to the DG cluster, which then gives it to the ministerial cluster?
The minister gets briefed on the national level, and the prof joints does not necessarily brief the minister, unless if the minister phones, inquires about some issues within the province. So that briefing has to take place on the national level for the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mtombeni. Now, lastly, we can all agree that the July events were quite traumatic for the nation as a whole. But for SABS, as individual members of SABS as well, who then had to respond to this, what, in your observation as a leader within this institution, are the levels of trauma for your members, and what is the effect of such trauma on the execution of their daily duties?
Well, the effects were there on both sides for community members. Members of the South African Police Service, their response to this incident. To gauge the level, Commissioner, it will be a little bit difficult for me. As and when these incidents, they did happen, individuals get affected. Maybe the effect, I would say, takes different levels. And of course, we, as the South African Police Service, we also employ the services of employee health wellness, which constitutes of the spiritual service, the social workers, the psychologist. But to gauge that level, it's a little bit difficult, but I concede that this unrest indeed affected the community and the members of the South African Police Service.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. General, good afternoon. I'd like to start off for what Commissioner Ntuli said, but let me start off by saying that, there must be a great word of gratitude to women and men in blue of all ranks, and also the institutions in the security cluster that has done the utmost despite the criticism to bring the situation under control. And what we've seen and what we've observed, God forbid that it continued. And because of those men, women and men in blue and this institution's security cluster, you were able to bring it under control and stabilize the situation. But following up on Commissioner Tuli's asking of the different structures, the Minister has presented us with a affidavit and also spoke here yesterday. And I'd like to quote from his affidavit, and I just want to ask you one question on it. It says, page 5, 18 and 19, more specifically, the Minister did not receive intelligence in the form of a report and or a briefing before the violent uprising from SAPS management and or from the state security agencies as reported. Paragraph 19, it was also reported that early warning intelligence was provided to police management, including the Minister ahead of the unrest between 9 and 12 July. The minister, the office of the minister and the minister himself, however, did not receive any such early warning intelligence from SABC. Subsequently, I think it's in 23rd December, that this report was received by his office, but he only got it late, post his first hearing at the commission. And we are in the process of trying to get a copy of that, although it's classified. The question that I would like to ask you is part of management, albeit at the provincial level, you are still part in terms of the SABC management. Are you aware of any such report? Because it states here it was provided to police management. Now, you being part of that management, were you aware of any such report?
The direct answer will be to say no, maybe substantiated by saying that the briefing of the minister, as I indicated to the commissioner with the previous question, it has to take place on the national level. And one, as by then, the acting provincial commissioner, we then attend the meetings which were sanctioned by the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for policy. So one did not get such reports, but we have to be mindful and take note that the briefing of the minister has to take place on the national level, not provincial level. Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, General. Follow up on Advocate Wang Jones's questioning on the army. You stated that on the 28th of June that you requested the presence of the army, and I'd like to understand that was in terms of the contingency plan to for the adjusted level 4, that was the original reason why you have asked for the assistance of the army, as you put it, to make sure that there's no public disobedience and they all follow and comply to alert level, adjusted alert level 4. However, on the 10th, I think, of July, the Premier asked for the deployment of the army. And so is it because there is maybe, and obviously must have been in consultation with the provincial structures of law enforcement, would you then think that the request for the army, which was a normal request because the army is deployed in terms of the COVID-19 contingency plans, now changed? Was there something that informed the Premier to call for the army to be deployed? Is it because of the Mooi River incident of the trucks? Because even in your contingency plan here, and I'll come back to the other one, an extra 7, you also talk about, the burning of the trucks as the threats and the risk that were there at a meeting which was recorded on the 2nd of July.
Thank you, Commissioner. Indeed, the request of the workforce, which includes the National Defence Force, directed to the chairperson of the National Joints, was indeed in line with alert level 4, or from alert level 3 to 4 in terms of disaster management regulation. As we know that as a province, we were put under constraints in terms of high numbers of people who were positive in terms of coronavirus, and the disaster management regulation alert level 4 put a strain on the province to say we have to make sure that people, those who are coming to Gauteng, we must make sure that if there is no valid reason to come to Gauteng, they're not supposed to come to Gauteng. More especially people who are coming for leisure, we have to make a prevention by all cost. And these roadblocks, which were meant for 10 of them, they were extended from the 1st up until the 12th of July. But unfortunately, in between, we had this unrest, of which we extended it up until the further date. So what happened there, when we had the unrest, we haven't effectively received the deployment of members of the South African National Defence Force. As I indicated that on the 13th, when I was at the Pan-African Mall, there was effectively deployment of members of the South African National Defence Force, and me and the Brigadier General Mahapa, we were on the ground. So the issue relating to the 10th by the Premier to link up with the President, as I've indicated previously, I'll say maybe it was due to the assessment of the unrest as they have unfolded in Gauteng, and the Premier maybe have made that assessment. But indeed, I shared with the Premier to say the deployment for members of the South African National Defence Force have not taken effect since the request.
Thank you, General. Annexure 7, Operational Plan Protest and Public Disobedience Against Concord Judgment on former President Zuma. Now, on page 6 of that annexure, and if we can go just, and I've got another copy of an extract from annexure 6 of the contingency plan on the COVID-19 regulations. Those 2 pages looks exactly the same, and I just like to say that on page 6 of the COVID one, it says background, and that whole paragraph on the Concord ruling, and then right at the bottom, as part of the identifying the situation, at the bottom it says, the supporters of the former President Zuma seek to defy the above-mentioned restrictions by protesting in groups across the country. The contingency plan is mitigating the threat of disobedience by preparing for predictable and quantifiable crisis and preparing for unexpected and unwelcome events. Now that was in your COVID-19 adjusted level 4 plans. Now in the Concord ruling plans, on page 6, or the situation of the Zuma response to former President Zuma. On page 6, and remember, they got the same date as the previous one, 2nd of July. Now it says in this, and this says 7th of July, it says, the former President Zuma handed himself over on Wednesday evening, 7th of the 7th, 2021, to the South African Police Station and subsequently transferred to escort. It says then the same thing at the bottom about the threats. I don't want you to answer it, I just want you to have a look at it, because if you go through that, the Annexure 6, it talks a lot about the threats and the risk involved in the Concord ruling. And so perhaps it would be good if you could come back to us on that one. Then lastly, General, when we were in KZN, our hearing, first part of our hearing, the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, of Pietermaritzburg Chamber of Commerce, told us in that hearing that employees of some of the shops of the malls which were burned down or looted, employees told them that they knew beforehand, but they were intimidated and scared to tell about what's going to happen. So there were people telling, and if we also visited Khan Court in Northdale, where people were telling us about a meeting on the 11th, 11 o'clock on the 11th, and subsequently the unrest that took place there. So word on the street were that this is going to happen. And you have, if you still have it within, as part of your crime intelligence, you do have informers. And what was then the role of informers? Even a detective investigating a normal case will also have people having his or her informers informing him. And then lastly, South African police officers also live in the townships. Were there any of these police officers not being aware of coming to the structures to say, we've heard this or we heard that? Or did they come, anyone of the, and was it ignored? Thanks, General.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. The issue relating to the role of informers, one would say there has to be a close relationship between the handler, we'll call it a handler, and the informer. To say why the information was not brought forward is something which is, I would say, it's a little bit difficult for me to can answer, to say why this information did not come for, more especially in KwaZulu-Natal with your interaction, Commissioner there. So it's, but what I can comment is that there has to be a very close relationship between the handler and the informer. And you are right that this information should have been one way or another, maybe have been crossed the path of people who are the collectors. The township, people who stays in the township, to say the provision of providing the information, we have to take note that in Gauteng we were working, let's say for myself, but it can't be exclusively only myself. There are so many members of the South African Police Service. When we had the outbreak in Gauteng, I was working. So if I was staying in the township, I'll just find that these things it has happened while I'm at work. But it is also difficult to can clearly indicate maybe why the members of the South African Police Service did not relate to say these issues is going to happen. But to put it both almost question is that these incidents, as and when they happen, it was sporadic. It was instant. So it's quite difficult to source in an information from the informer. It's quite difficult to source any information from the law enforcement agency. Let's put it the law enforcement agency in general, as you have in so many of them, those who stays within the township. So the looting spree happened sporadic, happened instantly, where the South African Police Service had to react. So if it was not sporadic, we were supposed to be in a position to can put a plan to mitigate that and look as to say exactly what is that what we can do. Like what happened in terms of the operational plan, what you cited on. And we were in a position to can put this operational plan to mitigate the threat thereof. So all these incidents, they were sporadic, they were instantly. Maybe some of the information is that when they hear this other side, they've done this, or over the night, this happened, and then this incident become sporadic across the province.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Brigadier. And thank you once again for keeping Gauteng safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nissen. Few questions from my side. I'll try to be as quick as I can. General, first of all, should the senior management of crime intelligence in the province become aware of important intelligence information, will they make contact with you immediately and tell you about that, or do you have to wait for prof joints to hear that?
They will inform me instantly, which will be followed by, normally will be followed by a WhatsApp, and then it will be followed by a report, generated report for intelligence.
Thank you very much. You are part of SAP senior management in the province because you're actually the head of SAP senior management as the acting commissioner, correct? At the time now?
Correct, Commissioner.
Prior to that, thanks.
Correct, Commissioner.
Now, Minister Cele testified yesterday, and in his testimony, he said that he became aware only after 3 December last year when he testified the first time before the Commission. He became aware that there were indeed certain intelligence intelligence products developed related to the instability linked to the mobilization of supporters of the former president, and he became aware that these products were produced for the period 29 June 2021 to 23 July 2021. For that period, in other words, 29 June 2021 to 23 July 2021. And he became aware only after the 3rd of December last year that these products were 14 official taskings, 101 daily situation reports, 45 threat and risk assessments, 41 intelligence reports, 575 early warnings that were sent out, 29 ICC inputs to NAT joints, ICC inputs to PROF joints, 147, and profiles compiled 182. All of this now in relation to the instability linked to the mobilization of supporters of the former president. And he also became aware at the same time that these products, the clients of these products were, number one, the crime intelligence senior management at national and provincial level. Number two, the SAP senior management of national and provincial level. And then a number of others. And then also the POCC, the Provincial Operational Command Center, as well as PROF joints. So it appears that these products must have been, made available to these clients. Do you still then, maintain that none of these products came to your attention through either the crime intelligence senior management, SAP senior management at provincial level, PROF joints, or the POCC?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. As I testified to say, From the 29th up until the 10th, one did not receive any intelligence relating to the public unrest outbreak. And there were intelligence reports of which I can still remember who or is one of the advocates who requested that we have to make a submission of those reports for intelligence report which were generated, but not necessarily for public unrest. So I would say, yeah, that's my response, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. In relation to the weaknesses that you point out in your affidavit, and that was the result also of your debriefing session, it is quite telling that water cannons is not mentioned there, although you only have 2 water cannons in the province. Would you agree that there are also not enough water cannons? And what is the position? How many water cannons should you have? Should you at least have 1 per district, or what would be required to properly quell unrest of this nature if it ever happens again?
Agree, Commissioner. It's 2. It's not mentioned on the affidavit. One would say at least a minimum of 5, which will cover districts, though it's quite expensive. But if you want to work and ensure that you act adequately, it will be necessarily so. But it will be better if you are bigger districts, because these districts, they are not the same, and they are not having same number of police stations. For example, Johannesburg district, you're having over 40 police stations, which is commanded by the district commissioner. So followed by Ekurhuleni, which is having almost 40 police stations, followed by Tshwane, which is having 36 police stations, and the others, they are below 20. So those districts, it will be better if you have an additional of 1, because when the need arises, those are operational equipment you can use, but they come with price.
Thank you very much. Then you also referred to the matter of social media, and you basically said that, the social media that you received was not through the intelligence structures, but it was, outside of that. Now, Minister Cele testified yesterday that there is equipment of 100 million in the Division Crime Intelligence to deal with social media tracking, but that because of red tape, it's impossible basically to make use of this equipment. Wouldn't you agree that the matter of social media tracking is another weakness, or the absence rather of proper coordinated social media tracking is also a weakness that you should have listed on your list of weaknesses?
Yes, Commissioner, though on my testimony I indicated that this is technical. I think that question came partially, but I'll agree. But the equipment, the Minister, based on what you are sharing with me, it's at the division, which is a head office. So within the province, that's another issue, but I will agree in terms of what you have shared now here on this commission, to say if that is the case, it will have to be utilized effectively, which is of course, at the national level. As you say, the equipment is estimated to be over 100 million. So, yeah, I'll agree.
You did refer to WhatsApps that you received, let's say, outside of the state system as such. Is it possible to make these WhatsApps available to the Commission? We were promised by the Premier of Gauteng WhatsApps that he received, the Premier of KZN, and a number of other people. Would that be possible to make it available to the Commission, Commissioner? Or, General?
Thank you, Commissioner. Those WhatsApp, more especially the one which I got from the Premier, is having a face of a person who's currently appearing in court. I should think the matter is still sub judice, and I will just check with my legal people whether we can supply that. But what is important and pertinent is that this one individual is still appearing in court. That clip is linked to the face with the voice. And the second one, which I cited in this commission, is a voice recording. And that individual as well is still going court. The matter is on the court roll.
Okay, yeah, so our legal team can be in touch with you further as to that matter and follow that up. So we've also requested the National Commissioner of Police as well as the KZN Commissioner for details pertaining to people that have been arrested and has already appeared in court, which is actually public knowledge, as we all know. So just to expand a bit on the previous question of Mr. Jones, and if you don't have the information now, we can correspond to actually get it. But we would like to know, first of all, maybe you can just write it down, how many people were indeed arrested in Gauteng in relation to the unrest. Who are these people? So we want to know those who have basically already appeared in court, so that would be public knowledge, of course. Thirdly, what are they charged with? In the fourth place, what is the status of each and everyone's prosecution in the courts at the moment? So where do we stand with regard to these matters individually? And fifthly, how many ongoing investigations are there? And you don't have to provide those details of the people in terms of the further investigations or ongoing investigations, but we would like to know, what is investigated. Is it matters of public violence, whatever the case may be?
Thank you, Commissioner. For Gauteng, as I stated on my affidavit, it's we have a total of 12 cases, of which on my affidavit I indicated that 9 there are on a court roll. But I've seen, it looks like the detectives, they've managed to resuscitate one of the case dockets. So I have the list here, but these people, they are going court. As the commission is requesting, maybe I'll get legal advice provided if this name list will not be published because there are various dates. For example, one case in Mondio it's going this person is out on bail, but is going to appear in court on the 18th of August. The Davidson case is going to appear in court in April. The Protead Land case, this is relating to the looting as well, is going to appear this month on the later date. The Western Area case is going to appear later this month as well. The other Western Area case, it's 2 cases but different, the same individual, is going to appear later this month. Then there's one in Rodiport which is withdrawn in court. There's one in Randbeck. It has to have some process flow of some disclosure. It's going to appear in March. The one in Randfontein is going to appear in July. The one in Didier is appearing in March. The one in Alberton is appearing later this month. The one in Dobsonville is appearing early next month. And there's one case docket which happened within the South African, which happened within the province, but the DPCI, they are conducting the investigation. So when we check on these cases, they are all in all is 12. So maybe we'll have to check if we can make that submission, and I'll check with the legal office from our side.
Thank
Commissioner?
you. Yeah, so in relation to those 5 questions, I hope you've dotted that down. We'll be further in touch with you from the legal team's side. Thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Chairperson, just one question. General, the 12 that you now quoted, last time I think when General Mawela was here, a different number was given in terms of the looters. How many of them were arrested? So please have a look into that.
Yeah, I think he cited 12. I can't still remember. I was with him when he put the testimony, but we'll check on that. But this is the latest, which I linked up with the detectives. But if my memory serves me well, I think he mentioned 12. So if it's different, we'll cross-check. But this is the latest from our crime investigation services.
Thank you very much, General and Brigadier. We really appreciate your contribution, and thank you for availing yourself. You are excused, and we will adjourn now for 15 minutes, it appears, before we are starting again. Mr. Jones, you don't have any update in terms of the time issues?
Chair, I suggest that we reconvene at 2:45.
At 2:45?
Yes.
Is that yeah, well, let's for now make it 2:30.
2:30. No, that's fine. Thank you.
We are adjourned until 2:30. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome, Minister Dlodlo. Thank you very much for availing yourself to present evidence to the hearing panel into the July 2021 July unrest. Thank you very much for coming. Just to introduce you to the panel, I'm Andre Gam, the chairperson of the hearing panel, and on my left I'm joined by Commissioner Pelilin Chuli, and on the right by Commissioner Chris Nissen. The hearing panel, you want to introduce yourselves, Ranshu, please?
Welcome, Minister. I am Mr. Moraka, and I'm joined by my colleague, Advocate Nkloko. Commissioner, the Minister will be testifying in her capacity as the former Minister of State Security. Obviously, the events that are under investigation coincided with her tenure in that ministry. We'll get into the specifics, but perhaps we can just swear the Minister in, and then I understand that the Minister has some opening remarks, then we'll deal with that and then go into evidence leading. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Advocate Roka. Minister, so before you make your statement, we will allow you to make your statement. We just want to administer the oath quickly. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence, Minister? Willing to take the oath?
I'll take the oath. I'm willing to do that.
Thank you very much. Do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Can you please just raise your right hand and say so?
I swear.
Thank you very much. You may proceed with your statement, Minister.
Thank you very much, commissioners and all the evidence leaders and everyone that's in the room with us. My name is Ayanda Dlodlo. I am the Minister currently for Public Service and Administration, formerly the Minister of the State Security Agency. I have been asked to appear before you today to give evidence at this inquiry in my capacity as the former Minister of State Security. I held the position during the period of what has now become known as the July 2021 unrest. And in that period, between the 8th to the 5th of July, when parts of KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng were engulfed in violence and destruction never before seen in the history of our democracy. My evidence deals with the intelligence that the domestic branch of the State Security Agency provided to government and law enforcement agencies, warning about growing instability and the possibility of civil unrest in our country leading up to the July unrest. I intend covering the following topics. The first being the role of the national intelligence structures within the context of the constitutional provisions governing national and state security. The second would be an overview on the intelligence cycle that will give an overview of the processes embarked upon in terms of which threats are evaluated and intelligence priorities identified. A summary of the assessments of what the SSA provided to government and to law enforcement agencies, warning of growing instability in the country dating back to December 2020. I will also address some of the specific allegations and statements that were made in the immediate aftermath of the violence by ministers of police and defense that the SSA provided no intelligence about the impending civil unrest, and I will also respond to the statements made by Premier of KZN, Premier Sihlezi Kalala, during his evidence at this inquiry that he received no briefings from the State Security Agency. I must point out that at some point, the former Minister of Defense, Minister Mapisa Ngakula, also spoke to the fact that she does understand and she does accept the fact that intelligence was given to structures, as I had said from the beginning, and that this intelligence was operational intelligence, tactical and operational intelligence that was not of a strategic nature to be shared with my colleagues. But I must also point out that if my colleagues did not get updates from their own departments, I can hardly be held accountable and responsible for something that should have happened within their departments. Intelligence products, including briefs and alerts, issued by the SSA from December 2020 throughout July 2021, that warned about the likelihood of violence in Gauteng and in KZN. These intelligence briefings and alerts were provided to the South African police services before and during the unrest. But I might also clarify that it was not only to the South African police services, it was, all of this information was given to the net joints that is chaired by the South African police services and co-chaired by state security and also the Department of Defense and military veterans. And I need to record that the intelligence reports and alerts that I refer to in my submission are not in my possession and they are classified. I do not have the authority to declassify any documents as they are in the possession and under direct control of the Acting Director General of the State Security Agency. I'd like to take us through what the Constitution deals with in its founding provisions, that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, the law or conduct that is inconsistent with the Constitution is invalid, and the obligations imposed by it must be fulfilled. It also goes on to say that the Republic of South Africa is one sovereign democratic state founded on the following values: human dignity, the achievement of equality and the advancement of human rights and freedoms, non-racialism and non-sexism, supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law, universal suffrage, and I will not go through all of that, but it ends there. And the constitutional provisions governing national security. The mandate of intelligence structures is premised on the supremacy of the Constitution of the country. The starting point are the following principles that govern national security of the Republic of South Africa. The one is national security must reflect the resolve of South Africans as individuals and as a nation to live as equals, to live in peace and harmony, to be free from fear, want, and seek a better life. The resolve to live in peace and harmony precludes any South African citizen from participating in armed conflict, nationally or internationally, except as provided for in terms of this Constitution or national legislation. National security must be pursued in compliance with the law, including international law, and that national security is subject to the authority of Parliament and the national executive. Now, on the security services of the Republic, the security services of the Republic are responsible for the maintenance of national security, which includes the sovereignty of the state and its territorial integrity. The security services consist of single defense force, a single service, police service, and any intelligence service established in terms of the Constitution. And in this case, it would be the State Security Agency. The primary objective of the defense force is to defend and protect the Republic, its territorial integrity, and its people in accordance with the Constitution and the principles of international laws regulating the force. The objects of the police are to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, to maintain public order, to protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic, their property, and to uphold and enforce the law. As to regards to powers, functions, and monitoring of the intelligence services in Section 210 of the Constitution, this provides that the national legislation must regulate the objects, power, and functions of intelligence services, including any division of the defense force or police, and must provide for the coordination of all intelligence services, civilian monitoring of the activities of those services by an Inspector General appointed by the President and approved by resolution adopted by the National Assembly with the supporting vote of at least 2/3 of its members. Now we go to the South African intelligence dispensation. The National Strategic Intelligence Act regulates the powers and objects and functions of the intelligence services and provides for coordination for all intelligence services and civilian monitoring of all of its activities in accordance with Section 210 of the Constitution. South Africa's national intelligence structures are comprised of the State Security Agency, the Intelligence Division of the South African Police Service, which is called Crime Intelligence, the Intelligence Division of the South African National Defence Force, called Defence Intelligence, and the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee. The SSA is responsible to gather, correlate, evaluate, and analyze domestic and foreign intelligence in order to identify any threat or potential threat to security. Supplying intelligence regards such threats to the NICOC, which is the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, and fulfill the counterintelligence responsibility that is bestowed only upon the SSA in the country. The domestic branch of the SSA has two main functions: to collect intelligence on threats to the state, to conduct counterintelligence, to protect information, personnel, and other assets of the state against threats, and to counter threats to the state. The functioning of the civilian intelligence, especially the domestic branch of the SSA, is carried out in accordance with legislation and imperatives and operational direction for the period 2021-2022, which are premised on a state-centric approach. This approach implies collection of intelligence, vulnerabilities and opportunities, and the institution to relevant counterintelligence measures aimed at protection and promotion of the South African state and its sovereignty. The state-centric approach requires that all information, reports, and intelligence products originating from the SSA to an authorized client must reflect the overarching concern for the security, interests, and power of the state as encapsulated in a figure that I will make available to the commissioners. And this is not my figure. It is borrowed from Dr. Willie Bernard, and I will provide that to you so that you can understand that putting the state at the center of intelligence, this is what steps need to be taken to ensure that our people live in peace and they live in harmony, free from fear and free from want. The focus areas of the SSA are terrorism, sabotage, subversion, espionage, and organized crime. The purpose for gathering intelligence on these areas is to arm the government with information on existing threats, and that allows governments to take informed decisions to counter these existing or potential threats. And that this SSA is the only national intelligence structure that has a counter-intelligence mandate for the Republic. The statutory mandate of crime intelligence is to collect intelligence that is used in the prevention of crime or to conduct criminal investigations and to prepare evidence for purposes of law enforcement and the prosecution of offenders. And I'm trying to put this across not only to the commissioners sitting here and the evidence leaders, but for me it is important that we take South Africans into confidence for them to understand how these structures operate, the type of information that is produced or intelligence that is produced by these structures, so that all of South Africa understand what could have been the problem with respect to July 2021. Then we go to defense intelligence, whose mandate it is for defense intelligence is to collect domestic and foreign military intelligence where necessary. Domestic military intelligence means intelligence required for the planning and conduct of military operations within the Republic to ensure security and stability of our people. The foreign military intelligence means regarding the war potential and military establishment of foreign countries, including their capabilities, intentions, strategies, and tactics. And I think this goes for the world over, so it is nothing that is unique to South Africa. Then you also have NICOC, which is a function of NICOC is to coordinate intelligence that the national intelligence structures would have provided to it and to interpret that intelligence for purposes of, amongst others, detection and identification of any threat or potential threat to the national security of the Republic, coordination and prioritization of intelligence activities within the national structures. But it is important to also point out that NICOC only owes its existence to the 3 intelligence services from which it receives intelligence products, without which it cannot fulfill its statutory mandate of coordinating intelligence. The intelligence cycle. At the center of the intelligence cycle, I must point out, is analysis. Because you do get data, you do get information, but without the analysis component, it remains just that, data and information. But only when that information and data is analyzed by people who are trained in analysis does it become intelligence. The NIE provides a comprehensive, integrated, and estimative intelligence on the current and long-term aspects of national security, which are of a special concern to strategic decision-making and the formulation and implementation of policy and strategy at a national level. The National Intelligence Estimate is produced by NICOC, having looked at information that comes from the 3 intelligence services, and on the basis of the intelligence supplied to it by these structures, it incorporates and anticipates the intelligence requirements for government for the year ahead and strategically guiding the intelligence production efforts for the intelligence community. The NIE prioritizes the threats and opportunities and allocates responsibility for the collection of information to different functional departments of state. This is referred to as the national intelligence priorities. So out of the National Intelligence Estimate, the national intelligence priorities are developed. Now, the NIP allocates responsibilities for the collection of information of such matters to the different functional departments of state. And this is only done so that they can plan and mitigate against any threats on the implementation of their own mandate, the discharge of their own mandate, but also as part of the national security effort. The NIE is approved by the National Security Council. Once approved, it is presented to the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster and FOSAD, as well as the GSCI, for information. Intelligence has been, through various submissions, criticized for utilizing social media postings as the basis of its reporting during the July unrest. Intelligence premises its facets on open source intelligence, on human intelligence, and also signal or technical intelligence, and social media forms part of the open source intelligence collection capacity, which would be utilized by any intelligence organization to craft, and a craft that tends in various intelligence products and also is directed at taskings and operations. The production of the SSA domestic branch is premised on the following strategic pillars. A product range comprising of 4 distinct types of mutually enforcing products, namely integrated assessments, thematic assessments, intelligence briefs, and alerts. A continuous, seamless, and strategically focused production process. The objectives is to ensure that the different product types are planned and executed in a manner that each layer of production, that in all products are strategically linked to the agency's strategic focus, and that the intelligence production evolves towards a continuous year-on-year cycle. Starting with the National Intelligence Estimate, followed by the National Intelligence Priorities, and then there is technical, and then there's also operational and strategic intelligence. Further improving the quality of intelligence products by means of an enforced clearance procedures at different levels in the production cycle, as well as further enforcement of basic analysis methodology in all products. The domestic branch product range is comprised of 4 distinct types of products, which will enable the agency to deliver short-term, long-term, and medium-term products to its approved clients. This product range, with a description of the purpose and modalities regarding each product type, is explained in Figure 2, which I will make available to the commissioners, and that the domestic branch current intelligence responsibilities are catered for by the provision of alerts and intelligence briefs, inclusive of situational reports, briefs, and daily intelligence briefs, which are not scheduled but are produced on a continuous basis throughout the production cycle based on the identified intelligence threats. So this happens throughout the year, and all of this goes to the NAT joints, it goes to the Minister of Intelligence, it goes to the Deputy Minister of Intelligence, but it is all also shared with the President from time to time. The matrix that I spoke about of intelligence products described on the unrest are inclusive of the Intelligence Coordinating Committee, which is the ICC, because it's at a national level. At a provincial level, you find the PICC, and it provided to the NAT joints. So all of that information goes to the NAT joints. And I might want to repeat again, the NAT joints is chaired by a general in the South African Police Services and co-chaired by SSA and also the Defence Force. These presentations are based solely on the stability reports provided by the South African State Security Agency. The SSA works closely with SAP's crime intelligence and defense intelligence to take collective responsibility and for completeness of purpose. And the purpose of the alert is to provide information about an impending danger that requires immediate action. In some cases, the information contained in an alert would not have been corroborated, but the matter is so serious that the client needs to be informed immediately. So we have different types of alerts that speak to the risk and the level of danger that would be reported on. You have a red alert, which is issued when there is an imminent threat to life and property. And throughout this period, we have issued red alerts. We also have an orange alert that is issued when there is a risk of general instability, but no immediate risk to life and property. And just to give you an example, there have been problems with a particular sector, which is the transport sector, where we have given orange alerts to the Minister of Transport and also to the Minister of Labor, who are responsible to coordinate employment issues within the trucking industry. So we have been providing this type of information. And it is at that level where you provide information directly to ministers. You also have a yellow alert, and this is issued when in an event where something has already happened, but there is a risk of retaliatory conduct. The NET Joints, which is chaired by the Deputy National Police Commissioner for Policing and co-chaired by the SSA and the SANDF, the Director for the Domestic Branch, and the Minister and the Deputy Minister. And the value of these alerts is that they are processed quickly, they have a strong element of forewarning that enables the client to take immediate remedial action. So you will see that between the period of May 2021 to when the riot started on the 10th of July, we have issued some red alerts, we've issued some yellow alerts, we've issued some orange alerts. And all of these go to the structures that I mentioned here to enable them to plan to mitigate the risks that would have been indicated in these alerts. So we did warn about the SSA at that time when I was still in the SSA, did warn about growing instability that undermined the authority of the state. The National Intelligence Estimate was presented to the National Security Council and adopted on the same day, on the 1st of December, 2021. Sorry, 1st of December, 2020. My apologies. And the riots happened in July of 2021.
Sorry, Minister, could you repeat the point about December 2020?
That the National Intelligence Estimate was approved by the National Security Council on the 1st of December 2020, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, the National Intelligence Estimate deals with a plethora of threats that we should be cognizant of, plan to mitigate them from becoming a realization. And these, in very short terms, I would give to you as the COVID pandemic, for instance, and domestic national security environment. It dealt with that. We dealt with the threat to the economy, which included the impact of corruption and infrastructure-related crimes. We also dealt with the illicit money flows and money laundering, and threats to the authority of the state, which included violent protests, politically motivated killings, instability in the transport sector, instability in the education sector, demarcation disputes, land invasions, protective security threats. It also dealt with threats to the well-being and safety of South Africans, including food security, energy security, water security, climate change and environmental degradation, violent syndicated and organized crimes, which would include illicit mining of precious metals, stones, and also dealt with ferrous and non-ferrous metals, drug trafficking and gangsterism, fuel theft, wildlife trafficking, human smuggling, trade in counterfeit. So it was a plethora of issues that portion on threats to the well-being and safety of South Africans included. And it also dealt with domestic extremism. Then we had a chapter that dealt with threats to territorial integrity, which included national border security and migration. But we also warned of domestic instability and said that this remained a key threat to the authority of the state. We also spoke about the root causes of instability and that they were due to high levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, where we will all know that those are the apex priorities of government, and coupled with dissatisfactory levels of service delivery in underdeveloped communities. So the warnings were there in 2020, December. South Africans were vulnerable to criminal syndicates operating under their various banners. Communities felt aggrieved by the appointment of foreign nationals in certain sectors in the economy. The gap between community demands and government's ability to deliver would be exacerbated, we said, by the current economic situation in the country. So we forewarned about this. The disruptive community actions, and that they should be understood in the context of desperation to survive the harsh economic realities that our people were facing and the business community was facing. And we said that unless there was a concerted effort to rescue the situation, protest action would continue. We spoke about the likelihood of protest action in one or more of the affected areas, including mining, energy, immigrant community, health, local government, education, industry, and we said that this could be expected in the months and year ahead. And that was, again, I repeat, in December 2020. The risk that violent anti-foreigner sentiments would resurface were high, we said. We also recommended that we need to improve service delivery through the district development model, and as you would know, that was done. We also recommended the improvement of early warning mechanisms to detect violent protest action. We also said prioritize engagement with disgruntled communities through outreach visits within the ambit of the district development model. And the President made sure that we are all appointed in district so that that which was recommended here around the district development model, talking to communities and ensuring that the silo mentality of planning for service delivery between the national, provincial, and local spheres were dealt with. My sincere apology. Now, coming to the national intelligence priorities, which I will say to you here today, that if you see the national intelligence priorities, which commissioners you will not see, and I will tell you that having worked around them, I would be worried if the things that are captured in the NIPs do not appear in the annual performance plans of the various departments. Because with this information, you're expected that that information needs to go into the strategic planning cycle from the NIE, but also at the most basic of levels, that when you plan for a year, your budget is aligned because you know that there are these threats that are there. Your recruitment processes are properly effected because you know that you are going to have a possibility of experiencing violent protest or dissatisfaction from communities, for that matter. Sorry. So that planning, in my view, should be based on the NIPs itself, amongst other baseline documents. And the NIPs at that point clearly spelled out what needed to be done by organs of state, falling under the JCPS cluster. It allocated specific responsibilities to the security departments to mitigate the threats identified in the NIE to the authority of the state. So the NIE itself was presented to FOSAD, which is the Forum of South African Directors General, on the 7th of December, 2020. It went to the National Security Council on the 1st of December, 2020, to the FOSAD on the 7th of December, 2020, so the same year. Now, SSA alerts. Alerts between 2019 and February 2020. I will just give you snippets of it, and you will make up your mind, because I'm not going to give you the full information on what was contained in those documents. But in the period May 2019 to February 2020, after the NIEs and before and after the NIE was adopted, the SSA National Office produced 14 alerts relating to plans to destabilize certain parts of KZN and Gauteng provinces. So in May 2019, we had intelligence that pointed to this. Through to February 2020, that information was available. And that information was supposed to be used for law enforcement. The SSA does not have the law enforcement mandate. So we recommend, departments will then decide whether or not they implement our recommendations. So the onus is no longer on the SSA, but it is on law enforcement agencies to ensure that recommendations are implemented. But not only law enforcement agencies, because you would all know the case of Uyinene, and I think I need to make that example, where SSA did provide information to say the person who killed Uyinene is not going to be given a security clearance. Therefore, that individual was not supposed to be hired by the post office. And the rest is history. But there was nothing that we could do. The responsibility of ensuring implementation rests with a Director General of any department or the CEO and the board of any SOE to which information is given and recommendations are preferred for implementation. Now, all of these alerts that I'm talking about were sent to the net joints. They were sent to me when I was Minister for SSA. They were sent to the Deputy Minister of SSA, the Director of the Domestic Branch. But in some instances, I would also send copies to the President of the Republic. The COVID-19 DIR contained daily assessments on the stability situation throughout the country. So we sent daily reports, daily intelligence briefs on the COVID situation, not only in South Africa, but as we would cover issues around the SADC region, the continent, and gather information from what was going on across the world. It was that information that then helped net joints to also suss out what the situation was internationally, how we would be affected as South Africa if anything erupted in the SADC countries. So the planning was supposed to be around what intelligence would have been given. And some of the examples of what we actually did give, on the 22nd of January in 2021, we issued a red alert coming out of WhatsApp messages in certain groups that was circulating, trying to mobilize people to shut down KZN and demand the removal of President Ramaphosa. And SSA recommended that SAPS maintain a visible presence on major highways to prevent any violent disruptions.
Did you
I'm
say
just
this
telling you
was
about
January 2021?
22 January 2021.
Thank you.
That was one of the red alerts that was issued.
Maybe go a bit slower from now on, that we can just make sure that we write everything down. So on 22 January 2021, there was a red alert. And
So
that
yes.
red alert, you say, is sent directly to ministers as well, or how does it work exactly? And what did the red alert exactly say?
The red alert was warning about information that we had gathered around shutting down KZN, which also demanded, mobilization was going around, and also demanding the removal of the president. So that red alert would have been given to the president, but it was also given to the net joints, who are responsible for effecting mitigating plans around what it is that we provide to them. And between March and July 2021, we issued 11 alerts. And I don't think I need to go through all of these orange alerts, but they had to do with the Constitutional Court issue that related to the former President Jacob Zuma, where permission for protest had not been granted by the JMPD. So we issued an orange alert at that point, recommending to the police more visibility. So the Jacob Zuma matter around the Constitutional Court did not start on the day that the former president was convicted. It did not start on that day. We had been providing information to the net joints, informing them that these protests are going to come. We recommended that law enforcement authorities should take note of these planned protests and institute measures to counter any form of disruptive action. On the 29th of April 2021, we issued another orange alert on a planned national shutdown scheduled from the 3rd to the 7th of May 2021. And we warned that the shutdown would target national highways, particularly in KZN and Gauteng provinces. So by then, you should have seen that there was a pattern that was evolving. Whether or not you got intelligence at some point was besides the point. The information that we proffered was designed to even assist the police to determine a modus operandi so that they could be able to deal with these issues. So as I say, it was targeted at national highways, particularly in KZN and the Gauteng provinces. And again, the rest is history. We knew this in April 29 April 2021.
For this, but the alert said that the shutdown in KZN and Gauteng of the roads would take place when exactly? I think you mentioned the date there.
The 3rd to the 7th of May. And basically why I'm sharing this with you, commissioners of the Human Rights Commission, and sharing this type of information publicly with South Africans, is because I really want to assure South Africans that at the SSA, we have got hardworking men and women. Disregard what has happened and what might continue to happen even now. Fact of the matter is that we have hardworking individuals in that institution. And I wouldn't want South Africans to come out of all of this thinking that they are not safe, that we will not be able to quell possible threats to the lives and livelihoods of South Africans. I'm trying to illustrate here that there was work done. Could we have done better? The answer is always a resounding yes. Did we do the best that we could with the resources at our disposal, taking into account the fact that there were other structural problems within the organization? It's still a resounding yes. We did the best that we could at that time, but that is all that we could do. Measures to curb anything that would have arisen from what we had put down as recommendations was completely out of our control. We couldn't do anything. So I will not even go to further issues. On the 11th of May 2021, we issued another orange alert about a protest march on the 17th that was going to happen in Newtown at Mary Fitzgerald Square. And again, we recommended police visibility in the surrounding areas to deter any criminality and looting. The 3rd of June, another orange alert. And I'm just going through the orange alerts now, but in between the orange alerts, there were other intelligence products. Your daily stability products that were handed over to the net joints, the COVID reports also handed over to the net joints, and situational reports also handed over to the net joints. So I'm just talking about the orange alerts which determine the risk to life, limb, and property of South Africans. And on the 14th of June,
The 7th of June, the orange alert, what was that about, Minister?
sorry, the 3rd of June, Commissioner,
Okay,
that
sorry,
was
please.
about an alert that communities across Soweto were being mobilized to take action against foreign nationals. And then on the 14th of June, another orange alert about certain trade unions who were mobilizing communities against plans to evict foreign nationals from Soweto on the 16th of June. June 30, an orange alert about planned protests in the taxi industry, eThekwini, Richards Bay, and Umhlatuze. That's KZN. And I won't go into further detail because that would be breaching my responsibilities and the laws of the land. On the 30th of June, we issued an orange alert following the Constitutional Court judgment. But even before that, we did issue an alert sometime in May that spoke to what might happen at the after the Constitutional Court judgment. And supporters of the former president indicated that they would protect the former president against the ruling and threatened to shut down city centers and strategic routes. Now, what I might also want to add here is that spontaneous activities and events are difficult to monitor as an intelligence agency. A lot of the time, our work is forward warning. It is not the now and the imminent. But we do issue orange and red alerts when we do get that information about the now and the imminent. So we don't discriminate in that regard. On the 1st of July, we also issued an orange alert about mobilization in Northwest emanating from the Constitutional Court judgment, and mobilization that was intended for people to leave the Northwest to KZN. I will not go through all of these other ones, but go to the 2nd of July. Another one issued, orange alert, about KwaZulu-Natal and the update on mobilization in support of former President Jacob Zuma. On the 7th of July, we issued an orange alert again. And on the 10th of July, we issued a red alert. That was a threat to the life of the Deputy Chief Justice Raymond Zondo. So all the products that were delivered to the net joints were delivered, some of them were delivered to the president. I took personal responsibility for this. I stopped at some point because the director for the domestic branch had told me that he was briefing the president. SSA management and I, at some point during the riots, had asked to brief the president about things that we were picking up in KZN that sounded quite alarming, and felt that the President of the Republic should be appraised on what we were picking up. Unfortunately, in that time, the President was unable to meet either me or the SSA. But the information that we were picking up in KZN was very scary. But I will leave it at that. So, as I said earlier on, then there were daily stability reports. Outside your alerts, your red, orange, and yellow alerts, there were stability reports, all given to the ICC and also to the provincial and national joints. So the net joints and the prof joints. And they spoke to quite a number of issues, including the intelligence perspective on the current instability in the country. So I will not go further into those because I'm sure the police would also attest to the fact that they got all of this information because it was delivered to the net joints, which they chair, and we co-chair together with the South African National Defence Force. So at no point would the police ever say they did not get any information from us. They did not get any intelligence from us, because that intelligence was provided both by the structure in KZN that was resident there and also by the structures in Gauteng that were also stationed here. I will not go into the other issues, but I will then go to what was claimed to have been the minister going operational, and a claim by General Mkhwanazi, which was quite bizarre, that the minister had set up an operational center at the Beverly Hills Hotel where she was staying. He has absolutely nothing to do with that. That was an operation of State Security Agency he had together with the Defense Force. Because at some point it was difficult to get the police in meetings when we were in KZN. That is a fact. When General Mkhwanazi went on paternity leave, we got a lot of assistance. The police came to all of our meetings that we had, that were called at that time. And I'll just leave it at that. That we got maximum support and collaboration from the police at that time. So the fact that between Defense Intelligence and ourselves, working, by the way, with crime intelligence in that province, we had to set up our own facility. We had to get people from head office to reinforce the analysts at the province, in the province. And I must tell you that there were instances where I was not very happy with what was going on at SSA. And I will reiterate again, those that worked on the riots at that time did the very best that they could, sometimes under very trying conditions, because some of them had to use my budget to go to Durban, because they did not get any sign-off for them to go and reinforce the team that was in Durban. But commissioners, not only did I do that.
Just clarity, Minister.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say my budget, are you referring to the ministry's budget in relation to the departmental budget?
Yes, ma'am, you're correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I say, I would always reiterate that we have the very capable, patriotic individuals who work in that institution. And I think it is grossly unfair for any minister or any other structure to come or to go publicly and malign the men and women at state security that work so hard. I'm not saying that people who don't work so hard, there are many who don't. But equally, there are many who put their lives at risk. Like when there was a march at some point, I was later told that that march was quelled by 2 people from the State Security Agency. And I can go on because there were many things that were not put out there publicly because we were able to talk to people on the ground in certain instances to help businesses, because at that point we even joined the communications platform that had been created by Business Against Crime in KZN. So whenever some fears were imminent, whenever people wanted to communicate anything with us, we were there 24/7 to help the business sector and help communities in KZN. But not only that, I would get frantic calls from time to time from Minister Patel, who also got frantic calls from time to time from the business communities. And we would always do our best to ensure that we assist with that. So I really find it curious that people would go out there publicly and try and malign another state organ that is responsible for providing information that people are to act upon to put measures in place that certain things should not happen. So those were my interventions. I was not operational. I was strategic in my interventions. There are those who say that I was operational. I'm not sure if they know the difference between operational and strategic with regards to what I actually did between Gauteng and KZN. I actually even called for the head of the domestic branch, who actually understood as well the need for us, which I related to him, the need for us to reinforce KZN, to reinforce Gauteng, to reinforce Limpopo, to reinforce Mpumalanga. And the reason for that is what we had been picking up in Durban that I said earlier that we wanted to brief the president on. That was quite frightening. So we had to reinforce along the border lines, but also Gauteng and Cape Town, because they are the transit. Gauteng is part of your transport multimodal node, and Cape Town is the route that takes you into Europe on shipment of certain things. So we had to provide reinforcement of personnel in all of those provinces. So we were not sitting on our laurels. On the 6th of July, and SSA people will tell you that I was not even kind to them when I thought that they were dropping the ball. I sent a plethora of messages to the management team on what I thought was lacking in our work. Much as they tried, if you are a leader, what is put in place is never enough. You want to see more. And that's why I would from time to time send them messages to say, this is what I am seeing. Can you please reinforce in the following areas? So there were many messages toing and froing between me and those that were responsible. Now, I traveled to KZN together with the Minister of Defense and military veterans. And as an executive, I just felt that it was my responsibility to make sure that we were visible together. That was the reason why we went to KZN, to make sure that we were visible, accessible to our forces on the ground, and that we were doing everything in our power to support members of the SSA and also members of the Defense Force who were working to prevent the upsurge of violence in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The person who stayed behind to do same in Gauteng was the Deputy Minister, Zizi Kodwa, who remained in Gauteng to provide the same support and visibility in the province. Anyone who has read the history of the world of the military, and anyone who knows Marshal Zhukov of the former Soviet Union would know that at times the commander leads from the front. And once a commander leads from the front, as you would have seen in the Great Patriotic War, or as what others might call the Second World War, Marshal Zhukov led from the front, and his forces, because he was leading from the front, the tanks were deployed in such a way that he too would be protected. So as he surged forward into enemy lines, those that were behind him ensured his protection. But because he was there, it elevated the mood and the morale of the soldiers that he led in the front. Now, I'm not one of those people that runs away when things become bad. I've led forces myself in the front in Swaziland. And anybody who has not had a soldier perish under their command will never understand the pain of death of a soldier. For me, those men and women at SSA were my soldiers. They were your soldiers as the people of our country. I had to provide leadership. I had to be visible. I had to lift the morale. I had to be accessible. And there are those who say I was operational. I don't care to be operational. I know what my responsibility as a minister is. I don't deal with operational matters. I will only intervene if certain operational matters are a hindrance to development, forward thinking, and strategic implementation in any organization. So I too have led in the front, and I know what it entails to lead in the front. And I am not at all apologetic about having done that. So the July unrest, which took place largely in KZN and in the Gauteng provinces, was an attack on the continuity and the survival of the state and prosperity and well-being of our people. But it was also a cry for help from amongst our communities, as you would have seen what happened in Phoenix. Now, the reason why I agreed to come out here, commissioners, is because I felt I'm answerable to the people of South Africa. I'm not necessarily answerable to you as commissioners sitting there, but you are making me accountable. But our audience in this regard, and the people who need answers as to why 300 and something people died, I'm not even sure about the amount in billions wiped out of our economy, that I wouldn't come here to set the record straight. I am here to set the record straight. I am here to account, and I account to the people that elected us into office. And I take my responsibility, my oath of office that I took when I was appointed first as a parliamentarian and secondly as a member of the executive, very, very seriously. I would never come here and lie to you. I will never come here and make this place a place where I come and share anecdotal jokes with you as if we are here to play. This is serious. Lives were lost. And I felt the need that there is no ways that I could decline to come here or appear or just depose of an affidavit and leave things, but I had to set the record straight on different areas. Now, I will start by imploring all of us who are appointed on the back of our people's vote to at all times be honest with the people that we serve, who put us in the places that they put us. And if you were wrong at some point, be honest enough to admit that you were wrong. As I said, did we do the very best The answer is a resounding no. We could have done better. But did we do the best under those circumstances? The answer is a resounding yes. Now, there are some members of the executive who have appeared before the Human Rights Commission, before me, and they painted a very gloomy picture of what happened in Gauteng and in KZN, and rightfully so. It was a painful episode in the history of our democracy. Now, in KZN, there's a prof joints. And in the prof joints, it's not only SSA, the police, who sit in it, it is provincial departments as well, including the Premier's office. Now, the question that you would ask yourself is, how many times did the representatives of the Premier's office attend such meetings for them to be able to go back to the Premier and brief him about the intelligence products that would have been shared with them in those meetings? SSA tells me that the attendance register doesn't look so rosy of those meetings. So again, if people say they were not briefed, there were structures that were in place to deal with these issues, and the representatives of their departments in those structures were supposed to brief them. So there are various structures that dealt with these issues, the Prof Jocom, the Prof Joints, the ICCs, and all those structures. A lot of them, the province is represented. And the province does not represent, the people that represent the province do not only attend because there is tea that is served there. They attend because it is a constitutional duty for them to ensure that the lives of people, the livelihoods, and the protection of property and lives in their provinces is dealt with. So they were supposed to have been at those meetings. The other thing that was said was that there was no SSA head appointed at that time. I think people who have run organizations, I started working in the private sector, and I then worked for government. Anybody who has run an organization would know that if you are given an acting position, you assume all responsibilities and accountability as if you are in a substantive post. So it doesn't mean that if you are appointed as acting head of SSA in the province, there is no head of SSA in the province. There was a head of SSA in KZN throughout that period. So it's not true to come here and say there was no head of SSA. The head was appointed in an acting capacity with all the rights, duties, responsibilities, accountability of a person who is substantively appointed in that position. That's what the law says, not Ayanda law. So there was tactical liaison or assessments shared with SABC CI or other appropriate provincially based clients, and such assessments are at times communicated to clients in person through the formal briefings. Tactical warning would at times be shared on shared electronic platforms or telephonically based on urgency with relevant clients, notably the transport, COGTA, SAPS, and there would always be follow-up in writing where the communication was verbal. On the 10th of July, 2021, members of the SSA met with the Premier of KZN, Premier Zikalala, not on the 13th of July, as was indicated here. Well, it's 3 days, I mean, here and there. You might say, what's the significance of that? But I have a responsibility to the men and women at SSA to also protect their integrity, because I was their minister at that time. So we share information on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis on all levels, at prof joints and at net joints, because we sit in those structures. Now, the KZN Intelligence Coordinating Committee, the ICC, consisted of SABC, SSA, and briefs to brief the committee, chaired by the HOD of the Department of Community Safety and Liaison in the province. And there's representation from SABS, from SSA, from COCTA, from Human Settlements, from Transport, Agriculture, Justice and Constitutional Development, NPA, Office of the KZN Premier, eThekwini Municipality, inclusive of the Durban Metro Police. And this is done on a monthly basis. So I will not go into the issues of the ICC and the PICCs, because I think the police would have been able to give you information on that. And that the KZN Provincial Office of SSA is also represented on the Elections KZN Steering Committee. And I mean, there are many fora that we attend in the various provinces. I've already debunked the myth that I was involved in operations. So I'm not going to give that much credit by a further response. I've already done that. Commissioners, I came here to respond to issues that have been ventilated here before my appearance before you, that you would need answers to. But I also came here to give my account of what transpired in that time and prior to that time. I also came to clarify who it is that we shared this information with. I also came here to give evidence so that South Africans could know what actually transpired at that time. And that if we are to be judged, let us be judged from a point of honesty, from a point of camaraderie, because we all worked in the same JCPS cluster. But as I said earlier on, everything started with the NIEs and the NIPs, and all of these things that we dealt with thereafter were captured in both documents that were adopted by the National Security Council, that were adopted by the Forum of South African Directors General, and information that would have been shared with Cabinet. And I will leave it at this, and I would like to thank you very much for the invitation to come and address you today on what it is that we would have done as an organization that was charged with providing intelligence to the net joints, to the prof joints, so that planning around measures to quell unrest, violence, and try and deal with the death of South Africans was done. We did what we could with all that we could at that time. But as any organization and any leader, I will say that sometimes there is more that we could have done. But at that point, what we did was the very best that we could. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. May I just ask you, were you reading now and referring to an affidavit or a presentation, a written presentation? Because if that's the case, it would be appreciated if you can make that available to us. Would that be?
Chairperson, we have made available a document to Mr. Moraka. Hopefully he's going to share that with you.
I see.
Thank
Okay.
you.
No, thank you. I wasn't aware. Sorry? Same document? It's the same document that you referred to now.
Well, it's a different document, but the one that I am reading from actually amplifies issues so that I would not forget that are in the same report. So it's not a departure from what was submitted.
Okay, but as you spoke to that specific document now and referred to that, and it seems to be even going a bit further than the other document,
Okay.
would it be possible to make that one available to us as well, please? Because, I mean, you have spoken to it anyway. It's a matter of
Yes.
public record. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, I think we can do that.
Thank you
It's
so
not a
much.
classified document.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you,
We
Minister.
can do that. Thank you.
So, Minister, what will basically happen now is we're going to give over to Advocate Moraka and the evidence team in general. They can introduce, I think they've introduced themselves already, to put certain questions to you, and maybe it would be quite important to cover specifically the alerts during the relevant period. Advocate Moraka?
Sorry, Chair, can you just speak closer to the mic? I missed the last point. It would be important to cover.
No, I was just thinking that maybe it would be quite important to cover the alerts, whether red, yellow, or orange, during the relevant period leading up to the unrest and so forth. But I mean, it doesn't matter if you don't do it. I think we should do it from our side. That we can just form a view as to, what exactly these alerts were all about, and where it went and so on. Alerts and other reports and whatever it might have been, daily briefings, weekly briefings. Thank you very much. Over to you, Advocate Moraka.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. Minister, thank you for the presentation. It was substantive and it's got the added benefit of shaving off some questions, but there's still just some questions just some clarity-seeking questions, and then obviously our own unique dimensions that we want to hear you on. To avoid being aloof, there are 4 major themes that we're going to deal with. Obviously, the architecture of the intelligence services. We'll deal with specifically the July unrest, and then the issues with the police, and then we'll go to issues regarding human rights and intelligence, just so that you've got a little bit of a global map. I will highlight for you as we just transition into the different themes. So, Minister, you gave us a good overview of the architecture of the agency and of the intelligence services in general. I just wanted to clarify, because there was a number of times when you referred to forces on the ground or the employees that had to tap into your budgetary reserves because of kind of like delays in signing off documents, and 2 other people who also discharged, who went beyond the call of duty. What is the scope, and perhaps that's the South Africa Security State Agency, but what is the scope of the intelligence services, of particularly the SSA? Is it merely to collect intelligence and then give it to specific accounting bodies that can act on it, or is there a dimension in which you are also intimately involved in the execution of some of the recommendations that may be contained in the alerts or in the intelligence reports?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moraka. As SSA, we develop intelligence products in the form of alerts, in the form of daily stability reports, in the form of situational reports and others. And that's all that we do with recommendations. As I said, when I gave the example of the post office and the unfortunate killing of Uyinene, we give information, we advise, give recommendations, and it is left up to the Director General of a department, the board or CEO of an SOE, and the net joints, the law enforcement part of the net joints in the case of the security cluster. So we can help to some extent. For instance, like I say, and I gave an example of a situation where one of the senior people in the SSA on a particular day was able to stop a group of protesters from moving from where they were towards one of the businesses in KZN. So we can do things like that to neutralize, but our responsibility, Chairperson and Commissioners and Mr. Maraka, is that we do not have the mandate of law enforcement.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I thank you, Minister. And you also spoke of unfair characterization of your efforts, particularly during this period, being labeled as you meddling in operational scope as opposed to what you understand as policy and perhaps strategic direction. Are you satisfied that there exist enough policies and legislative framework that demarcate who's responsible for what, who bears ultimate responsibility, that properly appraise a minister what her role and scope is and what the operational figures are? Are you happy with the policies that exist at the moment?
Through you, Commissioners, the policy framework changes from time to time, and in this regard, we developed 2 draft bills that were going to be taken through the processes, discussion with the President, take them to Cabinet, and take them through to Parliament for ultimate adoption into law. Now, those would have spelled out a number of issues that took into account what transpired in the SSA before my time, where ministers were accused of overreach. That those pieces of legislation were designed to ensure that ministers do not go overboard and be seen to be overreaching on their mandate as ministers. I was very cognizant of this, Mr. Mraka. I am a trained intelligence officer, but I do not have much training in counterintelligence for me to be sufficiently confident that I can run an operation. I'm really not that stupid. I can't run operations. If I were to run operations, I would have myself surrounded by foreign intelligence services that will play rings around me. I trained in intelligence. I don't have much training in counterintelligence, and therefore I'm not stupid to that extent that I would meddle in operational issues in intelligence. And I'm not for 1 minute even suggesting that that's what you were saying. But I'm just emphasizing the fact that I'm very cognizant of that, and I would never get involved in operational issues in an intelligence setting because I know what happens when I do, if I do.
And Minister, can you just remind us what was the period of your tenure as Minister of State Security Agency?
2019 to 2021. I don't have the months and stuff, but it was in that period.
Yeah, more generally that period. Just to link with that, with the question regarding the distinction between operational and policy, we provided the presidents, I think we've provided a copy for you of the high-level review panel. I think it may bear some insight into just some findings about the policy shortcomings and so forth that we can speak to. And if you, Minister, Commissioner, if we can go to page 69. Page 69, it's at the bottom. Minister, you are aware of this report. I know it would have been published. I think I asked about your tenure at the SSA. It would have been before your time. So you would have arrived with this report already in place, and to our knowledge, it has not been challenged. And it was actually commissioned, it's on page 1, but I'll read it because it's only 2 sentences. But it was the president to put together the panel to enable the reconstruction of a professional national intelligence capability for South Africa that will respect and uphold the Constitution and relevant legislative legislative prescripts. And the page I referred yourself and the panel to is page 69. This was the page basically where the panel, honestly so, was dealing with reflections from having analyzed policies and legislation. And one of the findings there is that it's number A right at the top. There's a small sentence that says the panel finds as follows. And the first one is that the current legislative provision regarding the role of the Minister of State Security vis-a-vis the department itself gives too much scope for a minister to interfere in the administration and operation of the department. Now, the reason why I wanted to link it to policy shortcomings was precisely because just like policies changes, so too do ministers change, you know, and while one minister may be circumspect in being able to draw that lines, another may find it difficult to distinguish between those roles. How far are these draft bills or attempts to kind of respond to this recommendation?
They are with the president.
They are with the president, okay.
They were given, the one draft was given to the president in December 2019. The other one was given to the president, and this one was an all-encompassing one.
Yeah.
That really presented us with a clean sweep away from the current in terms of capacity, the role of the various players, including ministers, and generally so that we could have a service that is able to perform better than is currently the case. So the first draft bill, which I was not too happy with, which did not cover comprehensively what we needed to do, but was designed so that we could quickly deal with some of the issues. So I would not criticize it to say it was a hopeless one, but given the time that it has taken between those 2 bills and now, I can safely say it was prudent for us to actually work on a new bill that is more comprehensive, that deals with almost all of the issues that were dealt with in this panel review recommendations. But also to say not only did we give the bill to the president in February 2020, we also gave the president the case study. And at that time, when I was still Minister of SSA, we had been having numerous discussions with the Department of Public Service and Administration, who are the custodians of certain labor and public service related matters. So even in terms of the business case, we were working with the Department of Public Service and Administration to assist us in putting that business case together. So both of them were delivered to the President in February 2020.
Certainly, Minister. I mean, we too are going to release a report, and there are recommendations, so one doesn't want to duplicate those. Minister, could you maybe take us into confidence. You spoke about the fact that, you know, there was scope for things to be done better by the agency. What are some of the challenges that you think the agency has that may have come forth during the unrest? Is there any one or two that specifically stand out as shortcomings, either ministerially or departmentally?
Mr. Moraga, I would respectfully request that I do not answer that question now, because I would be exposing the SSA to foreign intelligence services on the weaknesses and strengths of the organization. I respectfully hope you will understand why I cannot do that on an open platform. Because if your intelligence services are known to have weaknesses in certain areas, we open ourselves to all sorts of foreign intelligence services occupying our space.
Okay, Minister, I will accept that, and then maybe I will ask that question in a much more, I will smuggle it into another question that directly has to do with this. So for instance, we talked about contradictory statements. We talked about, the police saying they didn't receive intelligence. That too is for the world and domestic threats to see that the minister is saying they provided it, the police say they didn't get it. That already showcases some assumptions, but we'll get to that when we deal with that specific issues regarding the police and the president. You can respond to it now, but we will rehash it again, yeah.
The reason why I want to respond to it is because I have spoken about it as I made the presentation. Now, the world of intelligence is a very intriguing, fascinating world. But for every intelligence product, in any intelligence service, there is a paper trail. So you can deny as much as you want. The intelligence products that were given to you are computerized. We go back to the server. We will find every document that was sent to you in spite of your denials. So it's not as if we handwrite things like it was done in the past. We have sophisticated systems in place that will debunk this myth that people did not get intelligence.
And Minister, just one last follow-up on that. You do not, you wouldn't be able to speak to the challenges that are perhaps already contained in this high-level review panel report. Do you think it would go beyond the scope of this? Yeah. Okay. Minister, we spoke of...
just interrupt you quickly, sorry for
certainly,
that.
Chairperson.
I think the one thing is maybe, in terms of weaknesses and so on, one could also explore the possibility of in-camera evidence on those issues. And the other one is, and maybe the Minister can reply to that, to an extent this high-level review panel, also unearth certain weaknesses and so on, and then come up with certain recommendations. So how do you see that, which is a public document, in view of your remark that you don't want to comment on on certain weaknesses?
Commissioner, if it was up to me, even this report wouldn't be a public report. What comes out in terms of implementation of recommendations would have been seen in the bills that were presented. It would have been seen in the 4 reports that I gave to the President on implementation of the high-level review panel recommendations. But from a personal perspective, I would never have made this document public because, like I say, coming from the intelligence sector, it's the type of information that you do not make public. You do not want to tell other foreign intelligence services and also your enemy, how weak you are or how strong you are. You should never be the one who supplies them with information about how weak or strong you are. Where there are problems of this nature, you deal with them internally, you ensure the implementation of them internally. But it's not my place, this is not my report. It is now a public report and probably does not quite matter that I feel this way, and I only feel this way because I come from the craft of intelligence. That at a personal level, I wouldn't have done it. And I'm not casting any aspersions on anyone who made this document available.
Would your view be the same with regard to the presidential panel's report that has now been made public, the recent one, that such a document should not have been made public?
That's a very career-limiting question for me to answer. The prerogative really is on the president, who asked for this work to be done. And again, as a former intelligence person, my views really do not matter right now.
Thank you. We'll leave that at that, but I'm just mentioning once again that you can explore, obviously, the possibility of maybe in-camera evidence and so on pertaining to certain of these issues. I'm just mentioning that as an idea. You may go ahead, Advocate Morales.
Yeah, certainly, Chairperson, we heed to that proposal, and I think what we should do is maybe go through the questions and see how many questions it is that fall within the purview of that which the minister can answer, how many of those are not, and then, deliberate what is the best way forward. Perhaps, a collation of those questions in written form to request answers in a platform and situation where it would allow the minister to do so. Perhaps an employee of ours that's vetted or whatever the case may be. We'll just have to explore those options. Sorry, Minister, I was just taking advice from my colleague here. Minister, you used the word fascinating and intrigue in the world of intelligence sometimes to bodies like ourselves that do investigations and might not have access to certain information, or maybe placed in a position where officers are unable to answer specific questions. For us, it can, and I think for the public, can be secretive and mysterious, and hopefully we can demystify some of that. You mentioned alerts. We listened carefully. You went into the alerts. Some of them you stated what the alerts were about. But in general, when one speaks of intelligence that you would give either to a specific organ of state or that you would present as kind of collaborative intelligence with other intelligence structures, what is typically there? Is it what would typically be there, or at least what was in the typical alerts in relation to the unrest?
Chairperson, through you, Mr. Moraka, I think I did actually indicate on some of the alerts that what they were coming up with or reporting on that was directly related to the July unrest. And what was directly related to the July unrest did not start in July. It started with the NIE on the 1st of December, 2020. And throughout that period, up until the end of the riots and beyond, we provided not only alerts, we provided situational reports, we provided all sorts of intelligence to the net joints for them to be able to plan effectively to curb what was going on in Durban and in Gauteng. And I must say, there were many things that were curbed. There were many protests that were stopped. There were many burnings and lootings that were stopped. But equally, there were many that continued to go ahead. And the question that I would ask is, you have most of the malls in Gauteng are in the precinct of police stations. But all those who burned were either opposite a police station, adjacent to the police station, or whatever. And the looting did not happen over a 2-hour period. It happened for the whole day, coming back the following day to burn that facility. So whether you had intelligence or not, you are across the road, you can see what is happening. You don't need straight security for that. You know what to do. You employ whatever technology, whatever technical tools you have at your disposal, human resources tools that are at your disposal to stop what is happening in a particular mall. And again, I don't want to cast aspersions on other bodies within the security cluster, but you know, sometimes it just gets a little exasperating that people will say we never got intelligence when certain things were just happening right in front of your eyes and you could have stopped them.
And Minister, when you went through the structures of the intelligent arms, we spoke of the national intelligence estimates and what happens as a day-to-day business, the usual operation of the agency. Is there specific incidents that would trigger a deviation from that, such as alerts or intelligence that is so critical and serious that it might demand the setting up, say, of a special task team, as opposed to the ordinary briefings that would take place between structures as they are set out in legislation, i.e. the police, the crime intelligence of the police or the intelligence arms of the defense, yourselves and SSA would meet at, regular intervals, and you've got an operational plan of how you deal with things ordinarily. But with regard to the July unrest and similar incident, is there any kind of contingency plans to deal with specific threats of that nature that might demand special kind of structures?
I would imagine, yes, Mr. Moraga. Depending on, one, the gravity of the situation, you might decide based on what would transpire that you would need to establish a separate body to deal with certain things. You're correct. That could be done. But in terms of the repository for intelligence, the net joints was there. It has a life of its own. It wasn't an ad hoc structure. It is a structure that is there. So it's not like you would have the net joints closing office maybe at 4 o'clock and coming back again after 2 weeks. It's constantly there. And information is fed to the system constantly. So the recommendations as given by SSA, their implementation would depend on the SAPs, on whether they establish a task team, they do this, they do that. That is entirely on them. Then you would have alerts of a different nature, as I said earlier on the truck drivers and stuff like that, and also where we were aware that mobilization is happening. There are ways of neutralizing all of that other than law enforcement, which would have required at that point, I know for a fact that Minister Mbalula and Minister Ngesi, took care of that situation because information was brought to their attention. So depending on the type of threat that exists, its mitigation depends on the various levels of the threat, number one, but also sometimes it does not need law enforcement. It needs interaction with communities. But also, sometimes it's not even an interaction with communities. It just means that government must deliver better services to the people. That's what it means sometimes. Sometimes it just means we need to be more agile in delivering services to our people when we know that there is constantly a problem of electricity and we know what that can cause. What measures do you put in place to alleviate the situation? And that was done. Minister Mantashe issued the bed window issues and stuff like that. So those things are done outside law enforcement when they pose a risk to safety and security and the livelihoods and lives of people. Okay.
And it says there, this is part of the agency's responsibilities, also to gather departmental intelligence at the request of any interested Department of State and without delay to evaluate and transmit such intelligence and any other intelligence at the disposal of the agency which constitutes a departmental intelligence to the department concerned. Did you receive any such request from the police, other than, of course, that you would have been meeting at those standing structures? Was there any request made from the police in particular for intelligence support?
I am not aware of that. That, again, is what the operational people will be able to tell you.
But at least you do know that you discharge your duties of providing intelligence. We just don't know if the opposite is true, that a request was made to operational persons for support.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And maybe, Minister, what do you make of the issue that you discharge your mandate? There are these powerful intelligence structures that meet the consolidate intelligence, that both act on the intelligence you've collected plus their own wings of intelligence within the department, and yet there seems to be an overriding issue of whether people received things and the state, their denials regarding the reception of those things are true, and the coordination notwithstanding the structures that are always permanently operating. What is to be read? How are we to read that?
Mr. Morakesa, I spoke at some point and I said, we all need to learn to be honest as we discharge our mandates, but also as we serve the people of South Africa. And this is about honesty. That's all it's about. And I cannot hold people accountable on their dishonesty if they have been dishonesty. The one thing that I can assure you of and assure the people of South Africa is that I won't lie about having given info. And if you remember when this thing started, which was then called a public spat, and I don't know if it was a public spat or ministers saying, no, this is what happened. I was very clear forever, from the beginning until the end, that I have never said I gave information to a particular minister. I was very clear even in our first press statement, in our first media briefing, that I, as SSA, give intelligence to structures. Now, a minister is not a structure. So you can't go out publicly and say, no, she never gave me information. You're not a structure. That's why I did not give you information. The information goes to structures that are responsible for enforcement. And that's what happened. Now, as I said to you earlier on, and that's precisely why I was deliberate in going through the mandate or the object of the existence of each intelligence service. I was very clear what crime intelligence is about. It's not what we are about. It's not what defense intelligence is about. I spoke about what everybody else is about in terms of objects of their existence. Now, what is fed into the net joints, what is fed into NICOC, is what the various intelligence services put into the system. Now, at that point, because SABC is responsible for crime intelligence, I would never have, as Ayanda, I would never stand up on a podium and say, yeah, SABCI did not give me information. They had no business to give me information. I get information from my own intelligence service, as per the law, together with the Deputy Minister. The Minister of Defense receives information from Defense Intelligence. The Minister of Police receives information from Crime Intelligence. Ayanda or SSA was not going to provide any intelligence to any of the ministers. So that information that you find at net joints comes from all the services. The information that you find at NICOC, where they're able to prepare strategic documents, all comes from the 3 intelligence services. Yeah.
And then, Minister, for our own clarity, who then bears the ultimate responsibility for, say, the reliability of, now it's been consolidated, who bears that, who's the final accounting officer in this regard? Because obviously the July unrest happened. Even in your own words, you spoke about the inability to even speak about the numbers of death or even the amount of damage that happened. What happened in July eventually led the president to put together a high panel. It inspired our institution to spend extraordinary amount of resources to investigate, to try and get to the bottom of it, because there's obviously the human impact, the infrastructure impact, and there's kind of like no clarity as to who acted, why didn't they act, why do people deny, why are all officials, maybe not structures, but officials of those structures not being honest. Who bears ultimate responsibility for that?
The head of that department. In our case, the Director General of SSA, together with the 2 directors that are responsible for the 2 branches. Excuse me. In crime intelligence, it's the head of crime intelligence and also the SABC National Commissioner. Mm-hmm. They bear responsibility. It's not the ministers who bear responsibility. It's those that are involved in the upkeep, in the discharge of the mandate at an operational level, which is your heads of department.
And maybe this is a good time to transition to the president and to, I know you spoke of the fact that there were times when you were briefing him directly, and then that changed when the regional or local official then said, I've assumed those roles and we are communicating. Is that correct?
No, what is correct is I would send briefs to the president. As I received them at home, I would then read them and send them to the president. And it was not every brief. Now, during the riots, I spoke to the head of the domestic branch, and he told me that he does provide briefs to the president. It is at that point that I stopped, because we couldn't have bombarded the president with 2 reports, one from the branch and one from Ayanda Dlodlo. It just did not make sense.
And just for clarity for the panelists, the idea of informing the president is also a legislative imperative. On the same page, page 5, at section 2, functions relating to the intelligence, so the same document, Minister, that you had earlier, towards the middle of the page, functions, it's section 2, subsection 1B, and it says it's connected to that, and the function of the agency shall, subject to section 3B, to fulfill the national counterintelligence responsibilities, and for this purpose to conduct, coordinate counterintelligence, and to gather, correlate, evaluate, analyze, and interpret information regarding counterintelligence in order to inform the President of such. Now, I see here that there obviously is a distinction between domestic intelligence, as you highlighted, crime intelligence, counterintelligence. You're the only agency that does that. When you were briefing the President on that, were you understanding it as potential threats beyond domestic, or how were we understanding these threats at the time that the President was being briefed?
We would give information to the President on a number of issues, not just domestic, but also from the foreign branch. So we would brief him, because the President operates not only at a national level, he also operates on a global scale. So he would get briefings. Yeah.
And Minister, I think we would also have to appreciate that intelligence is not always reliable, right? Many intelligence agencies in the world can't predict any number of incidents that happen in their country, and so forth. Even nations that perhaps have long-standing institutions, only because we went through a 1994 transition that had to do with renewal of institutions. So sometimes it's not a matter of dishonesty, and it's a matter of intelligence. Now, you will note that there may be dishonest statements by other office holders, but the President at one point was speaking of an insurrection, right? I made statements that what was happening during the July unrest was an insurrection, and one can only make the assumption that he was already receiving briefs long before the unrest had happened. And the idea of an insurrection almost, evokes, I think itself can be a security risk, because it means that what we are being told by the highest official makes us think that the state isn't functioning, or there's some kind of threat that is unfolding towards the state. That then changed to ethnic mobilization at one point. What are we to make of those statements? Are those intelligence-based statements, or is there another source that inspires that from the highest official receiving constant briefings from all of his cabinet, highest officials?
Mr. Murakasa, I said this at some point when I was being interviewed. I did not have that information of an insurrection. State Security Agency never brought such information to me. The President could have gotten it from some other source other than the State Security Agency, because we did not have that information. And as you correctly say, sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. Maybe the people that brought that information to the President had more information than we did as State Security. And they didn't have to share that information with us.
Just 1 second, Minister. All right, thank you. Minister, I'm going to move to my colleagues who will have some follow-up questions. She was listening while we were engaging, and she has her own unique set of questions, and some that may come from your answers. So I'm going to move to this topic.
Can I kindly ask for a 5-minute comfort break?
Oh, of course, Minister
for
Chairperson.
Yes,
May
no
we please have a
problem at
comfort
all.
break just for 5 minutes?
Let's break
Yeah.
we can resume at 4:45.
Yeah, we can do so.
So we stand down quickly.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. And Minister, you did refer to that, but it does say national security must resolve of South Africans as individuals and as a nation to live as equals, to live in peace and harmony, to be free from fear and want, and to seek a better life. And then perhaps to the extent that I will speak to some of those to some of those issues, Section 199 goes on under subsection 8 to say that it is also to give effect to the principles of transparency and accountability. Multi-parliamentary committees must have oversight over all security services in a manner determined by national legislation. So the first one refers to the quality of life of South Africans, and the second one is just the imperative on the intelligence agencies to operate, of course, with transparency, accountability, and with representative government structures. You will note that at other parts of the Constitution, it warns against an intelligence agency that is partisan in nature or that gets too brought into the political aspects of the nation. So the first question perhaps is one that you touched on. You made the point that sometimes it's about just providing service delivery. You know, sometimes it's about government discharging specific mandates. We heard during our KZN sitting from activists, and one of the terms of our reference is the socio-economic issues. They may have been the cause of this. And I think from your testimony, one can make the, or rather, let me put it, does poverty and socio-economic issues themselves in certain circumstances qualify as national security risk?
Thank you very much, Mr. Muraka. Threats to national security or threats to state security vary in extent, they vary on risk, but I can tell you that poverty, unemployment, and inequality are a threat to national security. You cannot have more than 30% of your youth unemployed and not see that as a powder keg. It is going to erupt one day, and it's not a prophecy. It just needs for us to think that it is going to happen because people are unemployed. If you looked at what was going on in the malls, at any given time, there were always more than 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people at any given time in a mall, looting. Now, do you want to tell me that a person who is employed will leave his place of employ to go and loot? I wouldn't think so. I really wouldn't think so. So that points to the dire situation with regards to the issue of unemployment. South Africa is now said to have the highest rate of unemployment among the youth in the world. It also has the highest rate of inequality in the world. Surely, those two issues should concern us. They really, really should concern us. And we should actually be preoccupied with finding innovative ways of growing our economy. Looking to outside where we should be investing, looking at opportunities in the country to grow our economy so that people can find jobs and live a livelihood, as you correctly say, free from want, free from fear, and also for them to have the better life that they seek. Now, I can tell you here and now, number one or number two threats to national security would be the issues of the triple challenges that government is working on, which is unemployment, inequality, and poverty. As I said, some of these things do not need law enforcement. We can fight amongst ourselves as law enforcement as much as we want. Some of these things can only be cured by a vibrant economy that develops jobs, a vibrant state that plans effectively. I always say we shouldn't find ourselves in a situation where we underspend on implementation and delivery of basic services of our people. All you need to do is to look at the Auditor General's report. How much do we underspend on basic services? That should be criminal. You cannot underspend as a head of department on those things that pose a risk to national security. So that's why I said to you earlier on, with some of these things where you don't even need policing, you don't need the defense force, you don't even need intelligence, because all of these things you will find in the National Intelligence Estimate. And my call would be, when we do our 5-year strategic plans, we must incorporate what is in the NIPS for the annual plans and the NIE for other planning responsibilities. So again, these will always pose a risk of national security for South Africa, the triple challenges.
And Minister, intelligence agencies, particularly general intelligence agencies such as the SSA, there's been long-standing complaints about the inability to access information, because those agencies have, through their provisions, the power to classify information and to not share certain information on the grounds of at least a reasonable and good faith apprehension that it poses a national security risk to divulge that information. What are the standards and perhaps the considerations that go into balancing excessive, perhaps unreasonable secrecy, and then discharging those constitutional mandates that we spoke about, transparency and accountability? So the balance between excessive secrecy and the right to information as part of our constitutional right to transparency and to accountability. How does the agency and the ministry square off and balance those two?
Mr. Maraka, before I left SSA, I had started engagements with the University of Johannesburg, specifically the international relations part of it, to work around a comprehensive, all-inclusive process to develop a national security strategy. And that national security strategy would have been premised on human security, largely. So that was going to request input from civil society. It was going to request input from different fora, but it was going to request input from South Africans in general, so that they can feel that they are a part of determining what it is that national security is. And I always say this to people, that when you find that South Africans are unreasonable and they go out onto the streets and act unreasonably, it is only because they do not have information at their disposal from which to work. Now, if you're going to invite South Africans to participate in the drafting of a national security strategy, which is long overdue, by the way, they will then understand what it is that should remain secret, what it is that should remain what you present in the form of accountability, which is the right to know that every citizen has. For instance, there's certain information I really do not need. I can't be asking for every information, because there's information I do not need. It's going to be a brain overload. And as I said to you, South Africans are reasonable people. They only become unreasonable when there is inaction and when they do not have information at their disposal that they can work with. Now, that balancing act depends on how we work as the state, how we acquit ourselves to ensure that South Africans trust us. As I said earlier on, I said this thing to you before, it's about honesty, it's about trust, it's about good governance, it's about accountability. When that is placed at the disposal of our people, they will understand that I can't provide you with this information trust me enough, I must show cause for them to trust me. Where I say, trust me enough that I will not be able to give you certain information because that places me in the line of fire. I will repeat, South Africans are reasonable people. It is only when you do not take them along, you do not share information with them, that they become what you see, people protesting on the streets.
And Minister, perhaps to pick up on that, on the nature of the South African public. I mean, I'm not going to force you to give extensive commentary, but we have this high-level report. We also have the one that the President has recently published for public consumption, and they don't seem to solicit what a secret agency might think it's protecting itself against. Would you agree that here are powerful documents that go to operational inner workings, failings, shortcomings? You can speak to them in your official capacity, but on the issue of information, the backlash is actually one of interest from the public and not one of, would you agree with that characteristic, that is received positively and doesn't pose a risk to share information even at that extent?
The risk is not South Africans. It's not South Africans. From an intelligence perspective, on this matter that you're talking to me about, South Africans are not the risk. As I said earlier on, you can't expose your weaknesses to your enemy. You can expose your weaknesses to your family, and in this case, South Africans are family, which is not a problem. But you need to be circumspect on how it is that you disseminate information about your own weaknesses as a man in your home.
In your experience, what has been the default position of the agency in respect to securing the right to information? Do you find that the default is that all documents are secretive unless there's a justification to disclose them? Or do you think that it's the more stronger version, which is all of them are available unless national security objectives dictate otherwise? Where do you think the general, principle is within the agency?
I think the decision about whether or not a document is secret, is confidential, secret, or top secret is based on the information that it has. Who would be interested in this information for what ends? So the classification process is enshrined in the minimum information security standards. So there is a document that helps us in the classification of documents. Although it's a little outdated, and in my time I had wanted us to review that document, but again, the act that I'm talking about also speaks to that. So the classification is not, and it's a good thing you asked this question because we said we'll be talking to South Africans about this. The classification is not a thumbsuck matter. The classification is determined by what the minimum information security standards document says. Yeah. So you can't just decide that I'm writing this document, I will classify it top secret. What informs that? There's a process, there's a regime that determines at what level a document is classified at.
Do you think that, is there any reform that can be done to empower say, Chapter 9 institution, perhaps academics and scholars of security studies who could fundamentally alter and aid the agency with advice and so forth. Is there anything that you think can be done to make sure that accountability structures have the right security vetting or the legislative structure that would give us insight without compromising national security? Is such a compromise possible?
The issue about vetting is a story for another day, because some of the things that I could say here would shock a lot of people. So the issue of vetting for me right now in this conversation is neither here nor there. What we might have to look at, Mr. Moraka, is that when you develop your national security strategy, you also want citizens to participate in its implementation. And you also want to give space to citizens to also know where to go to report certain things. You also want a citizenry that is very alert and agile on all things security related to the best possible degree. For instance, if you go to certain parts of Tanzania, if you arrive now, within no time, the intelligence services have information that Moraka has arrived. He's here in Dodoma. So, mobilizing society and citizens to be part of the security machinery of the state can only help. If a crime is committed, I mean, I've seen videos of people not helping in a pickpocketing. I'm taking it to the most pedestrian of levels. But you also find mothers who do not assist law enforcement when they know that their children are involved in crime and criminality. We used to have a program in Gauteng when Minister Steve Tshwete was the Minister of Police, where we had a program that we took to townships to say to people in our townships, don't buy stolen goods. If you remember, Minister Tshwete used to say, you see your child coming home with the cell phones. He's not working at Vodacom. He's not working for MTN. He's not working for Apple, but he comes home with phones. Or a child comes home with a car that you don't know what to take. Akasebenze for a dealership. This child is unemployed, but comes with a stolen car. So that security consciousness needs to go back into the psyche of our people, because it's not as if we were not security conscious in the past. We've always been a security conscious nation. Then let's go back to that situation, because the world is full of many vagaries that you'd like to contain and protect your people against, one of which is terrorism. And the example that I make of Tanzania, if you go to Dodoma, they'll be reporting to you, to law enforcement. You might just be there as a tourist or whatever. But it just pricks the conscience, the security conscience of citizens, where you live in a world where terrorism is hugely mobile. Excuse me.
Thank you,
Terrorism
Minister.
is hugely mobile. Mm-hmm. So your people must be your eyes and ears on the ground to share that information of new faces that suddenly emerge in our neighborhoods. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry that I took long.
No, not at all. When you reached to switch on the mic, I thought you were switching it off. But I'm also plagued with the same condition here. Minister, to attach to that, is there any your tenure as minister was quite short, but was there any initiatives at the level of public education about the agency? Now there is the the UJ collaboration, which would have been academics and advanced researchers and stuff like that. But was there any initiatives before or during your tenure that whose mandate was specifically education? Especially because I think the ministerial appointment is about the transformational drive, control, oversight, policy, dictation. Was education part of an important element of that?
It would have been an important element, except that I came into the organization where the high-level review panel report was what we needed to put in place. That's number one. Secondly, we needed to fill vacancies that had been going on for years at a time, which weakened the organization to some extent. So there were many other things that one had to do that we neglected that part. But wanting to collaborate with universities meant that we needed a structure or a launch pad that would work to us to go into civil society, representatives in particular fora, your Chapter 9 institutions and all of that. We could not have done it on our own. So that's the route that we chose to take. But to answer you, we didn't go to that educational thing. And that's why I am hijacking your process to try and educate the public on what it is that we do as state security, but what it is that we'd want society to do to help state security.
And Minister, when we're reflecting about the institution, in your estimation, are you satisfied that the institution is independent enough to discharge its mandate? And perhaps that question can be foundational on the issue that during or shortly after the July unrest, you left that post, you know, and went elsewhere, and there was a little bit of restructuring that we had to trust that the officials thought it necessary to do so. But we're thinking a lot about perhaps the policies we were trying to put in place, thinking about what you spoke about, long-term and short-term intelligence estimations, and the tenure of people who are responsible for the organization, even the constitution imperative that they report to parliamentary committees, multi-party parliamentary committees perhaps, as opposed to maybe a leader of the day or whatever the case is. Are you confident that the institution is independent enough to discharge its mandate, and can there be any reform in that regard?
May I not answer that question? I'm not confident that the answer that I would give would be necessarily palatable. So I request, may I not answer that question?
Sorry, can I just have that question again? What was the question exactly?
No, the minister was reflecting on some of the policies from public participation, education, and information sharing, so policy issues regarding the institution. And I just had asked the minister if she believes that the intelligent state security agency is independent enough to carry out its mandate, or whether there are some reforms, thinking about perhaps the shuffling that happened shortly after July unrest, that perhaps if the agency was accountable to a multi-party parliamentary committee, things would unfold a little bit differently than if they were accountable to a specific official of state, a political official of state. And the minister has requested that that she not provide an answer for that. I don't have, me and my co-counsel don't have an objection against that.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem then. Please
All right.
go ahead.
Maybe then the last question I promise, Minister. You spoke about, malls that were being looted. You spoke about police, some of the places that were burned down being next to police. And you spoke about the alerts. Now, on the issue that we discussed about poverty being a security risk, one of the things that has come out of testimony has been the disproportionate distribution of resources, where private malls, where Sandton and other big private businesses were protected over perhaps specific small businesses, or where specific operations like Kipire City were happening in specifically poor neighborhoods as opposed to suburbs, notwithstanding that there were people who we wouldn't categorize as poor or indigent who were also looting. And my question would be that when we give intelligence reporting, is part of it an appreciation of modus operandi that you may propose to the police? Is inequality part of the considerations in those alerts when we speak about perhaps there's going to be a protest around the country, we would advise that the discharging of resources be equally distributed or whatever the case may be? Is that part of what an intelligence briefing would propose?
Mr. Moraka, if you remember, when I spoke about what is in the National Intelligence Estimate, I spoke about, maybe let me just go, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. Yeah, just to remind you, we spoke about threats to the COVID pandemic and domestic national security environment. And we spoke about the threats to the economy, including the impact of corruption and infrastructure-related crimes, illicit money flows. If we can deal with those things, the illicit flows of capital from this country need to be policed, and I'm using this word policed loosely. We need to find a way of arresting, because it's not only a South African problem, it is a problem that is faced by the continent, the illicit flows of capital, the issues of money laundering that goes with. The amount of white-collar crimes that it would seem need more attention could also help in that redistribution. And also we spoke about the threats to the authority of the state, the issue of land, dealing with the issue of land so that we do not see land invasions, dealing with the issues of human settlement to an extent that we do not find the mushrooming of shacks, dealing with the issue of the economy and the redistribution, as you correctly say, of avoiding or trying to curb the problem of people from the rural areas migrating to Gauteng and creating a burden on the infrastructure of Gauteng. If we were to invest in economic development programs, vigorous, pointed, maximum output in rural areas, and have our programs that we have in the urban areas taken to the rural areas, we will see greater redistribution in terms of what the government puts in rural areas as opposed to what it puts in urban areas. If we were to ring fence Pondoland, everybody knows Utinzangu is harvested and planted to a very large degree in Pondoland. If we were to ring fence Pondoland and create an SEZ where you are going to take scientists, you can take agriculturists, you can take people that can be able to help the people of Pondoland to grow medical cannabis to the standard that countries abroad want to import. So there are many things that we can do for our rural communities that really do not need that much, but need just ring fencing in certain areas. I mean, a lot of us have gone to visit China. I'm sure every minister, every MEC, everybody, all in Sandton, we've all visited China. But what you find in China is, for instance, a village that has been also ring-fenced, and that village is almost like a nursery. And that village is the one that produces particular trees, particular plants for export. So that village in itself is just a nursery. And the state assists in providing input in the form of implements, in the form of whatever, is required by that village. And the state also ensures that that particular village gets off-take agreements for export.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes my segment of questions. My colleague just has some follow-up. Thank you, Minister, for accommodating us. Please just bear with us. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Minister. I think I'll start with the sentiment as a village girl myself to say, well, look, with all of those ideas, I would have welcomed them because potentially I could be sitting in the Eastern Cape and maybe enjoying my home province, but that can't be at all times. Okay, Minister, my questions very much relate to your presentation. And I understand, as you had indicated before, that there are certain matters that are classified. So where you're uncomfortable, we might then need to just reword the question in such a manner that we are able to then engage on those particular aspects. And the first question, just for understanding purposes, is whether the DG at the SSA reports to the minister at all times or whether it also reports to the president in certain instances. So the reporting structures without getting into the minute details.
Well, according to law, because we have various pieces of legislation, as you would have spoken to some of them here, your strategic, the National Strategic Intelligence Act and other pieces of legislation. The reason why there is a minister, well, the reason why there was a minister for SSA went without a doubt that the DG of that department reports to the minister. So like any other department where there's a minister, the person who is the DG reports to that minister, and that minister reports to Parliament. Reports to the President through
yes.
Cabinet and the Portfolio Committee through Parliament, through to Parliament.
And just as a follow-up then, were there any instances, I understand that's what the legislation states, we've heard evidence where certain departments, what would be considered a DG, would have had discussions with the president directly. Are there any instances where because you're no longer there, in the SSA, where this might have occurred, especially during the June-July period?
That's why I refuse to respond and respectfully requested that I not respond to the question that was asked by Mr. Muraka, because it is now coming back in a different form. I'm going to have to talk to things that I really would not want to talk about.
No, that's noted. Then I think let's just go to your presentation then, Minister. You indicated that the SSA shares information with clients. I think for clarity purposes, can you just inform us whether clients is only limited to government departments or whether or not it also might include private institutions?
The clients are quite diverse in nature. The primary client for intelligence products would be the minister, the deputy minister, the head of the domestic branch, the head of the foreign branch, and the director general. But you also, depending on whatever the product is about, you would also then have clients like departments, and this is where the departmental intelligence that Mr. Muraka was talking about then comes in. And I gave the example of the orange alerts on various sectors of the economy, given then to the minister that is responsible for that sector in the economy. We do also share information in some instances with SOEs. If there is a threat to, for instance, Eskom, we'll be able to share that information with Eskom. And that information, again, is varying. It also goes to the heart of what we were attempting to talk about with Mr. Murake when he asked me the question. And I said, you see, the issue of vetting is something I would not want to talk about because it's quite contentious. We do have instances, and as you would know if you follow Parliament, where certain SOEs and their boards just refuse to be vetted. So that in itself is a threat to national security. But that's what happens. Certain management structures just don't want to be vetted. Some do, boards, some don't. And also, dealing with the backlog of vetting is also something that we are seized with. That the SSA is seized with, and it started in my time.
No, thank you so much, Minister. That does, in fact, help. And then just a follow-up question then, in relation to alerts, without going into the detail of what is contained in a particular alert, are there mechanisms within the SSA to follow up, firstly, whether the alert has been received by the clients, we're using it in the broader sense, and mechanisms to see if the client has acted upon these alerts?
That's all we can do. We can follow up and ask if they've acted on something, but we cannot make them act on information that we provide. And this is why I said to you, the bill that is before the President, amongst other things, would have taken care of that.
And just for clarity purposes, for the record, currently there is nothing that there's no policy or mechanisms to ensure that something is done. Is that?
Well, part of our mandate is to neutralize threats, and we need to find a way of neutralizing such threats if departments do not do their work, or the client who is given information does not heed the call in the form of recommendations. So all we can do really right now is and also, you know, you have legislation where the regulations have not been fully developed. So it's difficult to implement certain pieces of legislation or certain sections of legislation where regulations have not been developed, because the regulations are the ones that help you to implement on a piece of legislation to its fullest.
May I just ask on that one? So let's say a red or an orange alert goes out that is relevant to SAPS. Is there someone in the department or somewhere that would follow up and say, listen, did you see that alert? Did you see what it is doing? What are you planning to do about that? Or isn't there such a mechanism? I think that was the, you know, as a standard a mechanism that is always followed, or isn't there something like that?
I would imagine that exists, Commissioner, because during the COVID process and when I was there at SSA, the net joints were a permanent feature. So I would imagine, and again here I'm not operational, I would imagine that at the net joints meeting, progress with regards to implementation of recommendations would be discussed. I would expect that it would be discussed, but I really cannot answer in absolute terms because it's all at an operational level. Thanks.
No, thank you. That was my follow-up question. I've sort of had to just remove it. And then, Minister, what has, according to your knowledge and of course your opinion as well, what generally occurs when alerts are not adhered to? So if someone who got the alert doesn't then disseminate it to the person that it's supposed to act on it, what then occurs in those instances?
then a murder happens, like was the case at the post office. Or something else happens because that alert was not taken seriously. But sometimes nothing happens because we would find a way of dealing with certain things by various means.
And when you say various means, are there mechanisms to ensure that there is an accountability for those that actually fail to act on the very information that is then given in those instances? Like when you say people are murdered, what happens then when the SSA finds out that X person, it's unfortunate we have to use this example, the finds that Uyinene is murdered when there was this? What are the mechanisms in place then to hold people in?
Ma'am, that mechanism to hold people accountable is in the bill that is before the President, which was issued in February, given to the President in February 2020 with the business case to help implementation. So the questions that you're asking me about responses to recommendations has been adequately taken care of in the bill itself, because we did realize that we can't go on with a situation where people end up dying, or the economy would fail, or whatever problem that is espoused in the alert is not heeded to. So the bill of February 2020 and the business case would have helped with that.
Thank you so much for that. And then I think I would like to take you back a bit to the 1st of December 2020 when you indicated about the National Intelligence Estimate. Can you kindly enlighten us exactly what occurred there as far as you can, and if there were any matters at the table that were agreed upon that you would need to act on ABC?
Ma'am, the National Intelligence Estimate was approved by the National Security Council. So there was, we have a National Intelligence Estimate, and what we have before us is what was approved by the National Security Council.
I think my question is, has it been acted upon, is the question.
I think we need to understand that this is a process. Its implementation in itself is a process, because it depends on quite a number of things. The estimate comes out in December, and I think the cycle, we need to look at the cycle itself, because the adjustment budgets happen a few months before the National Intelligence Estimate was approved. The financial year began in April, on the 1st of April. That's 4 months after the National Intelligence Estimate, January, February, yeah, after the National Intelligence Estimate was approved. So we should have looked at this together with the national intelligence priorities to have that our budgets adjusted to meet what we would have wanted to see implemented as per the National Intelligence Estimate. And there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, by the way, that really needed for us just to rearrange the decks so that we could be able to implement certain things. But sometimes I think we also need to look at the planning cycles and the implementation cycles so that information that is given also helps people to plan effectively for implementation.
Thank you. Sorry. Minister, is it possible to actually get these documentations, so basically the the bill and potentially how far it is. Currently, you said it's with the president. And equally, there's a request for the national intelligence estimate, if at all possible to share those.
They are classified documents,
Okay.
not in my possession. I cannot share them.
Okay. Does this also include the bill? So,
The bill, you can contact or consult either the department or the presidency, either SSA or the presidency, but it's something that I can't share.
okay, no, thank you so much. And then to get to KZN so that I can release you, you indicated that in your evidence earlier that when you left for KZN to be on the ground, you left with the former minister, Mapisa Ngakula, to KZN. Were there any other ministers with you on that particular journey?
Minister of Police
Yes.
left before us, so he was already in KZN when we arrived.
And when you then arrived, did you meet with the Minister of Police as well?
Yes, we did meet with him.
Okay, and during this time, assuming that your department would have or might have given you, these alerts had happened before, between the period you indicated, June and July, were there any discussions, without divulging the nature of the discussion, around these alerts within the three ministers?
Well, at that time, we were not looking at alerts because already the unrest was unfolding. So we were looking at the situational reports that came in from the prof joints, from the net joints, and from the SSA on my part. What we did there is we met to discuss, to get reports from the various structures, on a daily basis. And that would then have helped us to determine what strategic interventions need to be put in place to help those who were operational, but also address issues that came up from time to time where we either had to go and address communities or we had to, we addressed communities. Minister Cele went to Phoenix, we didn't go to Phoenix, and he came back and he would brief us on what was going on the trips that he had to Phoenix and other areas, and we would also be able to brief on what we would have done. But for us, it was more receiving reports on what was happening. We did not want to necessarily go onto the field. Almost every evening we would sit and give reports because at some point the National Security Council meetings were resuscitated. And we were able to report on the basis of what reports had been given to us, to the National Security Council.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you are indicating that information was being shared within the three ministries at all points in time when you were in KZN.
I did indicate that, for instance, when the operational center was established, that has been criticized, the police, the military, and SSA met almost on a daily basis to deliberate on issues and what they were receiving, and that is what helped us to report back to the president as the chair of the National Security Council when the Security Council meetings were called. Otherwise, if we hadn't done that, it would have been a little difficult because if we were in Gauteng, it would take much longer for us to report back to the president.
And during this time, would you say there was sufficient or efficient communication between the three ministries and the operations therein?
What I know was that the former Minister of Defense and I spent a lot of time together with the two entities, Defense and SSA. Minister Cele would be on the ground a lot of the time. But there was a time where meetings at, I think it was the police headquarters, were more frequent than they had been before. So at those meetings, all the structures, including the three ministers, would be at that meeting. So I think what I want to point out is, at some point, we worked so well together that we met periodically and we were able to report to the National Security Council as to what was going on the ground. Save for the theatrics about people not receiving intelligence and all of that, we met. We got reports from the various structures. We determined what needs to be done at any given point, jointly. So that's why I'm saying just ignore the theatrics about whether people received, because those actually were just theatrics, nothing else, that people did not receive intelligence.
Thank you, Minister. And then let's just move quite quickly then to following what you were saying towards the end about the need for South Africans to be part of the, what is this, the national security strategy. How do you foresee this being done? Of course, at the back of 30% of unemployment, and also without actually putting the responsibility on the marginalized and the, well, technically economically excluded members of the economy. So how do you foresee that being done, but equally in such a manner that also does not put the national security in jeopardy as well, considering there will be this joint operation between, well, let's say between family, where one family is vetted and the other family member is not?
I don't think you need to be of a particular class or a station in life to contribute towards the security of your country. I can understand your difficulty in seeing this happen when people do not even have money to travel to a point at which you would be inviting them to come to share their views, hopes, and aspirations of a safe and secure South Africa. But South Africans are a driven people. They were driven to eradicate what was dubbed a crime against humanity. They were driven. They were driven in the process of developing the Constitution. South Africans were driven in the process that led to the development of the National Development Strategy. They were driven again when, and I think in a lot of instances when Parliament calls for public hearings, you would have seen how many South Africans appeared to speak on their views with regards to Section 125 of the Constitution. So our people do not shirk responsibility, especially if it has to do with their lives and livelihood. They come to the party. And that process you will also see in poor countries, in countries that are poorer than South Africa across the continent. In rural areas where, as I said to you, you go to a rural area in Tanzania, the people there will tell the police when an Ayanda has arrived. So whatever station in life you are, whatever class in society you come from, South Africans are a driven people.
No, I can agree with you on that sentiment. And then just close to the end of my questioning, might be a question that you might find rather abrupt, considering you didn't really testify on it. But for the purposes of this hearing, according to any knowledge you might have and general knowledge, were there any elements in the July unrest that related to, well, the general unhappiness of South Africans? And secondly, were there elements that were political in nature? And then thirdly, I think you did mention that there were elements of the fact that most South Africans also live in poverty. So that's just the first two.
Well, I think all of that is also in the National Intelligence Estimate, because the National Intelligence Estimate does point out that issues of service delivery will culminate in protests and unrest. It's in the National Intelligence Estimate. And all of the things that you talk about now, that you're raising questions on, are in the National Intelligence Estimate. So from the very beginning, when we adopted this the National Intelligence Estimate on the 1st of December 2020 at the National Security Council, we knew what we were up against. We knew what we were facing. So I don't think anybody can claim that we didn't know that at some point things will boil over. We did talk about the issue of the rule of law, the lawlessness. We spoke about a number of issues that could give rise to politically motivated unrest, which the political killings are politically motivated. So we spoke about the plethora of things that I have also outlined in my presentation. And what you say is true. Some of the issues that gave rise to this were political, some economic related because of the inequality, the levels of poverty and the unemployment. Some of it was just plain criminality. So I have not seen a report that says, maybe this is the body that will come with that report. I've not seen a report that says these were the actual root causes of the unrest. I've not seen that. So it's going to be a little difficult for me to answer your question. I would love to answer it, but I would also want to see something that helps us into the future, that captures things outside the political eye, but taking into account South Africans' truth and honesty in saying these are the problems that led to this. So we all say all sorts of things about it, but the NIE captured it to the T. So all we need to do is to go back, especially as government, because it's a classified document. Let's go back to the National Intelligence Estimate, because that estimate pointed to a lot of things that happened in July. Maybe not everything, but a lot of them.
Then as my final question, Minister, as a public figure in South Africa, and also as a minister, former and currently in the department of SSA and now in a different department, what would you then say would be the best way for, one, South Africans to be able to engage with things that are a threat to their, internal threats to their nation? How can they get involved? And then secondly, what is the way forward at the very least, at the national joint operations and the provincial joint operations that you see could assist in future to ensure that issues of this nature don't arise? But before you answer that question, I think there's a question that we haven't really asked you, and everyone has said this was unprecedented. Is that your view as well? Is that this was unprecedented, or is your view that this was foreseeable, and because it was foreseeable, it might have been, to some level, maybe not completely, might have been mitigated.
Foreseeable or unforeseeable, we have it in the NIE. It's there. It's there in the national intelligence priorities. All of that is there. Even if it is not in documents, the very fact that there is poverty, inequality, and unemployment, there are political issues that keep mushrooming from time to time that could cause instability. All of those things we knew about, we know about. The problem is, did we put sufficient mitigating measures? And I will say the answer is maybe. But to the extent that 300 and something people died and so much was wiped out of the economy, points to the fact that these things are going to still live with us. Because if the economy continues to grow at the pace and scope that it grows right now, chances are that we will see at some point something even worse than this. And it's not only Ayanda saying this. You read the World Economic Forum, is it the World Economic, the WEF report? You read the IMF report. People who have an interest in South Africa for whatever reason, all point to the things that I am also talking about, which even our own documents have highlighted. But what we need to do is to ensure that these things never happen again. Now, I was answering your second question.
Yes.
Your first question is engaging with how to get South Africans to engage with issues and matters and things that are a threat to the nation. The process that I had tried to put in place in the SSA involving certain universities, but that was not only going to be, at that point it was just the one university that was spoken to, but there were other, academic institution, Chapter 9 organizations that we would have had to speak to as well. And that was a way from our side of ensuring that South Africans see this document as a document that they developed, a document that they have fought for, a document that resonates with them because the views that are captured in that document are their views. That would have changed things because South Africans would now understand to the full extent of what would have been enshrined in that document that they have a responsibility as well.
No, thank you so much, Minister. I think that almost sounded very doom and gloom. Is there hope? I think, as my last question, is there hope in relation to the question you answered first? Is there hope, and how does that hope look like?
There is hope. We just need to do things correctly. We just need to have an extreme sense of urgency. We need to be a little more agile. We need to support innovation that will help us to deal with some of these issues that we face as a country in terms of collating information, in terms of disseminating information, in terms of bringing the public on board in what it is that we do. For my part, as I said to you earlier on, ma'am, South Africans are a reasonable people. South Africans are a peace-loving people. Just get information to them. Just engage them, and you will see how things will turn around. So I have hope, and I'm sure South Africans have hope. At some point, the situation will turn around because it's not as if nothing is done. If you listened to the State of the Nation address. You listen to the things that the President says internationally. You listen to him when he addresses various fora. I don't think he addresses people just for the sake of doing it. It is also for the sake of giving hope to our people, giving hope to those that hold South Africa in high regard, giving hope to the continent, and also giving direction to Cabinet and to the state in general.
Thank you so much, Minister. That will be the end of my questions.
Thank you very much. Over to the panel now, Commissioner Ntuli.
Thanks, Chairperson. Minister, welcome. And thank you very much. We must emphasize our gratitude. One, for you appearing at this hearing, but also waiting. You were supposed to appear at 1 o'clock, and that time was delayed, which then also further delayed your engagements for the evening. So we thank you for that. I won't be long, Minister. It's just, as usual, just tying up some loose ends. And I will perhaps start where you ended on the question of hope. I must say, since we began this hearing last year, your testimony is perhaps the scariest we've heard. It's the scariest we've heard. Yes. And I say that to qualify that, it exposes the levels at which there's a lack of coordination in terms of what needs to be done about threats that face this country. This is the first time that we are hearing it at this level and in this way, and it is quite scary. You were right to withhold some information that might expose us to both external and internal enemies. It is quite concerning, Minister, the place that we are in. We have to remember that where we are is a democracy that is founded on a struggle against certain perceptions about our government. We come from a history where those who governed us before 94 were clear in that people of a particular race can't govern themselves and they need to be governed. So in our attempts to shift away from those perceptions, it becomes even more important for us to showcase our ability to govern ourselves, which is why when systems fail, inevitably, they are in direct communication with those perceptions, and we can't run away from that. So in the ways that we think about hope for our people, we've got to have that at the forefront of our thinking and our intentions. I say this, Minister, to perhaps foreground the question of accountability. We have to agree that part of the reason we are here is because of a culture of impunity, not just in the public service, but across other institutions of society, the private sector and other institutions as well. But the public service being vested with the role and function of delivering services is then at the forefront of this question of accountability. The evidence leaders asked you the question of how it is that we can move towards accountability, and you mentioned this bill of 2019-2020. I think it's late 2019, beginning of 2020. And I will begin then maybe my line of clarity-seeking questions, Minister, by asking, it would seem from an outsider's perspective that the submission of a bill at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020 to the presidency, that seeks to change this trajectory that is so scary, is taking too long. One would think that this would be something that would be addressed with a sense of urgency. But 2019 to February 2022 is a long time. Perhaps let's start there and hear your views on one, why it's taking so long, and two, what is it going to take for us to fast-track this process?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. When I started talking, I prefaced my submission to you with a statement that says, I want to give hope to South Africans, that they can sleep peaceful at night, go about their business during the day, without much fear, because the State Security Agency does its work. If you look at what we are responsible for as SSA, which is sovereignty of the state and many other things, including national security, I was very careful, measured in my preface, that I am sitting here addressing not just the Commission, but addressing South Africans. But I am not going to address South Africans and lie. I've not reached the age of 60 yet. I'm going to reach it soon. And generally, that's the age at which people start going on retirement. I don't want to be remembered as the minister who came before the Human Rights Commission and lied. I never want to be remembered as that. So I came here and made it very clear in my opening statement that I will endeavor to place before you the truth as it stands. I was asked to also take an oath, which I did not object to. And that oath was about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So I was not going to come here and lie to you and lie to South Africans. But I was very clear that in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution, which were also read by Mr. Moraka, we have a responsibility. And the responsibility spans beyond national security. And that's what I was going to do today. And I think I have discharged my statement at the beginning to the fullest. Might not have been palatable, the things that I've said thereafter. I tried as much as possible not to present a state of doom and gloom to our people. That's why at every turn, I told you what it is that we have done in my time as Minister for SSA, so that you can understand that we did the best that we could. And I even said, could we have done better? And I said, the answer is a resounding yes. Because in any organization, there are problems, there are issues, There are all sorts of things. But what you want to do as a leader is to ensure that when you leave that organization, nothing bad follows you. There's so many things I did at the SSA, and all that I did was well within the ambit of the law. I never broke no law. I never got no money. I was not involved in tenders. I didn't steal anything from the state. I did everything to ensure that. But of course, there are going to be a few people who will say all sorts of things which were very interesting because they came on the eve of my appearance before the commission. And they would have come on the eve of my appearance to dim my light. But my light is premised on honesty. And that's all that I was prepared to give you today. If my presentation painted a scary picture, in some instances, it did provide hope in some to our people. But it also painted a picture of an individual who works within a system that is accountable to the people of this country. And when I said in my presentation, and Mr. Muraka also said that we account to various bodies as institutions in our personal capacities and also the people of the country, the people of South Africa. And as I say, I think the issue is not about laying blame on the door of anybody, except finding solutions to what we have as problems in our country. From a socio-economic perspective, from a political perspective, but also from a geopolitical perspective, because we do not live on an island. We do not live alone. We are part of the global community. So even from a geopolitical perspective, which is also dealt with in the NIE. Now, I wanted to talk about opportunities as well, because those opportunities would have given hope to South Africans and steer away from a gloom and doom presentation. That's why I had to share with you the things that could be done quite quickly, for that matter, that are done in other countries to lift the economic status of villages in various villages. And I made an example of Pondoland, one of the lowest hanging fruit. And the offtake client could be Canada, could be this country. So the offtake client is available. The offtake market, is available. All we need to do is to invest in ensuring that the livelihoods of the people of Pondoland. I don't come from Pondoland, I come from Soweto, so it mustn't be as if I'm doing something for my backyard. The people of Pondoland, the issues that are in the Constitution about fear from want and a better life are in the agility of implementation of programs of government, consequence management, and I think that's the point that you were going to, that if people do not do certain things, what then happens to them? Action must be taken. And I think out of this process, where the blame can be placed at a particular place, where we all should take responsibility, but there's so many things that we could do that could turn the tide. The only problem is the state is a slow-moving machinery. It needs to move faster. It needs to employ innovation at the center of both its planning and execution, and not as a by the way. If you work in a big company, as the state is a huge company, you would want to invest in research and development. That a percentage of your budget as an entity needs to go to research and development. Research today, in today's term, it's research, development, and innovation. So the culture of impunity is something that we need really to grapple with. And as Minister for Public Service and Administration, we are in the process of assisting departments when we established the Technical Assistance Unit on Integrity, Ethics, and Discipline Matters. We have been asked, for instance, by the Minister of Public Works, Minister Delil, to assist with the backlog. There are huge backlogs in government of disciplinary cases. You have people suspending people for extended periods of the time without due regard to the labor relations laws, but also just basic administrative of justice. And the net effect of having people suspended for such long periods of time outside the prescripts of the law denudes individuals. It embarrasses people, because I can never understand for the life of me why I would start by suspending you before I've started, at least with preliminary investigations that point to you being suspended. Because I will give the analogy of the police. You don't arrest to investigate. You investigate to arrest. And that's not what is happening in the public service. So we break all laws in terms of just treating people decently, even if you feel that they are wrong. Give them the opportunity to have their say. So that matter we are dealing with in the Department of Public Service and Administration, and looking at these extended suspensions, that sometimes people suspend for nefarious reasons, because there's something that they are hiding themselves. A sex pest in an organization will suspend almost all the women there. And we will not deal with the fact that the individual is a sex pest. So there are so many things that go on that could be corrected just by giving people human dignity, respecting the dignity of others. It doesn't matter how wrong you feel they are. This is why we do not have a death sentence in South Africa. It's respecting the right to life. It is in the Constitution. The right to human dignity is in the Constitution. We can't allow situations where directors general become a law unto themselves and not abide with the principles and the prescripts of existing legislation around issues that are related to discipline and the management of discipline. And you're correct. The public service needs to always be accountable for its actions. But also, we as ministers have to be always accountable for our actions. MECs must be accountable. Councillors, all of us, it's not just for councillors to be accountable to the people, it's for all of us to be accountable to the people. I'm an ANC member. I'm a minister on the ticket of the ANC. The government of the day has a manifesto that I am responsible for implementing, and all other ministers and all other premiers and everybody else. This is what brought the ANC into government. They voted for us on the back of our manifesto. So the implementation of that manifesto is about us being accountable to the people of South Africa who voted for us on that ticket. So the accountability issue is not just about the public service, it's about the public sector in its entirety, including the executive and the judiciary. We're all accountable. And you say, why has the president not why has the president not implemented the bill? The process of a bill of this nature is that you would discuss it with the president, first and foremost. We have not discussed it. But what we did is we did a lot of work by ensuring that by the time we present anything to him, it also has the business case, which we did present. The Deputy President gave us a schedule for us to present to Parliament the draft bill. But that process of the bill had to go to the president, for me and the president to discuss and see whether there's any other things that need to be changed or things to be added, because he is the custodian of the high-level panel review report. So if anything was missing, he would then share that with me. After that, the document would have gone to cabinet for further discussion. It starts at the cabinet subcommittee, then goes to cabinet, the full cabinet, for discussion before it goes to the National Assembly. And at the level of the National Assembly, coming back to the issue of bringing the public to participate in these processes, it might very well have had to go through public hearings as well. So these processes are diverse, they are many, but as you correctly point out, 2 years is a bit too long for a bill that has a case study already presented. But I can tell you, the president also deals with many more things besides that which comes from state security. There are many other departments as well. There are many other state-owned entities. There are many other international obligations as well. So hopefully, in the near future, this bill will go to cabinet and will go to parliament and get adopted as an act of parliament.
No, thank you, Minister. That information is quite helpful for us, especially the process mapping that you have detailed in terms of the route that this bill needs to take. So one can assume that if it's been with the President's office for 2 years, the route to the Cabinet Subcommittee, to Cabinet, and to Parliament might even take more years. So we need to take some kind of drastic measures in order to ensure that it moves quite quicker. We will be engaging with the President, and we are hoping that we will also raise this with him. The reason that this question is important, Minister, is in the backdrop of, one, the question of accountability that we are speaking to. You are right, at all levels of society, there needs to be some kind of accountability. And the President, too, needs to be held accountable. So if a bill has been at its office for 2 years, questions need to be asked, especially if that bill has the potential to change things for the better in terms of how we do things. Now, moving to the National Intelligence Estimates that were issued in December 2020. One would assume, Minister, that from then, the December 2020, the issues raised within the estimates would also, as you correctly point out, find expression at least in the SONA of 2021, if not the January statements, because of the importance of the message that they carry and the implications therein for the state of the nation. And this is where then the scary part is. Following the estimates, there were threats issued from February, as you detail. And this is moving along the question of accountability at all levels. You issue threats at different levels, some red alerts, some orange alerts from as early as February. In fact, January 22, so not even February, you issued a red alert on January 22. None of this is taken up. All the way up until after the unrest. We engage with the various ministers, members of the executive, and other structures that are responsible for questions of intelligence. And we hear various takes on whether alerts were received or not. I'm now going to zoom into one. On Monday, which is yesterday, we heard from the Minister of Police. This was a follow-up to an engagement we had with the Minister of Police in December 2021. Under oath, the Minister of Police says, one, that he didn't receive any intelligence reports or briefings since December 2020. He further says that more specifically, and I quote, the minister did not receive intelligence in the form of a report and or a briefing before the violent uprising from SABC management and or from state security agency. Further to that, he then says it was also reported that early warning intelligence was provided to police management, including the minister, ahead of the unrest. The office of the minister and the minister himself, however, did not receive any such early warning intelligence. When questioned further about who the reportee is, who it is that allegedly reported, he says the minister, the former Minister of Intelligence, Minister Ayanda Dlodlo. That she, yes, yesterday. Minister Ayanda Dlodlo reported that intelligence was forwarded to him, but he didn't receive that intelligence. This is all under oath. We then hear from you today that such intelligence was forwarded, not directly to the minister, but to the national joints. We further also heard from the minister himself that subsequent to him appearing at the hearing in December, he received a note from the Crime Intelligence Division within SABC, which indicated that threats and alerts were issued between, particularly, if I have the dates correct, 29 June to 23 July, which is around about the period before and after the July unrest. But that information didn't arrive to the minister until after December 2021. Now, in instances as such, Minister, who, and on the backdrop of the question of hope, South Africans are looking towards public leaders and public officials for protection and the attainment of their human rights and dignity, as you clearly point out. Now, when we have a situation of this nature, we asked further yesterday, has anybody been held accountable? The chairperson of NAT Joints is the DG of Police, the National Commissioner. Yes, the Deputy National Commissioner. So we asked, has anybody been held accountable for this? And the answer is no. Now, we are either going to keep along this trajectory, or we are going to change things radically in order for this question of hope to be a reality. But there will be no hope without any radical change. And no change is going to come without consequence management and accountability. Can we hear from you, Minister, what your views are in response to this that I've stated and put before you?
Commissioner, I'm going to repeat what I said when I gave my presentation. And I think your question emanates from what I have presented. I repeated this many a times in public platforms where I have said, I don't give reports of this nature to ministers. The reason why I would have said I've given a report to Minister Mbalula and Minister Ngesi, it was because it was about their sector in the economy where there was a problem. Reports of this nature are disseminated electronically, disseminated in hard copy, and they are further discussed at the net joints. Further discussed at the net joints. I have never heard the person responsible for receiving these intelligence reports saying that he has not received them. I couldn't care what Minister Cele says on this one, because there was never going to be a time where I give him a report. I was very clear that structures are the ones that receive these reports. And throughout this process, I never gave a report to Minister Mapisa Ngqakula. I never gave a report to him. I had no business giving them reports. And it's the same thing that I'm also saying about KZN, the premier in the case in KZN. In these meetings, their departments are represented. So they have no reason to expect anything from me. In the same way that in those meetings, crime intelligence delivers its report. Defense intelligence delivers its report. You have never heard me say, I never received a report from crime intelligence or from defense intelligence, because I understand how processes of government work. I'm not going to expect that Minister Cele will give me a report, or Minister Mapisa Ngqakula will give me a report from their intelligence services, because I know how the process operates. If I did not know, I would come to you here today to say I did not receive any report from crime intelligence. But I won't say that because they had no business to give me an operational report. The Speaker of Parliament today, who was the Minister of Defense, even explained this thing to Minister Cele, to say these are operational reports. Ayanda would never have given you this report. The report would have been deposited in the structure that deals with these issues. So the reports would have gone to NICOC, they would have gone to the net joints, they would have gone to Prof joint, they would have gone everywhere. Not from my office. Not from my office, from the agency. So anyone who expected to get a report from me was dreaming and dreaming in color. I could not have given Minister Cele a report. The people that were supposed to give him a report were his own people, the police, not state security, not me. And I've repeated this thing so many times, and I find it quite curious that even yesterday, the same assertion was made. But I will also contradict him in the sense that, as I said earlier on, when I was addressing the evidence team, I addressed them and said to them, now I've lost my trail of thought. Okay, I addressed them and said to them, we have been having meetings where the three of us have attended in Durban. Now those meetings, SSA reports, defense reports, and SABC reports. So how could it be possible that Minister Cele never received a report from intelligence? Unless he's talking about crime intelligence, but in those meetings, crime intelligence was also there. But, you know, the issue right now is I wanted to present to you what it is that the Department of State Security has done, the agency, has done, compiled, disseminated. Not be engaged in theatrics about whether ministers received reports or not. Because NAMI, I never received a report from crime intelligence. I never received a report from defense intelligence. And I'm not complaining about that, because I didn't need to receive that report.
Thank you, Minister. Now, moving on that note, quite a few structures are implicated in the national intelligence family of structures. Section 4 of the National Strategic Intelligence Act establishes NICOC. At times, we speak to the ICC. For purposes of the record, could you clarify whether when ICC is referred to, it is the same structure as NICOC?
NICOC is a body that collects information from the three services. NICOC and the ICC are not the same thing. But I cannot give you full information about the roles, the responsibilities, the duties of the ICC, because it's very operational. So I can only give you information on what NICOC does, and as I have alluded to earlier on what it actually does. But I forgot to answer your question on the SONA and the NIE. I think we should separate the SONA and the NIE, because what is in the NIE is for departments to do. And this, I think, as I said earlier on, I think the NIE should be a base document for planning of government across the board. So I really wouldn't want to put it as what we should have expected to hear from the president in the NIE. But some of the issues that he would inevitably raise in the SONA would in some way or the other be linked to some of the things that have been raised in the National Intelligence Estimate.
No, Minister, that's clear. Thank you very much. Now I have a last question, which relates to the critiques that were leveled against the operational center that you established in KZN during the unrest. You mentioned earlier during your opening remarks that there were critiques, particularly from the provincial commissioner, Commissioner Mkonazi, on the operational center, but not only that there was hardly any cooperation from the national commissioner until he was on sick leave. Now, Minister, we would be amiss if we didn't raise this question. We understand that the family of institutions within which you are operating in is a highly patriarchal and militaristic environment. National defense, the police, and intelligence. In your own observation, without pointing any direct fingers, to what extent do you think cultures of patriarchy and misogyny played a role in the manner in which some officials would have responded to your leadership, particularly in that moment?
Chairperson, I come from the military. And I dealt with intelligence in the military. At some point, I was the chief of intelligence for the Natal machinery. I worked with a lot of men, and my best performing team was led by women. I never experienced patriarchy and misogyny in Umkhonto weSizwe. Never. But I cannot say the same for what transpired after July 2021. I cannot say the same. I can honestly say whatever things were said and whatever decisions were made after pointed to patriarchy, maybe not misogyny. So certain things really took me aback because there were 3 ministers and there were direct attacks at some point to Minister of Defense. There were much more direct attacks against me. Said on media platforms, said in Parliament, said here at the Human Rights Commission, but I'm not deterred. I'm a soldier. I am not deterred. All I can do, Chairperson, is place the truth before you, and this I have done today. That culture of patriarchy, I think, is something that we're going to live with forever. South Africa is not going to change today. So it really hasn't affected me in any way because I've spoken the truth under oath. This truth that I have spoken, you can go and check and you will find it is the truth. I don't know whether the truth that others spoke can be found to be factual and honest if you go and check on that. I won't speak for others, I'll speak for myself. On the establishment of the operational center at Beverly Hills, it's nothing but that. If that operational center was established by someone else, it wouldn't have been a problem. But here were 2 women getting their structures to be properly coordinated, and that became a problem. So, I mean, I really don't care what patriarchy and misogyny existed and still exists around this matter. I am my father's princess. I am my mother's daughter. And I'm confident in what I'm saying to you today. I took an oath, and I take oaths very seriously. So what I have placed before you today, there's a portfolio of evidence which I presented to the President, which exists in the server, which was placed before Parliament. And all of that can be corroborated back to SSA. I will not come here and lie. I would have found an excuse of not coming here instead. So what I have placed before you is my experience. It is my truth. It is the truth of those great men and women that we worked with in Durban of the SSA. And I will protect and defend them because they worked their whatever off. They really did work hard. And with much more support from management, they could have actually done better. But as I said to you, they did the best that they could at that time. And I was there to provide that moral support to them. And I have no regrets of ever having done that. But operational, Ayanda Dlodlo, never. I was never operational. I could never have been operational. I'm not trained in counterintelligence. People would have run circles around me. But I am trained in intelligence. So I understand the length and distance that I can go on matters relating to intelligence. I know when to withdraw. I am nobody's fool.
Minister, that ends my line of questioning. Perhaps just to close off, we must thank you also just for speaking to this last question of patriarchy. You say that we are going to live with this forever. We would hope that we don't, and we would hope that our efforts at fighting this system, because it is a system, bear fruits one day. And it is perhaps through leadership such as yours and the Minister of Defense, in the ways that you acted, by being in the forefront, that the system will begin to be chipped at. And those who resist that leadership will be held accountable. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Tuli. Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. Minister, may I just take this opportunity to thank you and your team, together with the other security units that assisted in bringing calm and stability in KZN, but also here in GP and elsewhere. Yes, we will always have criticism, and we always say that we haven't done enough, but at least within a short space of time, stabilization was brought in the area. Minister, in the KZN hearing, there was a Professor Zulu from the University of KZN, and he did an analysis, and he said many things, which political and others, and of course of the security institutions. But one of the things he said, which was probably the highlight of his presentation, was the issue about the socioeconomic rights, the three things that you mentioned, and which we spend a lot of time here on now during this session. And he stated that, you know, because of the poverty, because of inequality, because of the unemployment and the dysfunctionality of our society, and of course because of a lack of service delivery, the soil was fertile for what happened in that. And of course, with any unrest and any riots, there's always criminals, there's always opportunists, there's always political interest. But at the core and the heart of it are the people's issue that needs to be resolved, and really around socioeconomic rights. And what we've seen is that in this protest, in this violent unrest, people get frustrated, and there's no justification for that. They burn down a clinic, and tomorrow they're going to protest for a clinic. So, but at the heart of it is probably that we've left our people behind when it comes to service delivery and how do we treat people. Let me take the issue of Pondoland. Yes, Pondoland is there. Many people have put their children to university by selling cannabis in that area. And of course, people say want to do that. The MEC, one of the MECs in Eastern Cape announced a few years ago, she's gone to Canada, has come back and say she wanted, but nothing has happened. And then, of course, red tape prevents a number of people that can even do home industries around it. But let's take Pondoland. At Pondoland, at the moment, there are two issues there. There's the issue of the N1, N2, that cannot be built because of insufficient consultation. And then there's Tolobeni, which is a huge issue. So on the one hand, we say, let's develop, let's make it right, let's see the economic. On the other hand, even that N2 bridge, I believe there will be more than 15 or 20 bridges that will be built across, and people need those bridges. But consultation with the communities. Bring them in, because in Pondoland, there are a number of graves in the caves there, and people say, why do you want to build your roads across our graves? So just listen to us. There's a court order that says they must be in consultation, and they're not doing that. And so there are a lot of issues around that. Minister, it's all about how do we approach people, how do we work with people from the very entrance up. How do you explain that when 200 people stands at a SASSA office, parked there, stay for 2 nights, 3 nights, and then they become restless, you call the police, and they hose down elderly and vulnerable people. You see, so we need to start at the basics, and the basics is we've got beautiful policies, and I think we rich on policies and very, very poor on implementation. And therefore, even when we look at the NDP, the National Development Program, we've got 8 years left. 8 years left. Now, it's 2030, it should end. And where are we in that process? What have we achieved in that process? We haven't achieved much in that process, and yet we've got 8 years left of a 30-year program. And it's a policy development problem, not even an implementation problem. In this country, we still have people drinking water with animals. We still have pit toilets, and children fall in those pit toilets. We've got all of those things. So it lies at the very heart, and I'm glad that you remember leadership, because we have lost the ability to become servant leaders. We no longer want to be served. We are to serve, we want to be served. And therefore, I think it's very important that the Batupele, which we have just abandoned, there was no formal closure of the Batupele, but the Batupele was, once you come to an office, you are treated with dignity and respect. Why must our people have queues at Home Affairs, queues at the day hospitals and clinics, etc., etc.? Let us start with respect for our people, and let us start delivering. There's one municipality, it's alleged, that sent back a billion rand, it's alleged. We send it back to National Treasury for failing to build houses. So, and that's why, I'm coming to my point, Minister, and that's why I think what we've read, and Advocate Morocco read it from chapter 16 of the high-level panel report, it is just that, in fact, we should not only send orange alerts to these departments. We should send red alerts, because it will prevent riots, it will prevent unrest, it will save our buildings, it will save our roads, it will save our schools, and therefore there must be an emphasis in terms of this national security, because without that emphasis, we'll have more and more of these, and we become more and more dysfunctional. And if we can prioritize this within that national security to say a better life that will include that the wants of people are being satisfied, and then we can then say, you know, we are on the right path. But unless we do that, we will forever having orange alerts on saying there's going to be an unrest, and that unrest will take place, and there will be people exploiting that, and the poor and the vulnerable will still suffer. So sorry, Madam Minister, but I think it's just very important, because we spend a lot of time on it, and your fact that you say there's hope and so on. But I do think we need to, and I was just jokingly saying earlier to you that you know, some municipalities commission or put out a tender for signage on roadblocks ahead. I mean, potholes ahead. They must fix the potholes. Why spend money on signage to warn people there are potholes ahead when they must fix the potholes? You know, so we live in a dysfunctional society, Madam Minister, and I think the time has come for us that we, agencies, which is the ears of what can go wrong, to say to them, please, before it goes wrong, can you fix it? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I think I have no question to respond to here. It was just a statement that emphasized what it is that I had presented, and that you just sought to amplify the issues that I had presented. And thank you very much. Thanks, Commissioner.
You would be happy, Minister, that I'm the last. I will try and be as short as I can. So, just to also explain to you, when we ask you questions also pertaining to state security and so on, where we're coming from, obviously we're looking into human rights violations during the unrest, and we know, for example, just to mention one example, Section 12, freedom and security of the person. Clearly there's been violations in that regard, and that is why we're specifically looking into it. Now, if you go to Section 181.3 of the Constitution, it says that other organs of state, through legislative and other measures, not only legislative, therefore, but also other measures, must assist and protect these institutions, Chapter 9 institutions, to ensure the independence, impartiality, dignity, and the effectiveness of these institutions. In other words, also the effectiveness of the institutions when they are investigating something like this. So what appears to be a bit of a problem, I'm not referring to you, because I mean you did indeed assist us with regard to these alerts, you indicated about that and so on, but what appears to be a bit of a problem when it comes to the intelligence agencies and so on is that one have a situation where we want to establish whether they have indeed done a proper job or whether they haven't done their job. And then, it is basically said that whether we did a good job or not a good job is a classified matter, which then makes it very difficult for a Chapter 9 institution like the Human Rights Commission to actually establish whether, for example, Section 12 of the Constitution, has been breached or not. So just as a bit of background, that. So it is quite clear that, yes, maybe let me say that, so the Commission is specifically looking at this period of 9 to 15 July 2021, and also the period prior to that, but more the immediate period prior to that. So, I mean, if you refer to, for example, the National Intelligence estimate of December 2020, then it does appear that those matters raised there, yes, they were all clearly matters that were quite important, but in a sense maybe they were mentioned in more of a general sense, and therefore closer to the events itself, it is important for us to try and establish what was the intelligence that was available to the police just prior to the unrest and during the unrest as such. Because it is the police that is responsible to take action to prevent unrest and to quell unrest when it happens. You say that the intelligence was indeed provided through the structures to the South African Police Service to have enabled them to take proper action. The problem is that SAPS, including the Minister on the other hand, says that they did not have the necessary intelligence, especially an early warning or prior warning, so that they could, and as a result, they could not act in time to prevent the unrest and to more effectively quell the unrest. So therefore you would see, also within the constitutional context that I have mentioned, it becomes quite important for us to know what was the intelligence and what was the nature and the quality of the intelligence that was conveyed through the structures to SAPS, and why they are saying they did not receive the intelligence during and prior to the unrest. Then we will also be able to make a judgment as to whether the South African Police Service acted timeously, correctly, and properly, if we know that. So is there a way that you can help us maybe a bit more? You have referred to the, not necessarily now, but I mean, you can even come back to us on that. But you've helped us a lot by referring to certain alerts, reports prior to and during the unrest, and the conveyance thereof through the structures that you have mentioned. Is it perhaps possible for you, specifically with regard to alerts and reports and so on, to assist in some other way to provide us with more detail in that regard? I've tried to explain why it becomes important. It's the police that must take action, but the police relies on the intelligence, and therefore, if the police had intelligence that they did not act on, or then obviously it's an important issue for us from a human rights perspective, whether people's right in terms of Section 12 has been protected or violated and so forth. So that basically is a very long question, but that's basically my question to you.
Commissioner, thank you very much. I think I've answered this, and I say this with the greatest of respect. I've answered it by giving you the analogy of the Jabulani Mall. The Jabulani Mall is just across the road from the Jabulani police station. And the same with Ndofaya Mall, it's in the same precinct, the same with Protea. And I know this because I'm from Soweto. And I know this because I used to work in the Department of Safety and Security with Kerensa. So you would know the proximity of the police station to amenities of the community. Now, we did not give intelligence to say the Jabulani Mall would be satellite. We did not give intelligence to say that the Jabulani Mall would be looted today. But we gave foresight. We gave forewarning on what is likely to happen in any given area, in Gauteng and in KZN. I even went to an extent of sharing information with the president on what was going on in the Libombo border area between South Africa, Mpumalanga, and Mozambique. Now, intelligence can only become intelligence if the analysts have worked on information or data that they have gathered. Outside that, that is not intelligence. Now, what intelligence do you need when you see people looting across the road? Because that to me is a response failure, not an intelligence failure. You can see that it's happening. There are no water cannons to disperse people. There is no tear gas to disperse people or any other measure employed to disperse people that are converged in the space for about 5 hours and more. There's nothing. Now tell me, what more intelligence do you need except to respond effectively to what you can see with your naked eye? The following day, they went and burnt the mall. I mean, what more? We were seeing this thing, all of us, even on television, unfolding throughout the many days that malls were looted and that malls were satellite. And now, honestly, what more intelligence did you need to react to that and ensure that it is stopped right dead on its tracks? I don't have the dates with me, Commissioner. I think the evidence team might be able to get that information for you.
So maybe I can ask it a bit more pertinently. You mentioned orange alert on the 1st of July. So that's clearly prior to the period we're looking at, the 9th to the 15th. You've mentioned an orange alert pertaining to KZN on the 2nd of July. That's now, if I wrote these down correctly. You mentioned the orange alert on 7 July, and on 10 July, a red alert pertaining to Deputy Judge President Zondo. In this period, let's say from the from the end of June until because the previous one you mentioned was the 13th June orange alert. So let's say between that alert of 13 June and the 10th of July, were there any other alerts? And from the 10th of July, let's say until the 15th of July, were there any other of these kind of alerts that you are aware of and that you can maybe give more information to us?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, everything started to erupt in earnest to the extent that it did from the 10th of July. It had been boiling, but it hadn't erupted to the extent that it did on the 10th. In the period between May 2019 and February 2020, SSA National Office produced 14 alerts relating to plans to destabilize certain parts of KZN and the Gauteng province. We haven't even gotten to June, July. The previous year, 2019, not even the previous year, 2019, May to February 2020, 14 alerts issued. And they all spoke about the destabilization of certain parts of KZN and Gauteng. What we are talking about today, that which you have called me here for, happened in July 2021. So all of the other ones that you read now start 22nd of January. But it did not start in January 2021. It started in May 2019, even before the National Intelligence Estimate and the National Intelligence Priorities. So your guess is as good as mine as to whether this is an enforcement problem or is it an intelligence problem. Because when we issue intelligence, there is still crime intelligence that also needs to build up on what we have issued. For instance, to intercept communications of people that might be planning something, we can't do it without, as SSA, we can't do it without getting the express permission from a judge, the judge that's responsible for RICA. For the police, they can do it more quickly than us because all they need is a magistrate. So that's why I am just so frustrated at the type of information we're giving to South Africans to shield ourselves from blame. And this is not about blame more than it is about taking South Africans into our confidence. And where we are wrong, let's accept. Because I don't think any of us did anything wrong deliberately. That now we were going to decide to watch Jabulani Mall burn and not do anything. I don't think that was the case. There were many factors that could have led to the inaction. But let's take South Africans into our confidence, if we can, to say certain factors made it impossible. Because I tell you, Commissioner, if you look at the police budget for 2020, 2021, 2019, 2020, and see if, even up to now, and see as to whether or not they did not underspend on crucial expenditure budget items. Like, for instance, on visible policing. And you can do the same even with SSA. Our under-expenditure, the under-expenditure of various departments of government, which takes me to the issues that you were reading there from the Constitution. So the under-expenditure is something that we should not be nice about, because it deprives our people of the services that they're constitutionally entitled to. So if no action is taken for non-expenditure on items that are related to service delivery, why are we not doing that? We only take action when there's been corruption, when there's been this, but on under-expenditure we seem to be quiet about it. Under-expenditure is one of the problems that has led to the issues that we're discussing today, that Commissioner Nissen raised on the socio-economic rights, the analysis that was given by Prof. Zulu. You will not be able to deliver on the socio-economic rights of people if you continue to underspend in the way that we do. And there's no consequence management, ma'am. on that under expenditure. So, and I'm not saying throwing this at the police, I'm throwing this at everybody, including my department, SSA, at that point. We just all underspend on the crucial things that we're supposed to spend on to deliver effectively and quality services to our people. Now, if people had come to me, Commissioner, to say the problem here is that the intelligence that was provided was of a bad quality, maybe I would sit and listen. But if you're going to say there was no intelligence, I'm not even going to listen to you. I will ignore you and I will come to the commission and I will tell the commission the truth. But if you say that which was provided was of a low quality, then let's talk about that to improve the quality. But no one has ever said the intelligence that was provided was of a low quality. People came here and said there was no intelligence. And I am presenting to you, truthfully and honestly, intelligence that was provided. There's a paper trail in intelligence that you can't faff off at the Human Rights Commission. You can't faff it off. It's there.
And I suppose this paper trail that the Director General would be the best person to assist in that regard. But let me just ask you again. So you said you testified on 13 June there was an orange alert pertaining to the Constitutional Court judgment. Then you referred to the 1 July alert, the 2 July alert, the 7 July alert, and the 10 July alert. So what I wanted to know is that from 13 June, that was now the Constitutional Court judgment alert, to the 15th of July. Were there any other alerts apart from these that you mentioned to us? That is now 1 and 2 July and 7 July and 10 July.
Commissioner,
pertaining to the unrest now, of course.
Commissioner, I have said that the unrest was not an event. The unrest was a process that was brewing, and we gave intelligence step by step on what was brewing, both in Gauteng from May 2019, on step by step on what was brewing in KZN and what was brewing in Gauteng. Now, the issue of the Constitutional Court judgment is something that not only came in the form of a report, it's something that I know was discussed. The potential that it brings, whichever way it goes. So that was discussed. We all know that. Apart from the fact that I say here, we issued an alert, the matter was discussed. And even if it wasn't discussed, we should have known that it had the potential, especially because prior to that, information, intelligence was always available to say, this is what is happening in the courts around support for the former president. So you would have known without even receiving an intelligence report that if he was convicted, something more would happen. I mean, it goes without reason. I mean, it goes without even thinking that it would have happened. You didn't even need an intelligence report for that. I'm sure you are sitting there, you would have thought about it yourself. You're not an intelligence officer, but neither are you a law enforcement officer. So those are the things that people should have thought of, that something like this would happen. And indeed it did.
May I ask you, how are these alerts conveyed? Is it, for example, is it per WhatsApp, or how exactly is it conveyed? And who would receive a security alert that's relevant to SAPS and that is yellow, orange, or red? So first of all, how is it conveyed, and who would receive it? Would yellow alerts only go to X, Y, and Z, and red alerts will go to this one, that one, the other? Or how does it work exactly?
Commissioner, it was not only the alerts that were the intelligence product. There were daily intelligence reviews. There were red, orange, and yellow alerts. There were situational reports. So all sorts of information was shared. And it was shared both electronically and also shared in meetings. But sometimes it was a document that was delivered to the various clients, depending on the subject matter.
So, I mean, when it was meetings, we know now about the different structures and their meetings. But if it's not a meeting, if it is shared, let's say, not by means of a meeting, but as an alert that goes out, or it's shared electronically, who would it then go to when it relates to SABS? Would it, for example, would it go to, when it's not a meeting, outside of a meeting, the electronic ones, would it go to the Commissioner of Police and the Minister of Police, and do you have an idea of you indicated now how it's conveyed, but who would it go to?
As I said, depending on the subject matter, it would go to some ministers, as I have indicated, but most of them would come to the minister and the deputy minister and the net joints. Some of them would go to the National Security Council. Some to there was one that went November 2020 to the Joint Standing Committee. In actual fact, the one on the possible situational report, possible instability associated with the Concord ruling on former President Zuma, that alert was issued on the 3rd of July. And another one on the same issue, issued on the 9th of July. So I could go on that, the 10th of July. So all of those were either sent out, most of them, actually almost all of them, went to the net joints, the net JOCOM, and that cascaded to provinces as well, so the prof joints and the prof JOCOMs, and also to, as I said, to the Minister of State Security, the Deputy Minister of State Security, and at times, depending on the gravity of the issue, sent to the President.
Thank you very much. But some of these alerts wouldn't have been sent directly, for example, to the Minister of Police?
No, I don't have any alert sent to the Minister of Police, but again, it was not my job to do that. It really wasn't.
Thank you. Can you just help us in terms of the categories of classification of documents? Would that be secret and top secret, or are there other classifications as well?
There's confidential, the secret, and the top secret.
Okay. And who would make those decisions on classification, or are there a range of officials that have that authority?
The classification is determined on the basis of the MIS, which is the minimum information security standards. And therefore, using that as a guide, whoever is developing that document would then determine whether it is confidential, it is secret, or is it top secret. The MIS is a policy document. Yeah. We picked these up when we were in Durban.
Sorry, Minister?
I'm saying we picked these up when we were in Durban.
I see. And is it possible to share with us what these frightening things were and how this was picked up?
I would never be able to do that, Chairperson.
The social media tracking. We understand that plays quite a role in intelligence. To what extent does that play a role in SSA's activities in gathering intelligence pertaining to this kind of situations where unrest is brewing, etc.?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm unable to answer that.
Lastly, because we also need to adjourn now and there are comfort break requests, and you don't have to comment, but do you have any comments on the, let me call it the President, I'm not sure what the name of that is exactly, but the President's panel's findings and recommendations that have been published recently?
It's their findings, Commissioner. I will not respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Anyone else? I think we're done, Minister. Thank you so much. You do have? Yeah. Okay, a follow-up just quickly from Commissioner Ntuli, and then we all look forward to be released from this.
Minister, just an outstanding clarity-seeking question on the relationship between the net joints and provincial joints and the frequency of the reporting and instructions that are issued. We heard earlier from Mr. Mtombeni, who was the acting provincial commissioner, that between the 29th of June to the 10th of July, there were no early warnings issued. And we understand that he receives early warnings daily from the PICC, and then he also, there are these monthly meetings between the provincial joints and the national joints. Now, you have clearly spelled out the frequency of the alerts that were issued to the national joints. Mr. Mtombeni also informed the hearing that on the 28th of June, an instruction was received from national joints, and it was instruction 6 of 2021. And it was only on issues of the COVID-19 level 4 alert, which then spoke to roadblocks. Nothing on the imminent threats with regards to protests and the unrest. It seems, or it would seem quite strange that having this information, the national joints would sit with the provincial joints and not alert them of the information at their disposal and only limit their communication or instruction as per instruction 6 of 2021 to the COVID-19 alert. What would be your comment to that?
I think that a comment to that effect, Commissioner, really would come from the police, who are the chairs of both the prof joints and the net joints. And also maybe the co-chairs, which would be SSA and also the Defense Force. I wouldn't know at an operational level. All I can tell you about is what we issued as SSA at the time. And Chairperson, if we still have some few questions, I would really like to request a comfort break.
I have just one last question, Minister. I also did want a comfort break because I'm desperate for the ladies. So if you would be unable to take this last question, perhaps through the chairperson, we could take the 2-minute comfort break and then take the last question. Chair?
It seems, let's adjourn for 2 minutes. can we settle down that we can please finalize today's proceedings? Thank you. Commissioner Ntuli has last question.
Yes, second to last question. Minister.
She has now increased it to 2 questions.
Minister, you indicated that from May 2019 all the way through to 2021, there were alerts that were issued on various issues, including threats, protest threats that related to the unrest when pulled together. Are you in a position to inform this hearing if those threats came consistently from the same sources or if they were emanating from different sources?
Chairperson, that would be overstepping my mandate. Those are operational issues that I can't divulge.
Thanks, Minister. Then on to the last question relating also to the information that becomes received by net joins. We just need clarity on one, the process issues in terms of the roots of the reports. They come from the agency to net joins. Net joins also sits within the DG cluster of the JCPS, and that DG cluster also then speaks to where the minister sits, the JCPS at the ministerial level. Can you inform the hearing how frequently the net joins sits or makes presentations to the JCPS? And if so, between, say, December 2020 to June or the beginning of July 2021, did JCPS sit and did they receive any reports from net joins, particularly as they pertain to the alerts relating to the unrest? That's my last question, Minister.
Commissioner, you would understand that I cannot answer for net joins or prof joins because I do not sit in those structures, so I would never know how many times they have met. And then on the JCPS, I would have to really think about it to remember if we did sit to discuss this. I would have to cast my mind back.
That's fine, Minister. Would you be able to maybe furnish this information to the hearing at a later stage? It will be important for us to get an understanding of especially between the time that these alerts were issued in May 2019 up until the unrest, if JCPS did sit and receive presentations from net joints.
Chairperson, the co-chairs of the JCPS are the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Police. I would rather that question be posed Gubo than me, because they are the ones that are responsible for that.
Thank you very much, and once again, thank you very much, Minister, for availing yourself. We really appreciate your cooperation with the Commission, as is, of course, the constitutional duty of everyone. But thank you for being so transparent and open, and we really appreciate that very much. I hope notes have been taken of the follow-up issues that we just need to follow up, and let's just make sure that we do that. And in that regard, we also depend on your further cooperation. Thank you very much. You are excused, Minister, and the proceedings for today is herewith adjourned.